Yeah, I love the wallpaper. I love the motherfucking wallpaper. What's up, fools? Today is 1/2/2025. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Time. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Yeah, I cannot get my earbuds to work. This is really frustrating. I hate wearing these fucking headphones the whole time. The headphones always like hurt my ears after a while because I got big ears that stick out like a monkey, and having something like pushing in on them like that, it always drives me crazy. But whatever, dude. Let's see, what was this?
Full under oath video deposition. Special counsel Jack Smith's full under oath video deposition with Congress was made public today. We published the full video deposition on our YouTube page. I recommend you watch the full video deposition, but I want to give you some of the explosive highlights right here in case you can't watch the full video deposition. But again, my recommendation is you go and watch the full deposition. Here, special counsel Jack Smith is being cross-examined about whether Donald Trump's statements that the election was stolen or that he won the 2020 election is simply protected First Amendment speech. And special counsel Jack Smith says when you use that to engage in conduct to try to tamper with the results of the election, it's no longer protected anymore. It's a criminal conspiracy. Here, play this clip.
As I sit here right now, I can't remember specific conversations. I do remember that we knew that a sort of First Amendment defense would be part of the case. And I think when I mentioned to you earlier about how to frame the case, we want to make clear that this was not about trying to interfere with anyone's First Amendment rights, that this was a fraud. And as you know, under Supreme Court precedent, fraud is not protected by the First Amendment. And so...
Wow, they planned on saying they weren't trying to interfere with people's First Amendment rights? Wow, that's crazy. You know, it's weird. I hate it when they say this because it just comes off as really odd to me that they say we made the decision not to interfere with anyone's First Amendment rights. It's like, bro, this isn't like your microphone is weird. Wait, what do you mean? My microphone? Wait, what do you mean? My microphone? Oh yeah, it is weird. My microphone. What the fuck? I haven't changed anything since yesterday. Why did it get so bad? Why did it... What the fuck happened? Was it... Wait, it's better now? What the fuck just happened? What just happened? Okay, is it when I talk like this? Okay, is it when I talk like this? I can't tell. I can't tell. No, it still sounds fine. What the fuck? Why did it just change all of a sudden? Weird. Alright.
In my mind, it was important to make that clear in the indictment, and that's why when we litigated this issue before the district court, we prevailed.
But the president's statements that he believed the election was rife with fraud, those certainly are statements that are protected by the First Amendment, correct?
Absolutely not. If they are made to target a lawful government function and they're made with knowing falsity. No, they're not. That was my point about fraud not being protected by the First Amendment.
I mean, there's a long list of disputed elections. I mean, the election of 1800, 1960, year 2000, where candidates believe they were wronged by because they lost.
Interesting. Was there an insurrection when those happened? Was there Did they try to use a false slate of electors? Did they not have a peaceful transition of power? That like any of those things? Did they have numerous calls threatening people to try to get them to overturn their state's elections? Like, what? Any of that shit happened? Because I don't believe it did. So when you're claiming the election was stolen so that you can get people to be like, yo, listen, if you just overturn the Georgia election and you just give it to me instead of Joe Biden, my voters will be happy because they all believe I won. I've been able to convince all of them that I won. So they'll be happy. You won't have like a whole country pissed off at you. You'll just have some liberals pissed off at you. But you're a Republican, so you don't care if liberals are pissed off at you. We'll be fine. Like, he's using this like idea that he won in order to be able to convince his voters, so that if his voters believe it, then hopefully other people will be more comfortable in helping him steal the election.
And there's a long history of candidates speaking out about they believe there's been fraud, there's been other problems with the integrity of the election process. And I think you would agree that those types of statements are sort of at the core of the First Amendment rights of a presidential candidate, right?
There is no historical analog for what President Trump did in this case. As we said in the indictment, he was free to say that he thought he won the election. He was even free to say falsely that he won the election. But what he was not free to do was violate federal law and use knowingly false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function. Mm-hmm. That he was not allowed to do. And that differentiates this case from any past history.
Next, special counsel Jack Smith is asked whether Attorney General Garland or former President Biden ever tried to influence his investigation or prosecution in any way. Were there any conversations at all about that? Special counsel Jack Smith says no. And I want you to contrast that with right now, where the Trump White House is literally controlling the DOJ's social media. And you see Trump text messaging and doing social media posts via text message, or doing text messages on social media posts to Pam Bondi, say, prosecute this person, prosecute that person. Here, play this clip of Jack Smith.
There's a lot of inferences.
So I keep hearing people say that this was a text message. Did that actually, like, is that verified? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I really don't believe that. The way that the Truth Social message is I know that everybody wants to make fun of Trump for accidentally posting something on Truth Social that was meant to be a text message. But the way that the Truth Social post is worded, it looks like a public service announcement. It looks like an announcement to the people about somebody else so that he can pressure that person to do it. This is like a public demand in the way that it's worded. Then on top of that, it's almost impossible that you like accidentally post something on Truth Social thinking it's a text message. But third, and probably most importantly, that sort of thing where Trump just tells somebody to go after his enemies, that has not been a private thing throughout this entire administration. At no point has that been private. Donald Trump and his entire cabinet have been very open with the fact that they are going after his enemies, and they don't give a fuck. They have been very, very public with this. They have been very brazen about this. There has been no trying to shield the fact that they are trying to weaponize the DOJ to go after his personal enemies. So I don't like the way that, like, I know that people want to use this to say, oh, look how stupid he is. Look how embarrassing this is. Wow, so embarrassing. He thought he was sending a text message. That is not beneficial at all. And on top of that, I just don't think it's even possible. There's no way that was meant to be a text message. But I don't know what the evidence is. I have no idea. Trump accidentally posted messages pressuring Pam Bondi to charge his enemies, source says. Trump pressured the Attorney General to bring charges against former FBI Director James Comey, Senator Adam Schiff, and New York Attorney Letitia James. President Donald Trump intended his recent Truth Social post imploring Attorney General Bondi to take legal action against his opponents as a direct message, according to a Trump administration official. Trump was surprised to learn that he had actually posted the message to the Truth Social account, the source said, adding that the president reacted by saying, "Oh," and then tried to shrug it off. The Wall Street Journal first reported that Trump meant the post as a direct message. I don't believe that. So I think that this is them trying to cover their asses for how fucking stupid they looked by posting that on Truth Social. I think that's what I think. I think when you read it again, you read the fucking post. Do they have the post here? You guys don't get to see whether or not I'm human. He said, "Pam." Okay? In a text message. When the fuck would you ever start this off with Pam, colon? In a text message. You're sending the text message to Pam. I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially, same old story as last time, all talk, no action. Nothing is being done. What about Comey, Adam Schiff, Letitia? They are all guilty as hell, but nothing's going to be done. Then we almost put in a Democrat-supported U.S. attorney in Virginia with a really bad Republican past, a woke rhino who was never going to do his job. That's why two of the worst Dem senators pushed him so hard. He even lied to the media and said he quit and that we had no case. No, I fired him, and there is a great case, and many lawyers and legal pundits say so. Lindsay Halligan is a really good lawyer and likes you a lot. We can delay. Okay, this one. Yeah, I said they impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now, in all caps. And then it says President DJT. Does he actually sign all of his text messages, President DJT, as well? Or this is a thing that he started doing on Truth Social posts like a year ago. I don't know. I don't know. I have trouble believing that this is meant to be a text message. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. I feel like this is like what they want people to believe. Once he posted it and his lawyers were like, "Yo, you can't say shit like that. Like, this looks really dumb. Everybody's like, you're going to get fucking cases dropped now because it's going to be blatantly obvious that this is targeted persecution." And they were like, well, let's pretend that at least it was an accident so I don't look like I purposely got all this shit thrown out, or that I was so dumb that I didn't know that this was going to happen.
Accusations being made about your bias as a special counsel's office. And I want to make sure that we rebut these in the first hour. I think it's important too. So, did the Attorney General or any other DOJ official ever press you to be more aggressive in your investigation of President Donald J. Trump?
No.
Did the Attorney General or any other DOJ official ever suggest that you were expected to bring charges against President Trump?
No.
Did anyone from the White House, including President Biden, ever tell you they expected you to bring charges against Donald Trump?
No.
When you eventually did bring charges against Donald Trump, how did you make that decision? Walk us through it at a high level, if you don't mind.
Sure. It was based on the facts and based on the law. I ultimately made that decision, but I consulted with my team of prosecutors on that case, who were outstanding public servants, people with great experience in complex investigations. I took their advice and counsel in making that decision, and I tried to consider all factors, including both the strength of the case that we believed we had, possible defenses, all things of that nature.
So, which based on what you just said, it sounds like you made this prosecution decision based on the evidence in the law. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What would you have done if you felt any improper pressure from a DOJ official or the White House?
I think people who know me and have known my reputation would know that that would not end well. If someone tried to pressure me to move a case in one direction or the other what wasn't supported by the law, I wouldn't stand for it. And I would also say the people who worked in my office wouldn't stand for that either.
Next, special counsel Jack Smith's lawyer talks about getting an email the morning before Jack Smith was going to testify from Pam Bondi in the Department of Justice saying they were refusing to allow Jack Smith to talk about anything regarding the Mar-a-Lago case, where it was alleged that Donald Trump stole classified information, because volume 2 of Jack Smith's report has not been released yet by Judge Cannon, because Trump and Bondi and Trump's DOJ is refusing to make it public, even though it should be, and they're doing everything they can to hide it. Jack Smith's like, I'd like to talk about this, but I'm prevented to right now because of essentially an order by Judge Cannon and the DOJ's position that I can't speak about it. So you wanted to depose me on it. I want to let you know what went down, but Pam Bondi's refusing to allow me to speak. Watch what went down during these proceedings. Let's play it.
According to the Justice Department, discussion of Volume 2 of the Special Counsel's report and any information or conclusions in Volume 2 or in drafts thereof is specifically prohibited by Judge Cannon's January 21st, 2025 order. This morning, just over an hour ago, the Department of Justice sent us an email affirming its view that Judge Cannon's order applies to Mr. Smith, and that it precludes him from disclosing any non-public information that may be contained in Volume 2, including, but not limited to, interview transcripts, search warrant materials, business.
They have the same mic as me. Same sure mic.
Records, toll records, video footage, records obtained by grand jury subpoenas, attorney-client communications, and potential Rule 404B evidence. This restriction significantly limits Mr. Smith's ability to discuss the classified documents case.
And I was watching Peace go, but we devolved into Ethan again.
Nevertheless, Mr. Smith is committed to doing his best at answering questions consistent with the department's guidance. And I asked that email from the Department of Justice that was sent earlier this morning be made part of the record.
And special counsel Jack Smith talks about how the case against Trump was built on solid evidence, and it was built on mostly Republicans who were the ones sharing Donald Trump's guilt. Here, play this clip.
One of the strengths of our case and why we felt we had such strong proof is our witnesses were not going to be political enemies of the president. They were going to be political allies. We had numerous witnesses.
That was every fucking case. Every case were people who were lawyers for him. Every case were people who were allies, who were people who worked in his cabinet, who, like, these were all like Republicans who helped I don't want to say canvass for him, but they endorsed him and helped campaign for him, like went to his campaign rallies and spoke. Like, these are all people who were very much on Trump's side, and we're all testifying against him. So it was just like the way that people want to make it sound is that, like, oh, it was just the fucking Democrats going at. No, it was his own fucking people who were testifying.
Witnesses who would say, I voted for President Trump. I campaigned for President Trump. I wanted him to win. The Speaker of the House in Arizona, the Speaker of the House in Michigan. We had an elector in Pennsylvania who is a former congressman who was going to be an elector for President Trump, who said that what they were trying to do was an attempt to overthrow the government and illegal. Our case was built on, frankly, Republicans who put their allegiance to the country before the party. And so,
and he's been attacked ever since. From what I remember, I think this is the guy that was in the HBO documentary on this, and he's been like relentlessly attacked. He's had to move. He's had to change phone numbers. He's like, his family has had to go different places. They've gotten endless death threats. They've had to stay in hotels for periods, and like because MAGA is so fucking violent, they had to disappear all over the place. Disappear all over the place.
So, the president got information from people he trusted on other issues. He rejected it whenever it didn't fit him staying in office. And there was a pattern in our case where anytime any information came in that would mean he could no longer be president, he would reject it. And any theory, no matter how far-fetched, no matter how not based in law, that would indicate that he could, he latched onto that. And we were confident that we had very strong proof of that pattern. He also, I would just add, very consciously did not try to reach out to the sort of people who have the most expertise on these issues. He reached out to people who he thought could back him up.
Special counsel Jack Smith.
It was one of the most amazing things about the whole saga that happened with that, is that the people who defended Trump on this, it was wild when they would come on here and debate me on this, and they would start off by saying like, yeah, I know that Trump didn't win the election. I know that there's no like good evidence to this, but you keep saying Trump lied. And I don't think he lied. I think he really believes that he won. It's like, this is the guy that you're voting for? You're voting for somebody who believes something that you're smart enough to understand is insane. You, the average Joe, you know enough and have enough information and are capable of, are logical enough and rational enough to know that this is bullshit. But you're going to vote for somebody who doesn't know that, who isn't aware of this. And they, like, a lot of times, the main excuse, I think the most common one that I heard was, well, when it's personal, it's harder for us to like engage with that. When it's a personal thing for us, it's harder for us to really recognize that we're doing something wrong or that we lost. Like, this is something that all humans do. And it's like, okay, did Kamala Harris say that she won? Was it too hard for her to admit that she lost? What are we at? We're 5 years later now, and Trump still hasn't been able to admit that he lost. He's still claiming that he won. How long did it take her? A couple hours? Like, come on. And then I would say, like, you know, that if I said we were going to vote for somebody who says that their mom killed them a while ago, and that they're still here, and they're running for president, would you vote for that person? They'd almost always be like, well, no, I wouldn't vote for that person because that's impossible. Like, what do you mean it's impossible? Like, what? You can't be alive and dead at the same time. It's like, haven't you ever heard of ghosts? So what? There's no such thing as ghosts. But why do you think there's no such thing as ghosts? Well, because we don't have any evidence for it. Oh, interesting. So you're saying that if somebody thought that their mom killed them and that they were still here, that would be too insane for you to vote for that person for president, because they would believe in something that there's no evidence for. Interesting. Okay. I got that. Now I think I understand. Now I get it.
talks about his career for 3 decades as a career prosecutor, the diligence, the steps, the meticulousness, the processes that he goes through. Play this clip.
For nearly 3 decades, I've been a career prosecutor. I've served during both Republican and Democratic administrations, and I've been guided by those principles in every role I've held. I continued to honor those principles when I was appointed to serve as special counsel in November of 2022. The decision to bring charges against President Trump was mine, but the basis for those charges rests entirely with President Trump and his actions, as alleged in the indictments returned by grand juries in 2 different districts. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election and to prevent the lawful transfer of power.
We went over this. We talked about it. We didn't end up going over this, but there was new information that came out recently. Who's gonna stop you? Listen to Trump press Georgia motherfucker. Yeah, there was obviously, we know about like the Bob Raffensperger call where Trump asked him to find 11,000 votes. But there was a newer one. Who's going to stop you? Listen to Trump press Georgia Speaker over 2020 vote. During much of the 12.5-minute call, President Trump reiterated his claim that he had won Georgia, a state he lost by more than 11,000 votes that year. In a newly obtained recording of a phone call from late 2020, President Trump can be heard pressing Speaker of the Georgia House of Representatives to hold a special legislative session to overturn Mr. Trump's election loss. After citing false conspiracy theories of election fraud in Georgia, Mr. Trump told David Ralston, the Speaker at the time, in the call on December 7th, 2020, that he could justify calling a special legislative session by saying it was for transparency and to uncover fraud. Mr. Trump added, "Who's going to stop you for that?" Mr. Ralston, a Republican lawyer who died in 2022, responded with a chuckle. "A federal judge, possibly?" True. Yeah, I haven't heard this. Let's see.
Damning recording of Trump. The 2020 call exposed. Who is going to stop you? By Hafiz Rashid.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible. Financial geniuses. Monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds.
Results in Georgia. The New York Times, citing a newly discovered recording, reports that Trump judge possibly. Ralston passed away in 2022. The Times obtained the recording Wednesday, less than a month after the criminal false conspiracies of on the call massively. They took votes away. Ralston did not keep the call to himself, telling special grand jurors investigating.
I wanted to hear the call. It's on the New York Times article, but I can't play it.
The 2020 election is back in the spotlight. David,
published by the New York Times. Narrow margin. Here's some of that recording published by the New York Times.
You do it to uncover fraud. You could say for transparency and to uncover fraud, possible fraud. So who's going to stop you for that? You know, it's like
a federal judge, possibly.
The Georgia House Speaker said on the call that his team was evaluating its options, but ultimately never called for that special session.
Now, Ralston did die in 2020, but there were others in his office who were listening to that conversation. And one of them was his chief of staff, Spiro Amburn, who sat down with our very own Zach Merchant. So, Zach, what did he tell?
It's really sad. Like, the stronghold that Trump got on the Republican Party is literally what dictators do. This is like across the board what they do, where they, as soon as it looks like they have the people behind them, right? They have enough votes. They have somebody who, like, enough people who are willing to support them. They are able to take that, and that is like the power that they have, right? It looks like they're going to win. They're capable of winning an election for the Republicans. So now they start like really complimenting some people who are powerful, and Trump will just glaze the fuck out of them, right? He will glaze the fuck out of them and talk about how great they are, how smart they are, how competent they are, how capable they are, and really glaze the fuck out of those people so that those people are going to be on his side. They'll have his back. They'll defend him. And then anybody who doesn't, he's able to just fucking go after them, just ruin their career, get all of the people who support him to stop supporting this person. And this makes it to where literally everybody is terrified of going against you. And that is like what the way that Trump has gotten a stronghold on the Republican Party is by just being a terrifying dictator within the party, to where, like, if you defy him, he will come after you. He will ruin your career. He'll ruin your life. It's something that should not be like possible in our system, and it's sad that it is. Like, it's the Donald Trump has been able to show so many weaknesses in our system because so much of it is built on just having people of good character. Even truly, we've had a lot of people throughout our history in America who did not have good character, right? We had a lot of people who did not have good character, but Donald Trump is another fucking being. He is alien to anything that has ever existed. The amount of narcissism, the lack of shame, the lack of embarrassment, the amount of money that he has, the just how brazen and blatant he's willing to be, how manipulative, how corrupt, how like it is like all of the worst characteristics you could ever find in a human, all in a single person. Like somebody who's willing to lie that much, somebody who's capable of setting the record for most lies for any politician ever in a year. Like this is just insane that it never, like, this is, I don't think anybody ever dreamt up a person as horrible as Trump ever being capable of getting elected to an office. No, like mayor. Not even mayor. Like, I don't think anybody could ever have imagined that somebody as, not just as bad, but as openly bad and openly corrupt as Trump. I don't think anybody ever thought that somebody like this could get elected to office. Do you think Trump's admin's stupidity and incompetence had made things worse than they could be? Yeah, well, no, this is something I've talked about a bunch, is that a lot of people keep saying that they want Trump to be impeached, but I think that this is like a horrible idea, that we have to fix things before anything like that happens. Just dealing with Trump for 4 years is better than impeaching him when he has just gotten tons of Supreme Court decisions that have opened up every fucking lane for him to do whatever the fuck he wants, yet he's too fucking stupid to know how to use this. Whereas J.D. Vance is not too fucking stupid. JD Vance is not that stupid. Not only is JD Vance not that stupid and he's not that incompetent, but JD Vance also has been in politics for a longer time. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to work the system. He has relationships. He has connections. He can actually manipulate the system in a way that is so much more tactical. Trump is not tactical. Trump is never tactical. He's manipulative, but he's not tactical. Whereas JD Vance is tactical. This motherfucker is like 5 different people at a time. At any time you see him, he is a different fucking person than he was the day before. JD Vance would be able to get a lot of shit done. And it's I think that Trump and his administration have just been tripping over themselves the entire time, to where the amount that they've like fucked up is like a blessing to how incompetent they are. Like we're gonna go over the Kilmar Abrego Garcia shit in a little bit, but the fact that they literally couldn't even get this motherfucker deported in 3 months. 3 months they had to deport this guy. They have fucked up deporting this guy so many times. Like, they accidentally deported him once, and they deported him to the one country that they weren't allowed to deport him to. Then they say they're not bringing him back after the Supreme Court says that they have to bring him back, and they lie and say that they won that Supreme Court case when the Supreme Court said 9-0 they had to bring him back. But then they do bring him back to charge him with federal human smuggling crimes, and then they say, never mind, we're deporting him again. And then they lock him up and take 3 months and 3 fucking court hearings to find out that they've been trying to deport him the whole time, and they're just too fucking incompetent to actually get it done. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it seems as though there's new documents that were unsealed that seem to say that the Trump administration was personally targeting Abrego in an illegal way. So
our investigation also developed powerful evidence that showed that President Trump willfully retained highly classified documents after he left office in January of 2021, storing them at a social club, including in a ballroom and a bathroom. He then repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. I remain grateful for the counsel, judgment, and advice of my team as I executed my responsibilities. I am both saddened and angered that President Trump has sought revenge against career prosecutors, FBI agents, and support staff simply for doing their jobs and for having worked on those cases. These dedicated public servants are the best of us, and they have been wrongly vilified and improperly dismissed from their jobs. I made my decisions in the investigation without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 presidential election. We took our actions based on the facts and the law, the very lessons I learned early in my career as a prosecutor. We followed Justice Department policies and observed legal requirements. The timing and speed of our work reflects the strength of the evidence and our confidence that we would have secured convictions at trial. If asked whether to prosecute a former president based on the same facts today, I would do so regardless of whether that president was a Republican or a Democrat. Recent narratives about my team's work are false and misleading, including stories about our collection of toll records. Toll records were sought for historical telephone routing information, collected after calls had taken place, identifying the incoming and outgoing call numbers, the time of the calls and their duration. Toll records do not include the content of calls. Those records were lawfully subpoenaed and were relevant to complete a comprehensive investigation. January 6th was an attack on the structure of our democracy in which over 140 heroic law enforcement officers were assaulted. Over 160 individuals later pled guilty to assaulting police that day. Exploiting that violence, President Trump and his associates tried to call members of Congress in furtherance of their criminal scheme, urging them to further delay certification of the 2020 election. I did not choose those members. President Trump did. I hope that my testimony today serves to correct these mischaracterizations about my work. And to that end, I welcome your questions.
Special Counsel Jack Smith talks about how his investigation turned up that during January 6th, the days leading up to it and thereafter, Trump was getting calls from people he trusted. And this was also evidence of what was going on. Play this clip.
But it's pretty significant to subpoena the Speaker of the House's toll records, right?
We followed department policy and we followed all legal requirements in getting those records.
I mean, to get the information you're looking for, nobody disputed the Speaker and the President were having communications on January 6th. So one way you could have gotten that information is you could have asked the Speaker's lawyer to look at his phone records and to give you the information you needed, right?
Well, you say now that nobody's disputing, but my experience in criminal investigations is that people often at trial dispute things that you never thought were going to be in dispute during the investigation. And so when I conduct a criminal investigation, I don't assume there will be no disputes. Having a record, it is a hard record about a time, and the timeline of that afternoon was particularly important because that violence started. The president refused to stop it. He endangered the life of his vice president. Then he's getting calls, and not calls from Democrats, not calls from people he doesn't know, calls from people he trusts, calls from people he relies on, and still refuses to come to the aid of the people at the Capitol. That's very important evidence for criminal intent in our case.
Jack Smith was asked if, as part of his investigation, if anybody ever tapped the phones. Did you?
Yeah, this is like what I said to Rob Noor when we were arguing about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, which is you can't keep relying on the fact that Trump did eventually bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia when he did it 3 months later. You can't keep leaning on that. When he was told that he deported somebody illegally, he decided to fight it in court and try to get permission to illegally leave them there. Then, once he was told 9-0 by the Supreme Court that he had to bring him back, he still said, no, we're not going to do it. You don't get credit for bringing somebody back 3 months later and being like, no, they did. They listened to the law. They did what they were told. No, they did not. If you did something illegal, you ought to remedy this immediately. You ought to remedy this immediately. And if you don't, the entire period, so like we can say like, oh, Trump accidentally deported Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Sure, I'm willing to believe that. I'm willing to believe that. This guy was a nobody at the time. He was not somebody important. He wasn't a big name at the time. At the point that they deported him, though, once he's deported, they know he was deported illegally, and they choose not to fix this. This is now intentional. And you are choosing to leave somebody who was deported illegally in a fucking torture prison. This is that you don't get to turn around and be like, oh, they deported him on accident. It was just an accident. It's not an accident when you leave him there for 3 months. Was that an accident? 3 fucking months every day for 90 days. They left him there. And there was an accident 90 days in a row. Every minute of those 90 days. Still choosing not to do this. This is I have a video on TikTok that's actually doing fairly well right now of this exact conversation with Rob Noor and I'm not signed in. Fuck. I always have trouble signing into TikTok from my computer. Yeah, so like I just signed in. It asked me to sign in. I chose my account, and then it maximum number of attempts reached. Try again later. I just logged in once. I just clicked log in one time. What do you mean maximum attempts? This is like TikTok is the fucking worst to try to like sign in from your computer, dude. It's fine from the phone. Pretty easy from the phone. Okay, just signed in again. Still nothing. Bro, I don't understand. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this platform to where people can't even sign in? Why? Why? How is this a thing? This does not make sense. How is it possible that this fucking massive company is so horrible at just letting people sign in to their fucking accounts? I don't know, dude. All right, it says I can use a QR code. Scan your device camera. Okay, we'll try this. Holy shit, dude. TikTok is gay. Dude, I fucking. Ugh! It says I'm logged in. It keeps saying successfully logged in, and then it just doesn't go anywhere. And then it still says log in here and here. Why? Why do you told me 4 times now that I've successfully logged in, and then you just don't take me to the page. I've even clicked refresh numerous times, hoping that like, okay, if I click refresh, then it'll just take me. But it doesn't. Log in, go, Tom Foolery show. Continue. And then there, the maximum number of attempts reached again. What do you mean? What do you mean? I used the fucking QR code. I used everything. Something went wrong. Yeah, you guys' fucking website went wrong. You guys' entire fucking code went wrong. Your entire lives went wrong. Download Firefox. Yes, please. Yeah, what I have to be nice or it's not going to let me post my dance videos anymore. You know what? I thought about doing I thought like it would be a pretty good gimmick to post TikTok videos of me doing like TikTok dances and shit. While talking about the news. And doing it in like the most like boomerish way possible, just like doing them like very very poorly, one step at a time, like just doing them. And then just, you know, Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been let out this week because a federal judge in Maryland said that he was not held under the law justly. It was like, I think that is going to be the next big thing, guys. All right, there we go. Yeah, Firefox signed in the first time. All right, sorry, I did not sign in on Firefox. Sorry, I did not sign in on Firefox. I just went to my channel and played the video. No audio. Oh, you guys can't hear it because it's I set up like everything yesterday through separate ports of audio so that everything goes in separately so that I can hear my game loudly while I'm playing. But you guys don't have to hear the game super loudly. And it took a while. It took a while to get it all done. But now it's very difficult to get everything. I have to do this for literally every little thing now. Okay. My bad. Thank you, Abaddon.
The ICE agents are being rammed with vehicles over and over and over. All of this in an attempt to change the lawful executive orders of Donald Trump to deport people that have infiltrated our country illegally.
You say it's a lawful execution of the law, but the deportations haven't been, which is why the left has lost trust in the Trump administration. When they start shipping off a bunch of people to CCOT and find out that a bunch of them actually had visas or green cards and they weren't supposed to have been deported, like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, there's a bunch of people who were shipped off and deported that were not supposed to be. And when the Trump administration was made aware of this, they said that they weren't going to bring those people back.
Did they?
The fact that he did was after like 2 to 3 months of protests happening day after day.
So what?
So these are things that are actually making changes. These are things that are actually putting
the political violence is working.
I don't know it's political violence. I said protests. I said protests. You said political violence.
Was there violence occurring? Were there riots in LA?
Hold on, just to be clear, I'm disagreeing when you keep saying the lawful deportations, that when we agree that some of these are unlawful, and when you say afterwards, well, they chose to bring them back after saying they were going to refuse over and over and over, the fact that they say they're refusing is enough for people to get out there and start distrusting ICE and the Trump administration to do things legally and right the first time.
Let's just do you think there were people detained under every president that were unlawfully detained?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So don't really see much of a difference here.
Yeah, there's no difference, guys. No difference. Every administration has probably done this. Somebody even left a comment that said something like, I forget what it was, but it's like, I would love to see your face when you find out that there's been 20,000 people who were 20,000 people who were citizens, had visas or green cards that have been deported over the last 15 years. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I literally admit that that happens in the video. And then I explained the difference. To sit there and be like, oh, so there's probably tons of people who were deported incorrectly under every administration. So what? You think that's the problem? Is that people just happen to be deported incorrectly? You think that's the big issue here?
Start distrusting ICE and the Trump administration to do things legally and right the first time.
Let's just do you think there were people detained under every president that were unlawfully detained?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So don't really see much of a difference here other than it's a little pet project to the left.
Really? You don't see a difference between them finding out that they're illegally deporting people and saying, I'm refusing to bring these people back and allowing them to... That's not what I said.
He said they did bring them back. I didn't say they didn't bring them back. I said they said they are refusing to bring them back. I didn't say they refused forever to bring them back. I said they said they are refusing to bring them back.
They said they are refusing to bring them back. You keep skipping over that part.
It's not what they said.
They did say that.
All right, let me
Pam Bondi
instruct
said
you.
it numerous times.
Hard stop. He should not be in our country. So he is not coming back to our country.
That's not what they say, guys. That's not what they said. They didn't say that. They never said that.
Miller said it numerous times.
He is an illegal alien in the United States. He has no lawful right to be here.
Donald Trump said it numerous times.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk. I could. You could pick it up, and with all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the court has ordered you to facilitate that.
I'm not the one making this decision. We have lawyers that don't want to do this.
But the buck stops in this.
So real quick, I didn't just include the fact that Rob's wrong in lying by showing that they did say they were refusing to bring him back numerous times. But right there, Trump says, I'm not the one making this decision. He says, I'm not making this decision. Lawyers are making this decision, right? Not me. I'm not making this decision. This is not on me. And then the very next clip.
I was elected to get rid of those criminals, to get them out of our country, or to put them away, but to get them out of our country. And I don't see how judges can take that authority away from a president.
So now it's the president's authority. Oh, now it's your authority. Now it's you. Oh, now it's you. Now it's not. Okay, so it's not just the lawyers. Okay, so it is you. You're trying to get rid of the blame in the one-on-one interaction for a long interview where the guy can actually press you. But in these speaking events where you can just switch from one reporter to the other every time you don't like their question anymore, or once you've evaded, you can be, oh, nope, you're done. Next. Shut up, piggy. You'll say that it's you.
Instruct you what they said specific.
You see some radical judges at the district court level who are trying to layer so much quote-unquote process on top of the immigration system that it makes it impossible to function.
The administration maintains the position that this individual who was deported to El Salvador and will not be returning to our country.
It's not what they said. The ICE agents are being...
I thought Wasted would like the fart sound at the end. So yeah, so the idea that you do eventually fix something well after the fact, well after you should have, well after there's already been way more harm done, way more damage, that you don't get a whole lot of credit for that. The fact that Donald Trump eventually told people to leave on January 6th, the fact that he eventually asked everybody to leave, he doesn't get credit for that, especially when you hear from Jack Smith that he started calling senators and congressmen trying to pressure them to overturn the election and using the period of time where they are all under threat, where they have people inside the fucking Capitol. Instead of calling off the fucking people and telling them to go home, he instead, or calling, the National Guard, instead, he calls congressmen and says, hey, my people are not happy. This is what he says. He said, this is what he says to them. My people are not happy with you guys right now. You guys got to fix this. It's on them to fix it. It's not on him to fix it. It's not him. No, it's on them to fix it. And he'll keep repeating that his voters are not happy, so that these people feel like they're being threatened. These people feel like their life is under threat. That he's using what's happening on that day and in that moment to pressure these people. And that's what Jack Smith's talking about here.
Having a record that is a hard record about a time, and the timeline of that afternoon was particularly important because that violence started. The president refused to stop it. He endangered the life of his vice president. And he's getting calls, and not calls from Democrats, not calls from people he doesn't know, calls from people he trusts, calls from people he relies on, and still refuses to come to the aid of the people at the Capitol. That's very important evidence for criminal intent in our case.
Jack Smith was asked if, as part of his investigation, if anybody ever tapped the phones. Did you ever wiretap or tap the phones of Senator Hawley or all these other MAGA Republicans who were whining and saying their phones were tapped? And Jack Smith's like, absolutely not. Here, play this clip.
One more question about the toll records. So in this past October, in a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing with Attorney General Bondi, Senator Josh Hawley claimed that the subpoena of his phone records was, quote, tapping his phone. As part of
I was just about to say, how the fuck did they think that their phones were being tapped? Like, where did they get this from, that their phones were being tapped? How would they even know if their phones were being tapped? Where would they get that from? And then it turns out all they did is just subpoena their phone records. That's it. They just subpoenaed their phone records, and they said that's fucking insane. I don't know, just on a totally off base comment. When I was younger, I don't know how many of you guys did this, but when I was younger, there was and I was like dealing drugs and shit, there was a phone number that you could call. And if your phone was being tapped, there was a sound that you would hear, a specific sound that you would hear. And so when we were dealing drugs on a daily basis, like every time before we'd make like important phone calls or anything, we would always call this phone number to listen to the sound, to see if it made the sound before we made the call to like sell drugs or whatever, like, or to buy drugs or anything. Before we said a bunch of illegal shit on the phone, we would always call this phone number real quick to hear if the sound, if it made the sound or not, and then we would do it.
your investigation, did you or anyone from your office tap the phone of Senator Hawley?
No.
So is his suggestion that his phone had been tapped just simply false?
It's inaccurate.
Okay, thank you.
And just to remind you, what was subpoenaed were phone records showing if calls were made. And special counsel Jack Smith says, look, if a Democratic senator or Congress member was speaking with Trump and they were text messaging, the phone records would show that there were messages. That's all, not what the actual contents of the call were, but that a call took place. Special counsel Jack Smith is asked about the Supreme Court's decision on absolute executive immunity. Play this clip.
Do you believe that the Supreme Court's decision on executive immunity constitutes an exoneration of President Trump's conduct in the months and weeks leading up to January 6th and January 6th?
Oh, real quick. I did the video that I just went over on TikTok. I posted that about 3 or 4 days ago. It is doing fairly well on TikTok, but I just posted it on Twitter this morning. So you guys go give it a like and a share. Maybe a comment if you're feeling frisky. Link is in the chat.
No.
Would you just explain that for us, why you don't see that as an exoneration for what he did?
Sure. I understand the Supreme Court's decision. If I just go back for a second, this was an issue we litigated in the district court. The district court agreed with us. We litigated it in the Court of Appeals. Court of Appeals agreed with us. We litigated it in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court majority did not agree with us. They took a view of executive power that was more expansive than what we argued. I disagreed with it for the reasons we set forth in our brief and the reasons stated by the dissent in the case, Justice Sotomayor. But it is the law of the land. What my office sought to do in responding to that was to follow the law and see, do we still have a case? And I think the evidence that we had after that decision remained powerful. I talked earlier today about state officials who put allegiance to the country before party. Those officials from Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all those witnesses, right? All those witnesses would still be available to us. The heart of our case would still be available to us. And I think it's important to know that, our view was that he abused his authority in the Justice Department to effect as one way to effectuate the scheme. This was about him as a candidate trying to say he won an election he didn't win. And so having to frame this in that manner, obviously it limited some of the evidence. That's why we had to supersede the indictment. But I don't think it was an exoneration because I still believed that there was substantial evidence that would allow us to prove the case beyond reasonable doubt.
Jack Smith talks about text message threads between Steve Bannon and Trump's lawyer Boris Epshteyn. Play this clip.
Mr. Bannon made an extraordinary video basically predicting the events of January 6th on the day before. Were you able to discover, either by interviewing Mr. Bannon or those who had knowledge of what he was doing, how he was aware of the riot before it happened?
We did not interview Mr. Bannon. I believe that particular statement you're talking about would have been part of our proof. And my recollection is that we had evidence that would indicate from some point, not immediately after the election, but shortly thereafter, sometime might have been closer to December period, that Bannon, who had been out of touch with President Trump for some period of time, got back in more regular touch with him at some time. And in fact, this is reminding me, my recollection is that we had a text thread that between Bannon and Epstein that went through a lot of this period. On that text thread, I believe it was the evening of January 6th, right around the time the senators' calls were occurring at the direction of the president. And there was an exchange between those two wherein I believe it was Epstein asked Bannon, "Are you in touch with him?" And the answer was affirmative, and it was something to the effect of, "He's still on fire." And that's right at the same time that these calls are happening after he...
Wait, Epstein was still alive on January 6th?
Refused to do what he could to stop the attack on the Capitol after the tweet about Mike Pence.
And Smith talks about his interview with Boris Epshteyn. Play this clip.
We had also interviewed Boris Epstein before these subpoenas were issued. He corroborated that they were, in fact, trying to call senators.
Okay, Google. What date did Jeffrey Epstein die?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Interesting.
He dissembled and tried to imply that the president hadn't directed him to do it, even though there was a text message saying specifically that they had. But he agreed that they tried to call these senators and that they had certain senators' numbers themselves, and so they didn't need those numbers. And that would be, I believe it was Senator Cruz, and possibly, I think he said they possibly tried to call Senator Graham as well.
Taking a step back, this might be obvious for a lot of folks, but just make sure it's clear for the record. Who was Mr. Epstein?
Boris Epstein was one of the co-conspirators in this case.
And what role did Mr. Epstein play in the larger conspiracy, if you can summarize it?
Well, he played several roles. He was involved in the fake elector scheme, and also in sort of pushing.
Yeah, it got redacted. It got redacted from the AI.
Pushing out some of these false fraud claims. The other thing, I'm sorry, just to go back to mention is we also, in the course of the investigation, interviewed Rudy Giuliani. And one of the things that we asked him, if you recall, in the message, and I can't remember which senator it was for, but in the message that he left, he said, referenced the fact that he was calling on fellow Republicans. And in the interview, we asked him why did you say you were calling on your fellow Republicans? And he said, well, I wasn't going to be calling Democrats about this. Even some Republicans wouldn't go along with this. So of course I would call only Republicans. And in fact, that was consistent with our investigation throughout, that the people that President Trump and his co-conspirators reached out to were people who they thought would go along or help them because of party allegiance. And Giuliani in particular would reference that he expected their cooperation because they were Republicans.
He talks about the proffers from Trump co-conspirators like Giuliani and how Smith was ready to have Donald Trump as a witness during that case. Play this clip.
Were you planning on calling John Eastman as a witness?
I do not believe we would have, but we would have welcomed if the defense called him.
Okay. It gets tricky, though, for the defense to call him because, the people like Eastman and Clark and, Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell, I mean, they were shrouded by the special counsel as, co-conspirators 1 through 6. And so they all feared that they were going to be prosecuted if they said anything.
So this is one of the frustrating things. Again, when it comes to like MAGA hypocrisy, a lot of what they do is they'll point at things that are suspicious and then say, this is how you know X, Y, and Z happened. When it's not, again, it's not evidence of the thing. It's evidence of something else that makes it look suspicious, but it's not even evidence. So they'll say, the 2020 election was stolen. Okay, what evidence is there that the 2020 election was stolen? Well, this case got thrown out of court and it should have been heard. And this woman apparently got in trouble for being a whistleblower for some shady shit that happened, and this person was engaging in election integrity checks, and they were trying to make sure that things were okay, and they got in trouble for that. And it's like, okay, that's not evidence that the election was stolen. That's, if you want evidence that the election was stolen, you need like evidence that votes were changed. You need evidence that that like people were actually manipulating data, or that they were like putting in votes that weren't supposed to be there, or like something like that. You're giving me evidence that of totally separate things, and they're like, yes, this is evidence of the cover-up. You can't give me evidence of a cover-up unless you have evidence of the thing that they're covering up. You would first have to give me evidence of the thing that they're covering up. You can't give me just evidence of a cover-up. There's no, well, the evidence of the cover-up is the evidence that there was election fraud. So, okay, is Donald Trump a pedophile? You just ask them that every fucking time. Is Donald Trump a pedophile? So, no, of course not. So, okay, but there's evidence of a cover-up here with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. There is evidence of a cover-up. There's more evidence of a cover-up with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff in Trump than there is with the 2020 election stuff in Democrats. So if you're going to be consistent with this logic, that all you have to do is just have evidence of a cover-up, and therefore you know what it is that happened, you must believe Donald Trump's a pedophile. I don't believe Donald Trump's a pedophile because I am consistent with my logic. So I don't have to have, I'm not going to look at evidence of a cover-up and jump to a conclusion just because of that. But you do that. So if you want to be consistent on this, we've got evidence of a cover-up here.
Isn't that fair?
Well, they were co-conspirators. I can't get into what was in their mind or not. I can tell you some of the co-conspirators met with us in proffers and did interviews with us. And so the idea that someone like Rudy Giuliani, who sat with the proffer for us, he was available as a witness, and we would have welcomed President Trump calling him as a witness. Boris Epstein sat for an interview with us. We would have welcomed calling him as a witness. Kenneth Chesborough, we would have welcomed it.
Why didn't you charge any of those?
I'm sorry?
Why didn't you charge any of those co-conspirators?
As we stated in the final report, we analyzed the evidence against different co-conspirators. We My staff determined that we did have evidence to charge people at a certain point in time. I had not made final determinations about that at the time that President Trump won re-election, meaning that our office was going to be closed down.
And then finally, someone asks, to the extent members of Congress and senators are up in arms that this happened to them and are seeking accountability, what's your message, Jack Smith? Here's what.
There is evidence they did not sign the voter rolls. I don't think that's true. I saw some stuff about that, and from my understanding, they didn't have to sign them multiple times. But that even if but there was also a recount in the place where they didn't sign the voter rolls. So even if we wanted to like say, well, this is evidence of some sort of fraud or something shady going on or something suspicious, we still did a recount after that. So it didn't matter because it was verified anyways.
But Jack Smith says, play this clip.
You know, to the extent the members of Congress and senators are up in arms that this happened to them and they're seeking accountability, you know, who should be held accountable for answering these questions?
Well, I think who should be accountable for this is Donald Trump. These records are people, in the case of the senators, Donald Trump directed his co-conspirators to call these people to further delay the proceedings. He chose to do that. If Donald Trump had chosen to call a number of Democratic senators, we would have got poll records for a number of Democratic senators. So responsibility for why these records, why we collected them, that lies with Donald Trump.
Well, I understand that.
Well, there you have it, folks. That's the condensed highlights, but I do suggest if you have the time for it, go and watch the full.
Yeah, so there you go. The full thing is like 3 hours. So we wanted to find highlights. We got a pretty good rundown of the highlights here from Midas Touch. Appreciate their grabbing all of these and putting them into a condensed format like that. That was very helpful. Now, on to the major news. Within the last couple of days, there's been more breaking news in the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case. But just as a quick rundown, I said this earlier, but the quick rundown. And I have a video on TikTok that goes into this in more detail. If you want to watch that, check it out on TikTok. But the Kilmar Abrego Garcia deported illegally to CCOT. Then once they were told by a district court judge that they had to bring him back, they refused. This went to an appeals court. They told him they had to bring him back. They refused. This went to the Supreme Court. They told him they had to bring him back. They still refused.
A federal judge is set to hear arguments on whether ICE should be allowed.
Then, after 3 months of leaving him there, after the Supreme Court hearing, they then finally brought him back and said they were bringing him back to charge him with human trafficking. The human trafficking evidence was scant. There wasn't much evidence there. There wasn't a whole lot going on. But they had a pretty shitty case, and then tried arguing that Kilmar Abrego Garcia should not get bail. He should not be able to bond out because he's a danger to society. A guy who has no criminal record whatsoever, a guy who has no violent charges, they're saying he's a danger to society and so he should not be allowed out. The judge says, what evidence do you have that he's dangerous? They had literally nothing. The judge lets him out on what's in bond out. But then as soon as they grant the bond, DHS says, if you guys let him out, we're going to arrest him and we're going to deport him. See, weird. Why do you care whether or not he gets out? Like, I thought he was here to be charged with human trafficking. I thought that's what he was here for. Why would you care if he gets out? He's got literally one of the things that the judge says in the case is they're like that this guy's lived here for 15 years. He's lived in this place for 15 years. He has a wife. He has kids. He has family. He has brothers and sisters here. He has, like, he's got a lot keeping him here. Why the fuck do we think he would just, like, run and be a flight risk? Or that he would just go out and start all of a sudden being a violent person when we have no evidence of violence. And so, yeah, so it didn't make sense. It was obvious that this was, like, very targeted persecution, undue harm in this, like, one direction towards this one person, because this was a big case that the media made a big deal about this case because it was blatant disregard for the law and for due process. And the Trump administration decided that they were going to punish Abrego Garcia for making them look bad when they made themselves look bad. But yeah, they decided to go after Abrego Garcia. So when he gets out, they immediately arrest him, and they say they're deporting him. And fuck, what is the shit? I'm blanking on the other country, but there was a country that came out and said, hey, if you guys send him here to our country, we'll give him full refugee status, and he'll have all the protections afforded to him under our Refugee Act, and he can stay for as long as he wants. And the Trump administration was like, nah, we'll send him to like some Ghana, I think is what they said. We're going to send him to Ghana. So, okay. Weird. But then they don't deport him. After a month, Costa Rica, yes. Costa Rica said they'll give him full refugee status. They're like, nah, we're going to send him to Ghana. And so after a full month, the judge is like, dude, what the fuck? Why haven't you guys deported him yet? You got 2 countries that you could send him to, Ghana or Costa Rica. Like, what's going on? And they don't get a response. So then they're like, okay, we're just going to set up a hearing. And Abrego Garcia was going to fight Eswatini was the last one that it was the second to last one. But anyways, they said that they were, the Kilmar said that he was going to fight going to Ghana because he felt like he was going to face persecution in Ghana as well. And he wanted to go to Costa Rica. And so they set up this hearing, and the DHS who shows up, they're like, I don't know anything about this case. I don't know. I don't know shit about this. Sorry. But the judge is like, but don't you think it would make sense if you got, like, whoever does know about this case, if they just sent him to Costa Rica? And they're like, yeah, I don't know why he hasn't been sent to Costa Rica. That seems like that would make sense. They're like, okay, well, we're going to reset this hearing. We need somebody who knows what they're talking about, somebody who can actually fill us in on what's going on in the case. Set up another hearing. Somebody shows up. Again, they're like, oh, I don't know anything about this case. Sorry, I don't know anything about this case. I literally took 5 minutes to prepare, and I'm totally unaware of what's going on here. They're like, isn't this like a writing here about the fact that you guys want to send Kilmar to another country? And this time it wasn't Ghana. It was... fuck. I forget, it's another South African country. But they're like, yeah, well, Ghana says they're not going to take him, so we're going to send him here instead. And the judge again is like, why didn't you send him to Costa Rica? And they're like, oh, I don't know why he hasn't been sent to Costa Rica. And so they're like, okay, we need somebody who knows what they're talking about. So we're going to set up a third hearing to see if you guys can finally send Kilmar Abrego Garcia somewhere. This is the Judge Zinnes, who all of, like, MAGA says is an activist judge, right? They all call her an activist judge and say that she just loves open borders. She wants to help illegal immigrants. She wants to help, all of the immigrants in the country. This judge is trying to get the Trump administration to deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia. She's trying to get them to deport him. She's like, come on, guys. Like, hurry up and deport him. Like, what are you doing? What are we doing here? Just deport him. Like, come on. This is the person who's totally against deporting Kilmar and totally against deportations overall and hates deportation. This judge is trying to get the Trump administration to actually just do their jobs, trying to get them to just do their freaking jobs and just deport the guy they say they're going to deport, that they have in custody, and they won't deport him. So then another guy from DHS shows up for the third hearing, and he says, he says, we're going to send him to, we're going to send Kilmar to either Eswatini or Liberia. We're talking to these two countries, and one of these two are going to be where we're going to send them. And again, Judge Dennis is like, why didn't you just send him to Costa Rica? They've been offering the whole time. Like, you could have just sent him there from the beginning. And the guy from DHS says, oh, no, Costa Rica says they're refusing to take him. They're not taking him. And the other country in the second one, apparently they came out and said, no, we never said Kilmar could come here. We don't know why the Trump administration said that he could come here. We never said that. This is not true. This is not happening. So in this hearing, he's like, it's either Liberia or Eswatini. And they were like, yeah, why can't he go to Costa Rica? And the guy's like, because Costa Rica is refusing to allow him in. They won't let him come anymore. We tried negotiating with them. They're refusing to take Kilmar anymore. And so the judge is like, okay, so all right, Liberia or Eswatini, like that's where he's going. You need to hurry up and get this done. And the guy says, also, by the way, I want to get this entire hearing sealed. I want the whole hearing sealed so that it never gets out to the public. And this is weird because the judge says, like, none of the other hearings were ever sealed. They never requested to seal any of the other hearings. And all of a sudden they wanted this hearing sealed. Now, it makes sense why they wanted this hearing sealed, because the other two, every time they said, we're sending Kilmar to this country, that country would come out and be like, no, they're not. No, they're not. What are you talking about? We never said he could come here. We don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So this one where he says we're sending him to Eswatini or Liberia, and Costa Rica refuses to take him, he wants this one sealed so that nobody can find out about it, okay? Literally a couple days after this hearing concludes, Costa Rica, the president of Costa Rica is in an interview and says, we told the United States that we were willing to take Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and we have not heard back from them. They're just not responding to us at all. We have no idea why he's not here yet. We don't know why they haven't sent him. We still are offering full refugee status. We're still offering all the protections that we've been offering from the beginning. Nothing's changed for us. We're just waiting. The DHS guy literally just lied, like just blatantly fucking lied under oath in court, and then tried to get it sealed so that the other countries wouldn't find out this time. And this is all three fucking hearings. They get caught by other countries lying. And so after this one, the judge was like, okay, all right, that's that. We're letting him out. This is bullshit. And it's like, you have like 90 days to deport somebody. You have to have a deportation order and deport somebody within 90 days. You can't just hold them forever. The Trump administration, think about this, okay? Everybody think about this. Was there a higher valued deportee anywhere in America? Like, is there somebody who would have been more important for the Trump administration to deport than Kilmar Abrego Garcia? No. He was like enemy number one for the Trump administration. This was the guy that they wanted to get. They wanted to deport this guy so badly. And in 3 months, they could not deport him. They couldn't get a single deportation order. And this is like, when I say this, I'm saying all they had to do was just fill it out and then put him on a plane and deport him. That's it. They just had to fill out the deportation order and then put him on a plane and send him to Costa Rica, and he would have been gone. And they never did it because they're that incompetent. The Trump administration is just a bunch of children. They are so incompetent. They are so useless. It is so fucking infuriating reading the court papers on this and finding out they are so gung-ho about getting this guy, and they can't even deport him. The judge is trying to help them deport them. The judge is trying to get them to deport him, and they still could not get a single deportation order. So they let him out. He was home for Christmas, and then now this is out. Judge says documents suggest top DOJ officials may have pushed to prosecute Kilmar Abrego Garcia after wrongful deportation. A newly unsealed order in Kilmar Abrego Garcia's criminal case reveals that a top Department of Justice official called his prosecution a top priority shortly after he was mistakenly deported, potentially contradicting the Trump administration's claims that the decision to prosecute Abrego Garcia was made by local prosecutors, a federal judge said. So when they brought Kilmar back to prosecute them, they said, people were like, isn't this targeted prosecution? Isn't this a little odd that you're going after this one guy right now? Isn't this weird that you're just targeting this one dude like this? And the Trump admin was like, well, we didn't make this decision. This is a local prosecutor. They did an investigation. They decided to prosecute him. So they're doing their thing. We've got nothing to do with this. We brought him back like the Supreme Court told us to, and now that's it. And then now it comes out, and it was actually, no, it was the Trump administration who was pressuring them to charge Kilmar Abrego Garcia. After being deported to El Salvador, Abrego Garcia was brought back to the United States and indicted in Tennessee on federal charges of human smuggling. Abrego Garcia was released from immigration custody earlier this month and is seeking to have the criminal case dismissed, claiming he is the victim of selective and vindictive prosecution. U.S. District Judge Waverly Crenshaw, who was overseeing the Tennessee smuggling case, has scheduled a hearing on this issue next month. In the unsealed order, Judge Crenshaw said that some of the documents produced by the government suggest that the prosecutor in Tennessee was not a solitary decision maker in the office's decision to bring human smuggling charges against Abrego Garcia. Documents, Crenshaw said, showed that acting U.S. Attorney Robert McGuire reported to others in DOJ and decision to prosecute Abrego Garcia may have been a joint decision with others who may or may not have acted with improper motivation. The judge ordered the government to turn the documents over to Abrego Garcia's lawyers to review. The court recognizes the government's assertion of privileges, but Abrego's due process right to a non-vindictive prosecution outweighs the blanket evidentiary privileges asserted by the government, Judge Crenshaw said. The federal judge said the documents may contradict the government's argument that the decision to prosecute Abrego Garcia was made locally and that there was no outside influence. Several emails involving Associate Deputy Attorney General Akash Singh were referenced in the unsealed order, including one in which the top DOJ official made clear that Abrego Garcia's criminal prosecution was a top priority for the department. So this is what I'm talking about. This guy is a top priority. This guy is a top priority, and they could have deported him, and they couldn't even fill out a fucking deportation order, dude. Ugh. These people are so stupid, bro. They're so dumb. It's so insane how fucking stupid this administration is. They are just, it never ceases to amaze me how incompetent these people are. The emails were sent in April, 1 month after Abrego Garcia, who had been living in Maryland with his wife and children, was deported to El Salvador's CCOT mega prison despite a 2019 court order barring his removal to that country. The Trump administration claimed he was a member of the criminal gang MS-13, which Abrego Garcia denies. Malicious, not dumb. Well, no. It's both. It's both. It is 100% both. Consider I do think they at first, I think they accidentally deported him to CCOT. I think that was an accident. I don't think they purposely deported him to El Salvador. Then, once they found out they deported him and they refused to bring him back, that was malicious. So not only are they stupid in deporting him the first time, but then they're malicious in not bringing him back. Then after 3 months, then they say we're bringing him back for human smuggling charges. Okay, this is malicious. But then they think that he's going to stay locked up the whole time, and he doesn't. He gets out. They keep trying to say that he's dangerous and all this shit. He's not dangerous. There's no reason. So now he gets out. Okay, well, this is incompetence. Then they say, okay, well, we're going to deport him now. Why? You just brought him back. You just got him out of CCOT and brought him back for human smuggling charges. And now you're deporting him again? Okay, well, this is obviously very malicious. Then they don't deport him. They can't even fucking deport him. This is fucking incompetence. Like, it is both. It just is both. It's both. Like, it is. They are incompetent and malicious. They are too stupid to even be fucking malicious. It's just just laughably incompetent. It is I feel like they're so full of rage that they just can't see what they're doing or where they're going anymore. Everything's just turned red and they just don't know what the fuck's happening anymore. I feel like that's what's happening, is they just have such a fucking hard on for Abrego Garcia that they're not capable of just doing their jobs. They're just not capable. They are so horny for him. A series of court battles ensued in which Trump administration repeatedly said it was unable to bring him back before the Supreme Court ruled unanimously the government was required to facilitate his return. Abrego Garcia's attorneys have argued that the government is using the criminal case to punish their client for successfully fighting his unlawful removal. Last week, the judge postponed the criminal trial that was scheduled for next month. Earlier this month, federal judge in Maryland ordered Abrego Garcia's release from immigration detention, where he had been since August, and later blocked the Immigration and Customs Enforcement from redetaining him through Christmas holiday. And now that so when the judge let him out, right? So the judge said, you guys didn't deport him. It's been 3 months. You haven't deported him. We're letting him out. When they let him out, ICE said, okay, well, we're just going to pick him up again. We're just going to re-detain him. So go ahead, let him out. We're just going to arrest him again, and then we'll get another 30 days. So the judge was like, all right, well, then I'll just give an order that you can't arrest him until after the holidays. Okay. He'll at least get Christmas at home, and then you can arrest him again. But then after the holidays, ICE was like, we're not arresting him. The judge was like, why? I thought you said you were going to arrest him and deport him. They're like, nope. He's got a human smuggling case he needs to deal with. What is happening, dude? What is happening? It doesn't make sense. Listen to the Amicus podcast episode from December 20th. The guest is an ACLU lawyer working on the CCOT case. Wait. The guest, or I'm assuming you mean the guest. He talks about how some of the details regarding the flights. So yeah, that's that. And then we also have this on Abrego Garcia. I think I just mentioned it a minute ago, but ICE doesn't plan to detain Kilmar Abrego Garcia again as long as judge's order banning it stands. U.S. immigration officials do not plan to detain Kilmar Abrego Garcia again as long as judge's orders banning it stands, according to Tuesday's court filing. The plans by President Donald Trump's administration are the latest in the saga over the Salvadoran citizen case that has become a lightning rod for both sides on the immigration debate as he fights to remain in the U.S. after a mistaken deportation to his home country where he was imprisoned. Immigration and Customs Enforcement did make clear they would detain Abrego Garcia if the order was lifted. Liana J. Castano, Assistant Director for Field Operations, wrote in the filing. Trump officials have accused Abrego Garcia of being a member of MS-13 gang, but he has vehemently denied the accusations and has no criminal record. The administration brought him back to the U.S. in June under a court order, but only after issuing an arrest warrant on human smuggling charges in Tennessee. U.S. District Judge Paul Zinnis earlier this month questioned whether the government officials could be trusted to follow orders barring them from taking Abrego Garcia back into immigration custody or deporting him. A Justice Department push to indict. Earlier Tuesday, a new unsealed order, we just read about that. I mean, this is obviously vindictive persecution. It's pretty blatant. It's pretty blatant. And part of like them locking him up for the 3 months, like part of it is like they could be incompetent, or it's possible that they were just mad that they lost on the bond filing when the judge says no, he gets to bail out and stay at home on house arrest until his criminal trial commences. Like he can be at home. He's not a danger to society, so he gets to go home. It could be that they were just mad that he gets to get out. So instead, they were like, okay, we'll just lock him up and say we're deporting him, and then we'll hold him in jail until that happens. And then we'll let him go to his court hearing, right? Like one way or the other. Like this is all just insanely malicious, and this is obviously targeted persecution and prosecution, and this is very unlikely to stand up in court. So we'll keep up with this here and see how it goes. I think like my last 3 videos on TikTok have been about the Abrego Garcia case. So if you're interested in that case, make sure you follow me on TikTok. I got a lot of videos on there keeping up with all of the details. Tom Foolery Show, the thing that I never hear anyone talk about is the waste of tax dollars all these lawsuits are going to cost US, the taxpayer. Yeah. Cost us, the taxpayer. So us is a bad one to capitalize. The fuck is Tom's ads? This is just shit that I search for. I tend to search for big bear men with their shirts off, and I'm finally getting some targeted ads. But yeah, let's see. That one of the things that we talked about yesterday is the fact that apparently Doge ended up like losing the taxpayer $20 million, I believe. That the whole idea was that they were supposed to save money, and the entire Doge project in totality, if you include court costs, you include all of the people that they had to pay out for unlawful firings, if you include all of the lawyers' fees, if you include everything in totality, they ended up losing the taxpayers $20 million. It is just like that this is again like the Trump administration in his first term, even before COVID hit, every presidency has some like major disaster that they have to deal with. They all have some like big shit that they got to pay out for, right? But even before COVID hit, Donald Trump had already set a record for most debt spending for a 10-year period. So like we already know that this is a guy who just cannot help himself but spend insane amounts of money. He just can't help himself. He is not good at budgeting.
Mass protests in Iran now entering a 6th day in a row. Thousands are taking to the streets over a spiraling economic crisis there. President Trump, meantime, posting a stark warning to Iran's leadership early this morning, saying,
it's the tariffs.
Kills peaceful protesters, the U.S. would intervene.
It's the tariffs, guys. Just kidding. It's not the tariffs. I watched a podcast a couple of days ago where it was a podcast with a couple of Iranian people, and they were watching TYT, and these are left-leaning progressives. These are left-leaning progressives. They're watching TYT, and they are like infuriated with the fact that like Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur keep saying that Iran is like a successful and flourishing country and they're doing well, but Trump's tariffs are really hurting their economy, and that there's fake protests, false flag protests that are being set up. They're all fake. They're not real protests happening, and that the media is lying, saying that there's protests all over the place when there's not, and that the people would not be protesting the Iranian government. They would be protesting Donald Trump's tariffs and Israel, because those are the things that are hurting Iran, not the Iranian government. I just said it's fucking insane. But yes, these are Iranian people who are laughing. They're like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, this has nothing to do with the economic hardship in Iran. The problem is that we have a horrible government that's been running us into the ground for decades now.
And that American forces are locked and loaded. Lucas Tomlinson is in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the very latest strong words from the president this morning. Lucas.
Indeed, Julie. Good morning. These protests have been
Never
going
heard of her.
nationwide in Iran over the past 6 days and are now in at least 27 different cities, Julie. And as you mentioned, President Trump posting a stern warning to the regime just before 3 a.m. in Palm Beach. I'll read you the full text, Julie. It says, the president said, quote, if Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter. At least 6 people have been reportedly killed in the protests this week. It started among shopkeepers and merchants in Tehran's Grand Bazaar. Students have now taken to the streets with truckers and bus drivers, protesting runaway inflation, a currency that has lost 40% of its value since Israel launched its 12-day war against Iran, supported by those American B-2 bombers, stealth fighter jets, and Tomahawk cruise missiles from the guided missile submarine USS Georgia. Iran's Secretary of its National Security Council responding to Trump in a post of his own, saying, quote, Trump should know that American interference in this internal issue is equivalent to chaos across the entire region and the destruction of American interests. The American people should know it was Trump who started the adventurism. They should look after their soldiers. Here was President Trump earlier this week.
I'm not going to talk about overthrow of a regime. They've got a lot of problems that are in. They have tremendous inflation. Their economy is bust. Their economy is no good. And I know that people aren't so happy, but don't forget, every time they have a riot or somebody forms a group, little or big, they start shooting people.
The editors of the Wall Street Journal wrote late yesterday that
I'm not going to talk about overthrow of a regime. They've got a lot of problems that are in. They have tremendous inflation. Their economy is bust. Their economy is no good. And I know that people aren't so happy, but don't forget, every time they have a riot or somebody forms a group, little or big, they start shooting people.
Every time somebody forms a group, they start shooting people. Every time somebody forms a group, they start shooting people. That's what I thought he said. That's what I thought he said. I was like, wait, there's no shot. He just said every time Iranians form a group, they start shooting people. There's no shot he just said that, right? There's no way. He would not say that. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck?
All right, this is actually kind of fun. So, you guys remember Andrew Wilson, Mr. Can't Open a Pickle Jar?
Appreciate it.
He,
What happened with him?
He got in a little thing with a girl named Charlie, who's some kind of debater. They had a 6-hour debate.
Your wife with the 3 baby.
What did I just say?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry. He went on the PBD podcast and started talking about his little incident that went viral. So I first want to play this video for you.
I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're too...
Yeah, he's able to afterwards say that he chose not to open the pickle jar because he didn't want to make the woman look bad. He wants everybody to know that women are just as smart and just as capable as men. And he was doing his feminist duty by not opening the pickle jar. So it was a virtuous act. He took one for the team.
Too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
They still, okay, so this is just so you guys know. They're doing a stream now. They're doing live streams now. And every time they do their live streams, they green screen the background from where they normally stand in front of a camera. They green screen that behind them now. So you can tell when they're moving around that it's like glitching a little bit around their heads and around their hair and shit. They literally green screen their background behind them.
You lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a
I still
fucking
think that's
dyke.
funny.
Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby.
What did I just say?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
doll. I'm sorry. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your hatred against...
Do the women that you try to?
Now, for those watching who are like, what is schniz?
Well, I believe it's someone that's, snizzes the snatches.
Yes, sir. So
Yeah.
he's calling her a lesbian.
Yes.
We love those.
Yes. Amen.
Keep on calling her that.
They shouldn't.
Charlie, did I bring
women. Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your family into anything?
Stupid.
Did I say anything about?
Well, yeah, maybe not her family, but that is like the gimmick of the whatever podcast is to like dig into their dating lives, dig into their personal lives, start like finding ways to criticize the way that they date people or the people that they sleep with or how many people they sleep with or the types of men that they like or the like this is the entire fucking show. This is what the whole show is just talking about the other people's dating lives. And so then all of a sudden somebody goes after his dating life and like what it is that he does in his personal life. And yeah.
About your family being stupid, Charlie? It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to set.
Now, I just want you guys to remember this conversation, this section started with him calling her too stupid, too effing stupid to understand.
So,
and then she didn't even insult his family. What she did was, hey, the way you carry your life, I'm not advocating for a position. She's saying it's incongruent with, and he went nuclear.
Yeah, you got heard. You got heard.
Tell people on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
All right, now we need some context on this man because she said he's not a traditional man.
He's not.
And this goes back, okay? It all started with a good old pickle jar.
I'm supposed to open the pickle jar? I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. You can't
You need to clip that. Andrew. That needs to be a sound clip. Andrew.
We get to watch an old clip of us. I'm gonna enjoy this. So this is happening on the Whatever podcast with our good friend Brian something. I hate him. I hate his podcast. This goober across from him is also an interesting character. Bro, I was so unbiased back then. But I guess they're having some kind of...
Thank God you were unbiased.
I think I glowed up just a little bit. You know?
Oh, jeez.
I do. This seems a little immature now. For
Hey, the guy
$1,000.
sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
It's just
slick now.
it's a little.
See, it
little
is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I gotta be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Uh-oh.
It's literally slippery.
I'm sorry. I don't care what nobody says. Is this meaningful in the grand scale? No, but it means everything.
For them.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it.
Okay, I can't watch this. I can't watch this. This is rough.
Nick Shirley came to Ukraine and made this video. And I'm talking about this right now because the vice president has literally just said that this guy is the best journalist in the world. But that doesn't quite add up because when I confronted Nick about what he did here in Kyiv,
Tom, if interested, I stumbled on first person shooter. Yes. What is this? First person POV of someone who sounded like a high-ranking military employee who was fired due to Doge. Oh. Got real. He posted yesterday in content suggestions. Okay. Oh wait. Is it the one, the Katie Fang one? I have this literally up next. The FBI sources exposed Trump lies about Epstein files.
he said what he was doing wasn't journalism, it was satire, and his entire reporting started to fall apart. Look at this. So here's the caption you put up. $175 billion goes a long way. This is the capital of Ukraine. What was the idea of the original tweet?
To show that what is happening in Ukraine and to show that people are still living a somewhat normal life in certain areas of, such as Kyiv.
Well, I think what you were doing is to try and show that there maybe isn't a war in Ukraine. You were basically trying to ride this sort of Tim Pool grifter type wave saying, you know, pulling silly faces, smirking at the people of this country saying, this is where your tax dollars are going. You cannot avoid that. That's what you were doing. Why can't you admit that?
Because I do not believe that by making satire on the internet commits a crime by any means.
Satire on the internet. You're looking at expensive cars in Ukraine and just making faces. And that's satire? What is the joke? What's the joke? I would ask him, what is the joke? What's the satire? What the fuck is the satire here? That it's supposed to like demean what it is that Ukrainians are going through. It's supposed to act as though there's not this horrible war right now that's killing millions of people and is ruining lives and like sending tons of refugees running. It's supposed to act like they're all living in luxury over here. They're all doing great. There's no problems because on one road there's a bunch of nice cars. That's...
Nick Shirley came to Ukraine.
POV, you're in Ukraine and you realize where your taxes are going. So, is the joke that our taxes are going to people's nice cars?
And I'm talking about this right.
That's the joke. I would ask him, like, what is the joke? And then if he doesn't like answer, then say, okay, so is the joke supposed to be that taxes are going to nice cars? And then if whatever he says is just like, yeah, it's a joke, I don't really think that our taxes are going to people's nice cars, then you say, are you in favor of our tax dollars getting sent to Ukraine? Just ask it. Are you in favor of our tax dollars getting sent to Ukraine? Because he's gonna say no. He's gonna say no, and you're gonna be like, and you're saying that you're not posting this in hopes of making people like be against sending tax dollars to Ukraine. You're not posting this in a way to like convince people that they shouldn't allow their tax dollars to get sent to Ukraine. That's what you're telling me right now. It's just a joke, but you're against sending money to Ukraine.
Commits a crime by any means.
Okay, so
commits a crime. What the fuck? Where did a crime
why
come
can't
from?
you admit that?
Because I do not believe by making satire on the internet commits a crime by any means.
Who said anything about a crime? Who said anything about a crime? Like, what is this?
Okay, so
going back.
This is a huge revelation. So you were actually doing satire.
In that post.
So it was satire.
Is there anything wrong with satire?
Okay, so you're telling me now that this was a joke and it's satire and this wasn't your actual reporting. This wasn't you being a journalist.
What do you mean?
Well, you were being satirical, right?
This guy's, he's kind of bad at this, but it's still interesting to hear the panic in Nick Shirley's voice. But this guy, he's not asking like any of the right questions.
You were joking. You're saying that this tweet was satire. The original report that you put out on TikTok, Instagram, and
like he's already said it's satire. To keep asking him if it's satire doesn't do anything. You can't just keep asking him 3 or 4 times. Oh, so it's satire. Yeah, it's satire. Oh, so this is a big revelation. So it's satire. Yeah, it's satire. So what you're telling me is that it's satire? Bro, we got that part. Now like push him on whether or not it's actually satire. Ask questions that would lead to it obviously not being satire.
Twitter was satire.
That was the first video I put out, and if you continue to follow me and watch the videos that will be coming out, you will very much see.
No, I've seen the backtracking, but why didn't you make it clear that it was satire?
Isn't that very obvious that it's clear that it's satire?
And just to recap on what Nick actually did here, he came to the Capitol, he pointed at some luxury cars, some cafes, people living their normal lives, and insinuated that there's no war, or that it's exaggerated, or that your American tax dollars are going on people's luxury cars in this country. And when this video went viral, I contacted his fixers, I found the exact people that brought him into this country, and they told me they showed him a bombed children's hospital, they took him to various aftermaths of missile strikes, of missile attacks, and he decided not to include it in any of his tips.
Oh. What the fuck? So he actually went there. He actually had people show him around. They actually showed him like where places were bombed and like buildings that are rubble and like, you know, families living in decay. And he just decided to like cut all of that. And he's just showing fucking luxury cars and shit like that. And they're just, this is where your tax dollars are going. Not like, you know, pointing at the people lined up in front of soup kitchens right now. Don't point at that for your tax dollars. Don't point at all of the people who are dying and say, you know, your tax dollars are going to protect these people from getting killed by Russian. No. Let's just focus on the luxury cars. Okay.
TikToks in any of his reporting in Ukraine, because Nick came to Ukraine to make propaganda, to be provocative, to be a MAGA influencer. And that's fine. There's plenty of people like that on YouTube and TikTok. But when you come to a country where people are being bombed every single day, there are air raid sirens going off as I'm speaking right now, then it crosses a line. And Nick has a very specific talent. He shows up somewhere, films a couple of streets, and announces he's cracked the whole story.
Every time I watch this kid, and this is like pretty normal with MAGA people, is I'll see them early on when they're kind of smaller, but they'll have their like first viral video or some shit. And I watch them and I think, this is like a one-hit wonder. This person's going nowhere. Like they're just not they're just not ready. They don't know what they're doing. This is like horrible logic. This is horrible reporting, horrible journalism, horrible thought processes, like just all of it's just so fucked. It's so stupid. Like there's no way. The first time I ever saw him is when he was going to protests in his city with his mom. He was going to protests with his mom, and he started asking people if they were being paid to protest. And literally, most everybody said no. Some people just walked away, and then there were other people who just kept saying, "Don't talk to him. Don't talk to him. Like we're not doing." And he kept getting like, "Oh, why are they saying don't talk to me? Oh, this is a cover up. Oh, it's obvious. Obviously, they're covering something up. They're telling people not to talk to me." But it was an they were literally in the middle of an organizers meeting where, like you guys see when I go to protests, there's lots of people with like vests on, right? They have volunteers who are supposed to be there to like make sure people stay off the road, make sure people aren't in the way of any other people on the sidewalk, make sure people aren't getting violent, make sure people aren't like getting into fights, make sure that like any agitators aren't like, you know, they're there to kind of keep the peace and make sure that like everything stays in accordance with whatever permit they have or whatever. Like, and they're having their meeting with all of the volunteers, and he's just walking up in the middle of their meeting and just asking people questions about whether or not they were paid to be there. And because they're like, hey, we're in the middle of a meeting, we can't sit here and just have a conversation with you about your dumb fucking Soros-funded parade. Like, we need to finish our meeting. He uses these clips as like, wow, they wouldn't even talk to me. It's obvious they're hiding something. And that means they're all getting paid by Soros. That is literally, I'm not even kidding. That was literally the conclusion that he came to because they wouldn't talk to him there. That was the first video I ever saw from this guy. And I thought, yeah, that's, this is stupid. And there's no way that a bunch of people are going to watch this little kid, like, try to just repeat the dumbest fucking propaganda that exists. Like, there's no way people are actually going to, like, but no, yeah, no, this is, like, very profitable. You just take the dumbest shit. I would bet you anything. He probably has videos about Haitians eating cats and dogs. I would bet you anything. This motherfucker, let's check. Let's check. What's his name? Nick Shirley.
They let in 3,500 Haitians. The place looks like a nuclear bomb.
The top floor, the classes would literally be filled with Haitians. Every single classroom. No white people, no nothing. It was just Haitians.
America need people, man. America need people because...
Across America, there has been a sudden influx of Haitian migrants being dropped off into small towns after rumors and videos of Haitian migrants eating pets in Springfield, Ohio, and then Donald Trump saying on that...
She's not Haitian. This woman is not Haitian. And she's not even an immigrant. She was not Haitian, and she was not an immigrant. And she's not in Springfield, Ohio either. This is like the everything about this fucking video. Everything about this fucking video. There was a woman who was like, I believe she had just gotten out of like an insane asylum and then ate her sister's cat. Like, alive. I'm not kidding, okay? Alive in the streets. Grabbed her sister's cat and ate the cat alive. And when the cops showed up, she had like blood all over her face and on her shirt and everything. She was not in Springfield, Ohio. She was not Haitian. She was not an immigrant. It was just a black woman who is fucking crazy. And they all use that as the evidence that Haitians were eating cats and dogs.
National television.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating
this is what I'm talking about. You can take what's another really stupid thing that like Trump has said over the last little while? Like, what's another like really, really dumb fucking thing that has been said by MAGA this year? What's another, like, just like the dumbest fucking conspiracy theories? Like, what are the, come on, give me another one. I bet you he has a fucking video on it. What's another one? Just the dumbest fucking shit, dude. I want to say like the empty their asylums here. That's not like that's not even one that's even like repeated by MAGA though. Like that's something that Trump says, but it's not even like repeated by MAGA. Whereas the Haitian thing was. So I'm sure he has stuff about like open borders. That one's obvious. Everybody has that one. I'm talking about like the ones that even like the majority of MAGA wouldn't repeat. Like, damn, I'm trying to think of another one. Like the other one that I was trying to think of is the fact that the Democrats during the government shutdown were trying to get insurance for illegal immigrants, but I think that was part of his last video with the Somalians, and he was like going to you're saying these are all like government funded services and shit. Like, this is PDX burning. I don't know what that is. Anti-vax. I'm trying to get something a bit more recent. Tylenol. Okay. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like he has anything on Tylenol.
J.D. Vance and several government officials on the platform publicly demanding an investigation.
Okay.
We want to talk about how small your penis is today? I really didn't want to talk about the size of how tiny your dick is.
I mean, you'd never see it.
Where your family come from?
You would never see it because it's so fucking small.
Kidnap. Where's yours?
My parents were born here.
No white people were born here.
Wait, what?
I really didn't want to talk about the size of how tiny your dick is.
I mean, you'd never see it.
Where your family come from? Where's you kidnapped? Where's yours?
My parents were born here.
No white people were born here, you dumb fuck.
Oh, really?
White people in the modern day.
I was born here.
Cultures don't come. There's no white culture that comes from the U.S.
I came out of the womb here in the United States.
Stay away from homeless people!
Do you realize that they did arrest a drug dealer?
Oh my god.
This is his own fucking short right now. Just by the way, guys, this is his own short. This isn't somebody else putting this out to dunk on him. This is his own fucking channel that put this out.
We're out here in the favela, baby. What law did I just break? What law did I break? He's been shoving the camera in my face.
You're in the public. You're shoving a camera in my face, man. Look at that camera. Oh my gosh, I'm so worried.
This is a white kind of privilege. Yo, you're evil.
You could be quiet.
I'm never gonna be quiet, especially when a man tells me to be quiet.
And you could stop talking to me, and that'd solve a lot of your problems tonight.
And now they've asked the prisoners to take off their shirts so they can show some of their tattoos.
¿Y todavía se sienten orgullosos de ser bandero? ¿Sí o no? ¿Sí?
Look, it's a bunch of guys in a car. Every time I see y'all, you're with a bunch of dudes who internalize homophobes. Y'all fuck each other's dick, bitch.
They just called you home.
Why are they posting their L's like this, dude? What the fuck is happening?
Any of his TikToks and any of his reporting in Ukraine, because Nick came to Ukraine to make propaganda, to be provocative, to be a MAGA influencer. And that's fine. There's plenty of people like that on YouTube and TikTok. But when you come to a country where people are being bombed every single day, there are air raid sirens going off as I'm speaking right now, then it crosses a line. And Nick has a very specific talent. He shows up somewhere, films a couple of streets, and announces he's cracked the whole story. No data, no depth, just vibes. And then we jump to Minneapolis. It's the same tactic: drop in, film selectively, inflame, provoke, declare victory, go viral, get retweets from the president. And I've just seen this clip of Nick being confronted by CNN.
The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers.
Every daycare is locked.
Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point.
And it's pretty much exactly the same as my interview with him back here in Ukraine. And the reason I confronted Nick is because I know how a lot of these people work, how they think. When I was very young, I had right-wing views and surrounded myself with people just like Nick. And I saw exactly how they operate and exactly the kind of tactics they use. It's how I confronted Phidias, and it's why I confronted Nick. But just to give you a full overview of how these people operate and to understand the tactics, it's basically provocation over accuracy, it's outrage over evidence, it's selective framing, weaponizing confusion, and then when you're challenged, claiming persecution, which is exactly what Nick did. When I confronted him, he said I was putting his family at risk.
For you to say that is very dangerous for my life and for the life of my family.
I think the people that are actually in danger right now, the people whose lives are in danger, are the people in this country, from the Russians who are sharing your video. So good luck with that. So yeah, while Nick's trending right now for being the best journalist in the world, I think it's pretty important to look back at his roots and remember what he did here in Ukraine. But yeah, if you want to watch the full confrontation, I'll leave a link.
You bring up a fair point, dude. So embarrassing, bro. Let's add that one. Let's add that one to the fucking compilation. You bring up a fair point.
To it under this video. It's a pretty hard watch. It's pretty difficult, but it also shows you who Nick is. It gives you an insight into his character, and it looks like, based on what he's been putting out recently, not much has changed. So yeah, if you want to check it out, I'll leave a link in the description. Thank you so much for watching.
One of the greatest things about being in partnership with the Midas Touch Network is I get to work with other contributors like Allison Gill. And when she reached out to me about her sourced, confidential, anonymous, new information regarding the Epstein files and how it was linked to my recent reporting that shows that it's not plausible, feasible, reasonable, or the truth that the U.S. Attorney's Office or the FBI just suddenly discovered 1 million more documents right around Christmas time that dealt with Epstein, Maxwell, and others, I jumped at the opportunity to be able to spend time with her. And so Alice and I got together and we recorded an episode that we are going to show you now so that you can be caught up.
How is it not journalism? That there's like rules to journalism, there's ethics to journalism, there's processes to journalism, there's ideas of like how to word things, how to get the truth out, how to verify stories, how to get secondary sources, primary sources. Like that's what makes it journalism, is you're doing journalism, right? If I just sit here and I just talk, I'm not doing journalism. LMAO, ethics to journalism in 2025. You understand that that doesn't change whether or not you think there's good ethics. Doesn't change whether or not he's doing journalism. You know that doesn't change anything. You're just helping my point. He's not doing journalism then. You're just making my point. Yes, he's not doing journalism. Tom just debunked all journalism. I don't know why you're pivoting. The question is whether or not he's doing journalism. This is what journalism is. He's not doing journalism. And yes, we can go back and watch CNN's reporting on this, where they go and do everything. You watch my video where I review Nick's video and I say, if he actually wanted to get this information, he would have called them, he would have done this, he would have done that, he would have gone this time, he would have checked this, he would have asked this person. And then you go watch CNN's video and they go and they approach him and they talk to him, and then they immediately turn around and go do all of the fucking things that I said he would have done if he was actually trying to do journalism. So, yes.
Up on why it doesn't seem real that the U.S. Attorney's Office suddenly discovered these documents, and why it just goes to show that the obstruction is the point.
I know I was supposed to take a break this week. I was supposed to have this week off, but I do have...
Whether or not he has ethics doesn't make it... Okay. So, what is journalism? Journalism is the practice of gathering, verifying, and presenting news and information about events, people, and ideas that are relevant to the public using various media like print, TV, radio, and the internet, with a core commitment to accuracy, fairness, and holding power accountable. It serves to inform society, explain the world, and provide context, acting as a conduit for objective storytelling rather than personal opinion. So no, you're just wrong. Ethics are what make it journalism. The practice is what makes it journalism. The process is what makes it journalism. It is not journalism just because you did something. I could go to the fucking McDonald's and record it and call it journalism. Like, that's not journalism. It's only journalism if the ethics conform to your far left bias. What part of what I said is far left bias? Like verifying sources, that's far left bias? Is that what you think? Or is it the actual like checking checking the information that you're putting out? Is that the far left bias? Which part of what I said was far left bias?
I have some exclusive breaking news that landed on my desk. And I have this for you. And this is about the claims made by Todd Blanche, Trump's former personal attorney, now Deputy Attorney General.
You literally went to them in person and tried to talk to them. Can you answer the question? I don't know. Why do you keep fucking moving the goalpost, dude? Just answer this is not hard. I'm asking the simplest fucking questions that are directly engaging with what it is that you say every time. And then you just go off on some totally irrelevant tangent right after. That's not checking, guys. It's not. No. Okay, let's say somebody accuses you of being a pedophile, okay? And I sit here in my room, not in front of the camera, not in front of a stream, not here, right? I sit here in my studio and I say, hey, Fad, did you have sex with those kids? And then later I come back here and I'm like, guys, I asked him. I asked Fad if he was a pedophile and he refused to answer. He wouldn't even answer. It's a simple question. It's just a simple question. I didn't ask it in a rude way. I wasn't pressing him. I wasn't. It wasn't a loaded question. I just said, "Did you have sex with those kids?" And he refused to answer. Just be real. Stop lying to yourself. You're literally on the left. Who are you talking to? So you would accept that as journalism? That I didn't actually come up to you and ask you the question. I didn't make it to where you could answer the question. I didn't put you in a opportunity to where it was even possible for you to answer the question. I asked it. So that's enough. There's no way you think that. You don't think that. You're not that fucking stupid. Nobody is that stupid. But you choose to try to convince yourself that this shit makes sense.
Still his personal attorney. And Todd Blanche's claims that, oops, we found 1 million never seen before Epstein documents. Now, he says he was contacted by the FBI New York field office and the Southern District of New York. Well, maybe
it looks like a big part of his journalism will be proven correct. You mean the parts that were proven before he ever went there and did anything? He didn't prove anything. He didn't make any like new claims about what was happening with the fraud. He said that he found fraud, which he didn't. There was tons of articles, tons of fucking cases out there, tons of DOJ investigations, like tons of shit that was already going on with this shit. That part was not new. The shit that he did outside of that, which was that there were no kids in the classrooms, that's already been disproven. The fact that he was the fact that he, like, all of these insurance buildings or insurance companies being in the same building is like evidence of fraud. There wasn't evidence of any fraud. The fact that the doors were locked and the windows are blacked out so that somebody can't just stand on the sidewalk staring into the fucking building and jack off like this is, or some shooter can't just walk in and shoot. Like, this is all these are not crazy fucking things that he's treating as though so suspicious, so weird that this would happen. It's normal as fuck. This is just the most normal shit you've ever seen in your fucking life. And then on top of that, like he made a big deal about the sign saying Leering Center. We just went and pulled up fucking Google Earth, and the sign that they had right before this one had the full learning with the N and everything. And then somebody asked them afterwards, why does the sign not have the N? They said, we just got it. It's a copy, a print mistake, and we're waiting for the new one. I agree that his methodology needs work, but claiming he's not doing journalism because he doesn't meet your personal bias. Stop, Thad. If you're going to keep repeating that stupid fucking talking point, tell me what part of what I said was biased. What part? Answer the fucking question. Don't why? What is wrong with you? Like, is your head seriously this fucking swollen? What is wrong with you? What part of what I said is biased? What part of when I explained journalistic standards, what part of that only applies to the left? What part of that? Which one? Which part of it? Is it? Which part? This is not a hard fucking question. If you're going to keep saying that the standard is biased, okay, what part of that standard that I gave you is biased? What part of that is left-leaning bias?
Maybe he didn't say it. Maybe the White House said it, because now the White House controls the Department of Justice Twitter account, which is banana pants in its own right. That's a whole different story. But somebody at the DOJ social media account says that
you're pretending he didn't check, even though he literally went and tried to talk to them multiple times, is quite literally biased. All right, we already went over this. I'm not going to keep going in fucking circles with you. I already asked you the question about the pedophilia. You refuse to answer. I can't keep going in fucking circles with you if you just keep pivoting every time we get to the point where you show that you're just making shit up and you don't know what you're talking about.
Todd Blanche was contacted by the Southern District of New York FBI field office, and whoa, we've got 1 million new documents, and he's put lawyers on it from the National Security Division at Maine Justice. Will talk.
You would never make that argument if the story was something you agreed with. Really? So like the people that I watched calling Trump a pedophile, saying that we have proof that Trump's a pedophile, and I sit here saying over and over that there's not any evidence of this and that this has not been verified, and that the people who keep saying that just because there's a cover-up that this means that he's a pedophile, that like they're wrong. This isn't me like disagreeing with something that would go along with my bias. When we're talking about whether or not the Haitians do commit fraud and whether or not they were engaged in a bunch of acts of fraud, that isn't me going against my like bias that you think I have. This is all you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just making shit up. You're just saying you're too biased, and you for some reason are projecting that onto me. Wow, imagine I ignored your dumb bullshit. Yes, anytime it's too hard for you to answer a simple question that totally destroys the fucking shit that you're saying. You just call it dumb bullshit and then just ignore it, because a normal person would explain how it's dumb bullshit, but instead you just ignore it and then keep going in circles, just making the claims again.
Talk about that and who's part of that. And lawyers in the Southern District of Florida. There was a memo that went out that said, hey, lawyers in the Southern District of Florida, even though your life sucks and we fired all your colleagues and morale is in the shitter, we would love for you to spend your Christmas holiday kind of hinting at, hey, if you're Jewish, Hanukkah's over. Will you remotely redact these files and help, protect pedophiles? I'm sure you would love to do that for your holiday season. So we had that. And I actually reached out to sources, to sources at the FBI who I've spoken to before, I've been speaking to for most of the year, and sources at the Department of Justice who participated in the project to redact the Epstein files, also known as, to most FBI agents who worked on it, this bullshit. And they did this past March, and they have actually exposed Todd Blanche's lies. And like I said, I have that exclusive breaking news for you here on the Midas Touch Network today. So welcome to the breakdown. Okay, and joining me today, I couldn't think of a better person to join me today.
I just saw this on my feed, bro. Look at this. Look at this shit. This girl's thumbnail, or her title says, it's got Trump and Putin on it, and it says, Israel is controlling Trump and nobody is noticing. Bruh. Look at this noticer. Look at this noticer over here. Nobody's made this claim. There's nobody who's ever made this claim that Trump is being controlled by Israel. This is a thing that just nobody's said anything about. Nobody's noticed. Wow. What? I'm glad she has those glasses on so she's capable of seeing. She can notice things. Wow. Got a full-on noticer over here.
Today, because of some reporting that my colleague here at Midas Touch did about the 1 million document lie. Someone who's been reporting on this did a report the day after Christmas. My colleague here, like I said, at Midas, Katie Fang. Katie, hello, welcome.
Ooh, Allison, it's so nice to be with you, and happy holidays.
Thank you. You as well. This is what we do over the holidays. Big ups to women in independent media for getting this information out. First of all, everybody needs to see your reporting on this alleged 1 million document discovery being peddled by Todd Blanche, who's already been caught in so many lies this term. Documentary evidence. I'm thinking of the Abrego case where he said I had nothing to do with the decision to charge Mr. Abrego with crimes. Oops, because of some discovery we pried out of the government. Turns out that was a lie. I feel like Maury Povich. Turns out, lie detector says, that was a lie. So he's already been caught.
You are the father, yeah.
You are the father of a bunch of bullshit.
A whole bunch of lies.
So, not only should he not be trusted, Katie, it should be assumed that the opposite of whatever he says is actually the truth. So 100%. You went over a couple of letters and memos and statements that indicate that the Department of Justice has had the New York FBI field office and Southern District of New York Epstein files for a long time now. So let's start, and we're going to have a link in the show notes, by the way, to your report, because I absolutely love it. So let's start with a letter that Jamie Raskin sent to Pamela Jo Bondi pursuant to whistleblower survivors and survivors' attorneys who came and spoke to him as protected whistleblowers.
Yeah, you got to hand it to certain members of Congress that have doggedly made this a priority, in addition to all the other hard work that they've been doing on behalf of all Americans. And I always underscore this, that it's regardless of party affiliation, they're fighting for all of us, whether you like it or not, right? Whether you appreciate it or not, they are. And I think of people like Jamie Raskin and Robert Garcia and others, right? So Jamie Raskin, back on November 3rd of 2025, sent this letter to Pamela Jo. Pam Bondi, sorry. I call her Pamela Jo.
So do I.
Okay. Yes. Pamela Jo, Pammy Jo, gets this letter back on November 3rd. And
I've never heard anybody call her that before. Like when they called her Pamela Jo Bondi, I was like, what is that? Is this a different Pam Bondi? Who the fuck is Pamela Jo Bondi? This is not, I've never heard of this person. The two of these, so gay. Oh, I call her Pamela Jo Bondi. Ugh.
What's impeccable about Jamie Raskin is he brings receipts always. And not only does he have plethora of footnotes and endnotes, but he cites to the counsel for the Epstein victims and survivors when he says that up until January of 2025, and of course, no coincidences, right? When Trump gets sworn into office, there were representations made that there was an ongoing investigation into co-conspirators of Epstein, Maxwell, and others. And then suddenly and abruptly in January of 2025, not only are those investigations terminated, but the entirety of the Epstein case file is transferred to Main Justice, which is what we refer to as the Department of Justice located in Washington, D.C. So Raskin, as early, we'll say early, not late, as November 3rd of 2025, in his letter to Pamela Jo, states that there was an active investigation into Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators until January of 2025. And then in January, the Southern District of New York was ordered by Main Justice to transfer the Epstein case files to DOJ headquarters in Washington, D.C. Since that time, January of 2025, crickets in terms of any type of outreach, active investigation, or active pursuit of any of the threads that you could pull, financial or otherwise, that could be relevant to Epstein and Maxwell. And so when I saw that, Allison, I was like, whoa, hold a second. How in the world can Todd Blanche, as the Deputy Attorney General of the United States, now make a public affirmative representation to us as Americans that they, quote unquote, suddenly found more than 1 million documents?
Right. And, then you brought up a letter from Pammy Joe to Kash Patel that she wrote way back on February 27th. And it had something to do with, I've heard that there are now a bunch of files that you found in New York. You need to send them to me. You have until tomorrow morning, and then you have 14 days to tell me why, et cetera. So talk about that letter as well.
Well, that was kind of outrageous. And let me be clear, too. Congressman Raskin, Jamie Raskin, also...
Wait, that didn't just come out. We've known about that since February. Like, we when they did the whole Epstein binders thing, we knew about this immediately after.
Demanded information for Pamela Joe. And of course, they got nothing, right? Because why bother? Why bother to have transparency in your role to Congress, even though Congress understandably is looking from, House Judiciary? They're like, hey, we need to have this information. So this letter that you just talked about, it's such a curious tenor, right? Because it's dated February 27th from Pamela Joe to Kash Patel. And it basically is, again, going through the chronology of Pamela Joe trying to cover her ass in terms of trying to get her hands on the Epstein files. Now, there's no coincidences again. February 27th, the date of this letter, Allison, is the same date that Pamela Joe sat down at the White House with 15 far-right MAGA influencers, and she herself personally delivered, quote-unquote, Epstein file binder number 1. And present at that meeting was convicted felon Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Todd Blanche, Kash Patel, and others, right? So they're all there for this big fanfare that was a big womp womp, nothing new. But she tells Kash Patel on this letter that late yesterday, as of February 26, I learned from a, quote, source that the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents.
Bro, what are they doing? Why are they acting like this is new information? We knew this back then. This is right after they came out with the fucking Epstein binders. Am I missing something here? What is happening? What's happening? She came out with the Epstein binders, and it turned out there was no new information in the Epstein binders. And then when everybody was mad that they just did this whole song and dance, they're going over the background. I don't think they are. They said that they and now we know about this letter that was written to Kash Patel from Pam Bondi all the way back in February. So that they didn't present it as now this is similar to what happened back in February. They presented it as now with the Epstein files coming out, now we also got this little bit of information
related to the investigation and indictment of Epstein. Because she says earlier in this letter, Allison, that she had only received 200 pages of documents, most of which, 99% of which had already been made publicly available. So she demanded by February 28th at 8 a.m. that you, the FBI, deliver, quote, the full and complete Epstein files to my office. And she said, you also have to give me a report within 14 days, comprehensively covering why my order to the FBI was never followed to begin with. And of course, once again, crickets. There's no evidence of a comprehensive report ever been generated by Kash Patel, nor is there evidence that thousands of pages of documents were sent over to the DOJ as far back as the end of February of 2025.
No. So we're sitting here looking at these letters, assuming that...
Well, they said afterwards that the New York DOJ was refusing to comply. They said that they were refusing to give them the documents. I think this is it. Yeah, February 27th, 2025, U.S. Attorney General presses FBI to release all files from Epstein. In a public letter, Attorney General Pam Bondi asked FBI Director Kash Patel to also investigate why thousands of documents related to Epstein's probe were withheld by the agency. Bondi released the first phase, newly declassified files, Thursday, but it contained no major new allegations about Epstein, nor revelations about his associates. Epstein was arrested, blah, 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 I don't care. She demanded all information related to the disgraced financier turned over, regardless of how it was obtained. Late yesterday, I learned from source that the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of Epstein. She wrote in the letter, despite my repeated questions to the FBI, never disclosed the existence of the files. Additionally, Bondi directed the FBI Director Kash Patel to conduct an immediate investigation into why her order to the FBI was not followed. You will deliver a comprehensive report of your findings, personnel, 14 days. In a post on X, Patel said the agency was entering a new era, one that will be defined by integrity, accountability, and the unwavering pursuit of justice. There will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned, he wrote. While running for the White House, President Trump had promised to release the Epstein list, a rumored document that some believe may link high-profile individuals to sex crimes. But the limited information in the latest batch of files disappointed some Republicans, including Representatives Anna Paulina Luna, who leads House Republicans' task force on government transparency. I nor the task force were given or reviewed the Epstein documents being released today. Luna posted on X. This is not what we or the American people asked for, and a complete disappointment. Yeah, I could have sworn there was a reply. In March and spanning early into 2026, the U.S. Department of Justice DOJ faced intense scrutiny for bipartisan backlash, missed deadline. I just want to make sure that I'm correct on this because I could be wrong, but I could have sworn there was actually like a reply from the New York field office, and then I could have sworn like Pam Bondi or somebody was saying that they were refusing to give them back, and that they were going to like have to press charges or fire people or some shit. And but this was all also during the Doge shit, and that might have been related or there might have been similar stories around that time where I remember there was New York field offices that were refusing to comply with Doge, and then there were prosecutors who were quitting over unethical requests. Let's see. Let's see. The accusation on February 27th, 2025, Bondi sent a letter to Patel stating that she had learned from a source that the New York field office was in possession of thousands of pages of records that had not been disclosed to her office. Order deliver full and complete files. The response, Patel stated there would be no cover-ups. Internal investigation. Bondi tasked Patel with conducting an investigation into why the FBI had initially withheld these records and demanded personal action within 14 days. The files were linked to the Southern District of New York, which oversaw the original Epstein investigation and prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell, while Bondi's initial February demand resulted in large document transfer. Political tensions continued through 2025. So, according to this, they did release more files after the New York thing. Bondi and Patel issued a joint memo stating the exhaustive review found no uncharged client list, leading to a temporary halt in further disclosures after the passage of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So yeah, this says the files were linked to the Southern District of New York, which oversaw the original Epstein investigation and prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell, while Bondi's initial February demand resulted in a large document transfer. Political tensions continued throughout 2025. So this does say there was a large document transfer. So it does sound like there was some sort of result there.
Todd Blanche is full of it.
There's no evidence of a comprehensive report ever been generated by Kash Patel, nor is there evidence that thousands of pages of documents were sent over to the DOJ as.
According to this, that's not true. Is there a link here? I can't see. There's not. Fuck. Oh, wait, here. Great New York Post. Great. Okay. The New York Post on December 31st. Oh, wait. DOJ working around the clock on Epstein release within millions. Okay, so this is just talking about the fact that oh, wait. July. Okay. Maybe this will say it. Can she finish her point? What do you think the point is going to be? There was never a report, and there was never any evidence of files being released to the DOJ. You think maybe her point afterward, when she finishes it, is going to be, but actually, everything I just said is the exact opposite of what I said 2 minutes ago. Do you think that's what she's going to say? She's going to pull a Tim Pool where she, like, 1 minute says this thing, and then a couple minutes says the exact opposite, as though she never said the first thing? Okay, given the serious question about the veracity of Attorney General Bondi public statements regarding the Epstein-related records in the DOJ possession and effects questions are having on the public's ability to trust the DOJ's July 7th findings that there is no incriminating client list, I ask that you provide the following information and materials no later than August 1st, 2025. Have you personally reviewed the files of the DOJ's possession related to Jeffrey Epstein? Is the FBI in possession of further Epstein-related records that the DOJ has not reviewed? The records DOJ released on February 27th did not include a client list. Attorney General Pam Bondi claimed on February 21st that she had the client list sitting on her desk right now to review. What was your understanding of the nature of the Epstein-related records Attorney General Pam Bondi was reviewing prior to February 27th? Attorney General Pam Bondi claimed a whistleblower disclosed that thousands of pages of additional Epstein-related records existed and were being kept by the Southern District of New York. A, were you aware of this Epstein-related whistleblower? B, if so, what actions did the FBI take to review the whistleblower's claims? For any claims the FBI verified, what actions did the FBI take to identify and pursue those additional Epstein-related records? Did the FBI ultimately recover the additional documents based on the whistleblower's disclosure? D, did the FBI provide a written report per the Attorney General's request regarding the FBI's actions around the additional documents identified in this whistleblower's claim? If yes, please provide the DOJ Office of the Inspector General, the committee, a copy of the report. Aside from the negative backlash Attorney General Pam Bondi received over the February 7th record release, What was the purpose of placing almost 1,000 FBI IMD personnel on 24-hour shifts to review Epstein-related records over the course of a 2-week period in March? Okay. Okay, so yeah, so that would mean that they did get Epstein-related files from the New York field office. 6, who made the decision to assign hundreds of New York field office personnel to this March review of Epstein-related records? 7, why were personnel told to flag records in which President Trump was mentioned? A, what happened to the records mentioning Trump once they were flagged? B, is there a log of records mentioning President Trump? If yes, please transmit a copy of the log to the Committee of OIG. 8, did the personnel review any correspondence to Mr. Epstein, including letters compiled in a reported leather-bound album as part of this year's review? Okay. Yeah, it does sound like there was a bunch of shit that was released.
As far back as the end of February of 2025.
No, so we're sitting here.
Never followed to begin with. And of course, once again, crickets. There's no evidence of a comprehensive report ever been generated by Kash Patel, nor is there evidence that thousands of pages of documents were sent over to the DOJ as far back as the end of February of 2025.
No, so we're sitting here looking at these letters, assuming that Todd Blanche is full of it, and that these documents had already been transferred early in the year. Well, I have to tell you.
Yeah, so she says there's no evidence of them being transferred as far back as February of 2025. So she's saying from today all the way to February, never in between was there any document transfer from the New York field office. Or she said there's no evidence of a transfer, but there is evidence of a transfer. It's the fact that we were told that the New York field office asked, I think they said 1,000 agents, or I don't know if they said 1,000 agents or a bunch of agents from the New York field office to go through thousands of Epstein documents, but it does sound as though, yes, there was a bunch of at least 1,000 Epstein documents that they had to go through from the New York field office.
Because on your show here on Midas Touch, you said, given that turnaround and the demand by Pam Bondi, that if you were being generous and showing the government a little bit of grace and being a little generous, that the Department of Justice would have received all the New York files probably in March. Okay. Now, Katie, when I saw those letters, I reached out to the same sources who told me about the 1,000 people locked in the building, confirming Jason Leopold's reporting from March.
Okay.
I got new information about there being an Excel spreadsheet to log Trump's name and a master file Excel spreadsheet.
I remember that report from you. Yeah.
PowerPoint presentation with training videos on how to find and redact Trump's name and mark stuff for redaction in the Epstein Transparency Project, which is hilarious. Well, I reached back out to them about these letters. And again, these are the same ones who told me about the training.
So yeah, so this is what I was about to say when we were going over the last paper, is that it sounds as though that Donald Trump lived in New York. This was his like original, residence. And it is where Epstein also had a home in New York. And my assumption when they said that there was a New York field office that still had a bunch of Epstein related files was that these were files that were related to Trump. These were investigations that had like Trump's name in them, and that these were left out because they had Trump's name in them. And so they had hoped that if they just put something out with Epstein's name on it and got a bunch of YouTube influencers to show up and hold their binders and take pictures and do their photo shoots, that they could then afterwards keep pointing back to that moment and be like, no, we did release Epstein files. Remember? They all came up here and they were all so happy. You guys remember how happy all those YouTubers were? And they thought that like, because these YouTubers are not mainstream media, they'll just be happy for anything. They'll take whatever they get. And then they'll go back to their YouTube channels and they'll feed it to their audiences as though they have inside information, as though they got the good shit. And then they didn't. All the YouTubers went back and were like, what is this shit? Like, we've reported on this. Like, tons of times. We've already talked about this on our own channel tons of times. There's nothing in this that's new. What the fuck is this? And so then they were probably sitting there like, fuck, we're trying to get all these people to be happy that they got some shit, just so that they wouldn't, just so that maybe we could never have to deal with the files in the New York office. Yeah, that is my assumption, is that's why all of those were left out. That's why all of those were, why they made such a big deal about it, and then just kind of forgot about it afterwards.
Videos, which again was confirmed by Jason Leopold this past November, and sources say that not only did New York send over everything they had in March, but that the entire review process using the 1,000 analysts from the Information Management Division.
The PowerPoint presentation thing was public information. The fact that they were like taught how to deal with Trump and like flag Trump's name in anything, and all of that, like, yeah, that was all. She got that info. Oh, you're saying she was the person who was the first to report it, you mean? I don't think, to me, it's not like super suspicious that if Trump's name was in the files that they would go and flag them and highlight them and all, like get all of the files that have his name in them for review and shit like that. That's not surprising to me at all. That's not odd to me. Because I would expect Joe Biden to do the same thing, right? I would expect, like, if Joe Biden like found out that his name was all over the Epstein files, I would expect them to be like, okay, let's get all the files that have his name in it. Let's highlight all of this shit. Let's flag it. Let's make sure that we have like a way of filing all of this to where they can like go through it and see what it is that has his name in it. That seems pretty standard. But the Trump administration is another fucking animal, though. The problem is that when they do anything like that, nobody's gonna fucking trust them to actually do it for like review. Like we would expect like the Biden administration to be like, yeah, we want you to know like what all is in there about you, what's there. We want to be able to prepare for it. We want to make sure that there's nothing that's gonna like blackmail that's gonna be able to be used for foreign adversaries. We want to make sure that there's like nothing. We want to make sure that, like, yes, just mainly you're able to prepare for this. You're able to get your PR team ready. Like, you're able to figure out what it is that you want to do. And we can just inform you and your lawyers and all of that on what's going on. Like, that seems normal. Did Biden do that with his son and the charges against him? Yes. Biden was given, like, regular updates on his son's case. What do you mean? This is, like, one of the things that, like, MAGA heads use all the time against Biden. It's like, well, he was given updates on the case, and he said that he was mad about how slow the, like, it doesn't matter. He didn't actually interfere. He never went and like talked to anybody about it. He never went, like, people who were involved in the case were not doing these things. That's different than them going through and organizing and reviewing things, though. Wait, hold on. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, is that in order to give Biden updates on what is in the files about him, they would have to go and flag the shit and organize it so that they know where his name is written, like what it says about him, and like what the implications are, and they're able to give it to him and his team and be able to say like, hey, this is your shit. Like, that's the part that I'm talking about, is that. But yeah, with Trump, like, we're gonna assume they're doing some shady shit. Like, they're gonna go and like take the shit out. Yeah, and I'm saying the Biden admin wouldn't have done that. You just said that they wouldn't have done that with Hunter, though, and they did. Is the point. They did.
The FBI, that exercise was specifically to review the boxes of files from New York, 300,000 pages, 100,000 files from New York. And they were to redact them and send them to the Department of Justice for eventual release. That was their job. And one source told me it was a comprehensive set of files from New York, with some of the files dating back to 2009, around the Sweetheart deal time.
Yeah.
So this wasn't just like we found a couple of files, or we found some grand jury materials, or, we found the 302s. This was supposed to be a comprehensive set. And they have confirmed that entire exercise in March, where they paid $1 million in overtime for a week, when they locked 1,000 people in the building, 24, 48-hour shifts. That review was the review of the New York files Pam Bondi asked Kash Patel for in the February 27th letter. That's according to people who were there. I said, was your job there in response to that Pam Bondi letter? They said, yes, that is our understanding. So I just had to let you know that.
That's like nuts. But it's so on brand, isn't it? I mean, again, I've always tried to be generous about the construction of this and to not think that it's totally nefarious. And one of the most generous ways to interpret this is like the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing kind of energy. And yet that doesn't actually pass the smell test here. They have had possession and or have known about this.
I think they're just reviewing old stuff. So I think the point right now is that they're talking about the fact that we just got a big drop of a ton of files related to the Epstein case. But there's tons of pages that are blacked out from top to bottom. Tons of them just completely blacked out. And the thought is, this is probably what they were doing when they were all locked in the building and they were all going through and they were supposed to be flagging shit and like finding Trump's name and all of this, that this is exactly what they were doing, is they were just redacting entire pages that mentioned Trump. They were just going to make sure that all of it was gone, like that it just disappeared and that there was no way for anybody to see what the fuck was on it. That I'm pretty sure that's what they're getting at right now, is that it's not just going over old shit, but they're talking about the fact that like we know that this happened back then and now we're getting a bunch of pages that are totally blank. So
stuff, which is why the July memo that was publicly released by the FBI and the DOJ together, right, jointly, claiming that there was nothing there, that it was all a nothing burger, that they had reviewed 300 gigabytes of data and evidence, and that
instead of doing the actual redaction work for the actual victims and shit. Oh, I mean, look, we already know that Trump does not give a fuck about the victims. Trump has never once like mentioned the victims and talked about them in any sort of like sincere fashion. And he has apparently behind the scenes talked about them as a bunch of like lying snakes and that they're like, you can't trust anything that they say. When Marjorie Taylor Greene told Trump that she was, or when Marjorie Taylor Greene made a public statement saying that if the Epstein files weren't released and the client list wasn't released, she was going to release it herself. And Marjorie Taylor Greene says she got a call from Trump saying that if she did that, that she was going to hurt his friends and that she needed to stop, and that he like screamed and yelled at her. And that was the last time they ever spoke. So and they would have to be lawyers or legal aids to know. I mean, they wouldn't have to necessarily be lawyers. Like lots of people in the FBI get like law degrees and shit like that. That's not all that uncommon, but this was a DOJ. I believe this was a DOJ field office. So yeah, it was going to be all legalese.
That there were no more co-conspirators to investigate, et cetera. I mean, it was such a big show in July. And to know that they've had their hands on this, Allison, just goes to show that the true conspiracy is happening in the Trump administration.
Yeah, for sure. And Katie, I took this a step further after watching your report, reaching out to sources at the FBI and DOJ that reviewed the files in March, current and former. I recalled, as I mentioned earlier, Jason Leopold at Bloomberg recently in November released 76 pages of internal FBI emails about the Epstein redaction project. So I figured I'd look in those emails to see what it said about the files from New York. Here's one email This is from the assistant director of the FBI.
Yeah, so she, just to be clear, she did do the Tim Pool thing. She did do the Tim Pool thing, where at one point she said, going all the way back to February, there's no evidence of any sort of file transfer or any documents ever coming out of the New York field office. And then right after, they're like, and we do have evidence that they had a bunch of files come out of the New York field office where they went and, you know, flagged Trump's names and blah, blah, blah. Like, okay.
FBI Information Management Division. The IMD is that 1,000+ agents that were redacting the files. Her name is Sharon Perry. She's all over these emails. It's dated March 10th. Okay, so think about that, everybody. This is 12 days after Pam Bondi demanded the files. And this email says, we are prepared to receive boxes tomorrow as New York agents are traveling to the Washington field office in the morning and will arrive to Winchester, where they will start photographing and we will start scanning and processing these physical files. Once I see the volume of files, I'll have a better estimate of processing times, although I suggest we do a rolling delivery to further demonstrate the FBI's commitment to delivery and transparency.
Unbelievable.
So March
10th, 2025.
Now, here's an email sent from April 15th. From the FBI IMD assistant director, same person, April 15th, a little over a month later. Also, did you happen to send the results of the below to headquarters and or DOJ at any point? If not, no worries. Just want to confirm if there are any additional deliverables to provide to the Department of Justice. To date, we have provided the redaction project and the 1B Excel summary of the video and media content. So there is an April 15th email saying, want to confirm if there are any additional deliverables to provide to the Department of Justice. To date, we have provided the redaction project and the 1B Excel summary of the video and media content. So there is an April 15th.
Okay, I'm so confused. Thank you, Leslie. Any chance there's documents summarizing the 1A material in finer detail? Justin, did you happen to receive anything from 1A review? Also, did you happen to send the results of the below to HQ and or DOJ at any point? If not, no worries. Just want to confirm if there are any additional deliverables to provide to DOJ. To date, we have provided the redaction project and the 1B Excel summary of video media content. Oh, shit. Bro, they have to be found in contempt. They have to be found in contempt. They have to be found in contempt. They have to. They fucking have to. They gotta find these motherfuckers in contempt. There's no way. There's no fucking way, dude. There's no way. They have to. They have to. There's got to be something here. Like, you guys remember when Pam Bondi and Kash Patel both came out and they said there is no client list, there is no Epstein files, there's nothing else to see here, everybody can move on now. And then all of the MAGA people started getting mad at Pam Bondi, and they're all like, she's got to be fired, she's a fucking idiot, she's incompetent, she's lying to Trump. And then Trump comes out and Trump's like, you guys are still talking about the Epstein list? Like, what's wrong with you guys? Like, shut the fuck up about this shit. It doesn't matter. Anybody who's still talking about the Epstein list, you're not MAGA. You're not America First. You're not MAGA. You're not part of my movement if this is how you're going to act. And yes, it's all Trump. Like, all of them fucking blame Pam Bondi through this whole thing, and they're all like, oh, I can't believe she's betrayed us. Like, she betrayed you. Bro, she's hired for this. This is what she was hired for. What the fuck do you think? You think they went and got the Florida Attorney General? You think they went and got the woman from Florida where Epstein lives? You think they went and got her? Just by chance? This is just random that the woman who's the Attorney General in Florida is the one that he hires? The one who probably has a lot of knowledge on the Epstein case? Like, Epstein was mainly active in 2 states, Florida and New York. These are the 2 places where the majority of his pedophilia was engaged in. And that just so happens to be the 2 places that Donald Trump worked or lived as well. And you went and got the Attorney General from Florida. I believe she was the acting attorney general at the time in Florida when he brought her on to his cabinet. This is to me, I don't know, this seems pretty obvious. Like, this is what she's there for. She's there for this.
No worries. Just want to confirm if there are any additional deliverables to provide to the Department of Justice. To date, we have provided the redaction project and the 1B Excel summary of the video and media content. So there is an April 15th email saying we have sent over the comprehensive Epstein files from New York field office over to Washington, to the FBI, to be processed, redacted, reviewed, and sent to the Department of Justice pursuant to Pamela Bondi's letter.
Past tense, we have provided, past tense, the redaction project. And this is as of April 15th of 2025.
Yeah. So March, you gave them a little grace. I guess they needed a little more grace to get it, to get it done by April 15th, tax day. And Katie, I also wanted to point out something that you mentioned in your reporting, that Blanche had assigned redactions to the national security lawyers at Maine Justice.
That's right. Because that was a part of one of the permissible withholdings and redactions that was allowed under the Transparency Act.
Now, I just want to make sure everybody knows who's in charge of that group of lawyers. It's a guy named John Eisenberg. And if that sounds familiar, it's way...
What the fuck are you talking about, Don Dodo? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you saying if you were a mod, is this supposed to be like some sort of, is this supposed to be some sort of like hypothetical or some sort of a simile to Donald Trump? Don Dodo said, if I was mod, day one, I would unban everybody. Unban all of them. He's a day two. He's like, yes, I would, even Katmir, unbanned. By day two, I'd become the only banned person because I'd get banned by Dom. Arguing with Russian bots is somehow more engaging than MAGA. Who are you arguing with? Oh, you're mad. You're mad that all of the Russian bots are gone because you would rather argue with them than MAGA. That's what you're saying? So you want to unban everybody because all of the Russian bots got banned?
In the past, but Katie, that's the same lawyer who removed Alex Vindman's edits.
The impeachment stuff. Oh my God, with Zelensky shit. Oh my gosh.
That's the guy who...
This is why I'm first in line for the next mod and not Don. Spartacus is first in line for the next mod. He just, he's holding out on me. We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him.
Wouldn't accept Vindman's edits on the transcript. And that's the guy who hid that transcript in the secret code word classified system to keep eyes off. So, known document manipulator is in charge of redacting the Epstein files.
But you know what else is, but you know, there really shouldn't, well, I mean, you know what, I could be totally dead wrong on this, right, Allison? But there really shouldn't be a lot of national security information, you would think, in this. Then again, I don't know, there's a reason why everybody's been talking about, who was it? It was Mike Johnson, right? Who was like, oh, was Trump actually an agent or was he doing something for the government? I mean, look, I don't mind if stuff is redacted for classified purposes. I actually raised in this video I did yesterday my concern that 15 days that the DOJ has, or the Attorney General has, to present to Congress. My fear, Allison, is Pamela.
Yeah, Joe's got to play. Joe's got to play Call of Duty first.
Joe waits until the very end of that rolling production. So we don't get it from the 15 days from December 19th, the explanation of what was withheld and redacted. We actually get it.
Tom's afraid of me. We would be on the same team. We would be on the same team.
Whenever the hell this ends. And according to Blanche, it's going to take at least a few more weeks to be able to even go through.
That is one thing that I'm a little frustrated by with Arc Raiders, though. And if Mantis is listening, I'd like to know what she thinks. But for Arc Raiders, I do feel like 4 is a better squad. I feel like Arc Raiders would be better if you were able to do 4s. They only allow you to do 3s at most, and teams of 3s. And I think like teams of 4s just would be better. Like to be able to split off into 2s and take people on, that would be fucking righteous. But they do it in 3s to where if you split off at all, you would do 2 and 1, and that's It's a lot harder. Disharmony, I told you. It is kind of built for that, but yeah. It's funny watching other people play. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's a different game. It's a different game, bro. 4 would be better for friends, but 4 on a map, however, on a map X, however, many would be just too much. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think it would be too much. I think because there's lots of games where we just don't see people. There's tons of games where we just don't see a single person the whole fucking time. That I don't know that would be too much, because especially everything is different, right? Every game is different, and when you do singles by yourself, that's very different than doing doubles. And when you do doubles, that's very different than doing triples. But that's the same as Call of Duty. In Call of Duty, you can do singles, you can do doubles, you can do triples, or you can do quads. And they give you the option for all of them. You can do any of those, and you go to maps where that's what's there. I think that would be preferable. I'm team 3. I'm happy with 3. Exactly, Mantis. Yeah, I disagree. I think that 4s would be dope. 4 is better for PvP. Right, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, is for PvP. But that's one of the interesting things is, yes, watching other people play we've talked about this a bunch, but if you guys watch me play, the majority of the time we're not fighting people. We rarely fight people, and if we ever do fight people, it's people who just come up behind us and kill us. That's what keeps happening, is people just come up behind us and murder us, and we don't actually fight people. There's been twice where we fought people, and I think we lived to tell the tale. I think we could, though. We could. One of the things that I watched today is a guy who was talking about the fact that, the last thing in the world you want to do is, he says that the last thing in the world you want to do is be afraid to use your good shit. That, if you're afraid to use your good shit, you'll just never progress. You'll never get better. You'll never continue moving further into the game, because you're always going to be holding yourself back from getting a lot done because you're not using your good shit. But one of the things, though, is that if you're using your good shit and going out and killing people, you get put in more and more aggressive lobbies. Whereas if you don't kill people, you're in lobbies with a bunch of people who just want to chill and hang out. And I went to, last night, after I got off stream, I went to, I can never remember the name of that map. The one that's all inside. The whole thing is inside. It's like an underground thing. Mana something. It's the one that when the first 3 times we went to it, we got murdered right in spawn. Stella Montes. Yes. I went to Stella Montes 4 times in a row last night after we got off. 4 times in a row. I did not die a single time. The first time I went in, all of us were kind of we were sticking together and just killing. Well, there was 5 of us, and the 5 of us came across another group of 5, and then we came across another group of 5, and everybody was just kind of grouping up and hanging out together and working together to kill the fucking burners and shit rolling around. And then we all snuck around the Squidwards and everything. Then I got a lot of good shit. I was over encumbered. I left. I even as I was running, I heard the fucking doors for the train opening, and I started yelling, "Hold that train! Hold the train!" And they're like, "Oh shit, hurry!" And they start shooting the fucking Squidwards so that I could get into the train. And then they closed the door. We got out. I went right back. The very next game, I went back with a ton of fucking shit. I went back with I was like, all right, everybody's friendly there. Everybody's fucking cool. Everybody's good. I'm going in with all my fucking grenades. I'm going in with my biggest guns, and I'm going to fucking kill Squidward. Turns out there were 3 fucking Squidwards in one room. And the second I spawned, the first room I walk into, there's 10 guys in there, all shooting at Squidward. All shooting at the 3 fucking Squidwards that are rolling around just fucking just all over the place. So I just went in. I just started fucking throwing grenades, got my fucking my biggest guns out, and just shooting it. I killed 2 Squidwards. Got a bunch of shit again left. I kept going back, getting a bunch of shit, going back, getting a bunch of shit. I didn't die a single time. I made it to the trains every single time. I got out every time. It was perfect. One time I did leave down. I left down once, and it was because of Squidward. It was because of Squidward. It was kind of fucked up, but yeah, I did. And another time I had to use my showstopper to stun Squidward so I could run past him because he was standing right in front of the fucking trains for like 5 minutes. I kept waiting and waiting, and then I pressed the button literally the second that everything turned gray. I pressed the button, got out. Also, I killed a surveyor. Is that what it was called? That's what we were looking for, right? Van Dred was 100% correct. When I saw this thing, I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? So I shot at it because it was pretty far away. I shot at it. Immediately, it comes rolling at me at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. I thought I'm dead, dude. There's no way I can get away, out of the way fast enough. But I did. It just barely missed me. And so I pulled out my... I can't remember the fucking name of my favorite gun. It's like I keep wanting to call it like a Trende Arago or some shit like that. But the Trinity, the Trende, the Torrente. I pull out my fucking Torrente and start with the Torrente 3. It started running. It started running from me. And this is like every fucking arc. When I hit them with the Torrente, almost every time, they run. Almost every fucking time, the arc turn around and try to get away. And yes, as soon as I fucking started hitting this thing with the Torrente, it ran from me, and I chased it down, and I fucking killed it, and I got 2 surveyor arcs off of it, or whatever it's called. So I got one for you, Mantis. But the fucking thing glitched out again, and it said destroy a surveyor. I did. I destroyed it. It did not give me the check mark for destroying it. It gave me the check mark for getting the surveyor balls. It did not give me the check mark for destroying it. So I have to destroy another one. Yeah.
Through the documents.
Yeah, and honestly, I did the math. At the current rate of release, they're going to be releasing these documents if there are, in fact, 1,000,000 more that they just happen to find.
Yeah, they don't fight, they survey, hence the name. It attacked me. I'm telling you, it attacked me. It tried to fucking kill me. It came rolling at me at like 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Up until like
another 10 weeks or something, right?
No, like mid-2031. Like there's so many documents. But, you know, I don't know. It depends because they had 1,000 people do it. It took them, you know, a bunch of overtime, $1 million in overtime to go through about 300,000 pages. So they have 200 national security alerts. That's a fifth of the amount of people they had to do the 300,000 pages. So, you know, just back of the envelope, it's going to be a while.
Well, they were also looking for reinforcements. And remember, too, the DOJ has been gutted when it comes to lawyers and staff. I mean, those people, and you can't just have staff doing this. You have to have lawyers that are looking at it for purposes of privilege and all that other stuff, even though that is not a permissive redaction point. Let me be very clear. The law, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, doesn't allow for privilege redactions, doesn't allow for those things. So when you've seen, like, I actually posted on social the other day, I was like, they redacted the phone number for the fax machine at the Metropolitan Correction Center, the legal department's fax machine, and they've redacted names of prosecutors and other people that were not legally permissible redactions. And that
I was gonna pull up the recording of it, but apparently I left the recording on all night, and it ended up being like a 20-hour recording, and now the file is broken, so I have to fix the file before I can pull it up.
that really bothered me, because it's one thing to err on the side of caution.
Yes, they roll at you, but that's it. Well, you say that's it. It'll kill you. Like, if it hits you once, you're dead. If it hits you, it's rolling at you insanely fast. It's a massive fucking ball. It's huge as fuck. Like, it'll roll at you. It rolled at me twice. I dodged it both times. And then at that point, I was shooting it with the Pharaoh. And I kept trying to hit it with the Pharaoh. And then I pulled out the Torrente. And when I pulled out the Torrente, it started running. So
It's a whole other thing to be redacting things that are not allowed to be removed.
And it's cool because, sorry, I know most people don't care about this, but when you hit it with the Torrente, it starts falling apart. And it starts dropping panels off of it. So it has like 20 shields around it. And every time you hit it, after a while, it'll drop shields off. And when it drops shields off, you can walk up and search the shields. And the shields will have arc, like it'll have the surveyor balls. It'll have arc aluminum or whatever it's called. It'll have like, you know, chargers on it. It'll have batteries. It'll have like all of the shit just on like the little metal piece that falls off. It's weird because it's normally when shit, like when you kill shit, it's like a box that you can open up and look inside of. In this, it's not. It's just a shield. It's just a flat piece of metal. And then you can search the flat piece of metal and somehow get a big ball out of it. I don't get it. Whatever.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you why I think it's in the national security lawyer's hands, and not just because Eisenberg is friendly to omitting things from documents that he doesn't want people to see and hiding them in code word classified systems, but Donald Trump's excuse for everything, ever since the Supreme Court, remember when the Supreme Court said, you have to talk about how to facilitate the return of Kilmaro Brigo Garcia to the United States?
No, what do you mean? They don't attack, just roll. The rolling is the attack. What do you mean? The rolling, you mean they don't shoot? Is that what you mean? They don't shoot at you? Sure, they don't shoot you. They do attack you, yes. They're rolling at you. At the speed that it rolls at you, you'll be downed if it hits you.
United States.
Facilitate, exactly. Yeah.
But they put a sentence in there that said, but the courts must show due regard and deference to the president when it comes to national security issues. And ever since that sentence was written in that decision, the Trump administration has been like, everything that they don't want to talk about is national security. The agreement with Bukele, national security. Me building the East Wing with the bunker underneath, national security. You can't stop me. Me deporting people to third countries, national security. Me trying to use the Alien Enemies Act to disappear people to El Salvador and Seco prison, national security. Everything's national.
Yeah, so, and part of the problem is that the Judge Boasberg was going to hold the Trump administration in contempt for not giving information on why they took off all of those flights. And it seemed pretty obvious that they just defied his court orders. When he told them, do not let those planes take off until we have a ruling here, and they immediately made a phone call and had the flights take off, he was going to hold them in contempt. And an appeals court told him, don't do it. Don't do it. This is going to set like a major precedent. No judge has ever held a presidential admin in contempt. because he can't hold Trump in contempt, right? Trump has immunity, but he can hold the administration in contempt and then have like, you know, DOJ lawyers and prosecutors and like, you know, people within the administration. He can hold Ricky Rubio. He can hold Rubio in contempt. He can like, they can actually punish people within the administration. But then, like, Trump can also just pardon them and just make it to where it just disappears before it even starts. So the appeals courts told Boasberg, don't do it. Don't do it. You do not want, like, the shitstorm that will come with this. And from there, Judge Zinnes almost definitely would have held the Trump administration in contempt. Almost definitely. Because the Trump administration defied not only Judge Zinnes's court orders 4 or 5 times, but defied the ruling for the overall case, then defied the appeals court ruling, and defied the Supreme Court ruling. And then when they sent, the Supreme Court told them go back to Judge Zinnes for further instruction, they defied that again. And so, and then they defied the instructions that came with that. Like they across the board defied all of the rulings, all of the decisions, everything. Judge Zinnes almost definitely would have held them in contempt. But because of what happened with Boasberg's case for contempt, it probably was like too scary, I guess is the way to put it. But yeah, it was probably a terrifying prospect.
National security. And I think that he can see the writing on the wall, and people are going to ask why so many things are being withheld, even if she doesn't start the 15-day clock until the entire rolling production is done, so that he can say national security. That's why I've redacted these things.
Well, and we also know that Jay Clayton.
I'm going to say, in reality, if Trump truly is in the Epstein files, in a negative light, it probably actually can be redacted for national security. It probably truly can be. That's probably a very real thing. Like, there probably is a real national security concern if Trump actually is in the Epstein files in a compromising way. That probably is a very real thing. I think your pop-up chat is acting up. You're talking this? What are you talking about? What is a pop-up chat? Like what? Like if he actually did touch little girls, if he actually did have knowledge of what was happening with Epstein, if Epstein actually did have connections to other countries' intelligence agencies, if Trump was also working with it, if Trump was actually a witness to a lot of the goings on with Epstein, if, like, you know, there's a lot of shit there. And if it, like, apparently Trump said to Marjorie Taylor Greene that if she put out the name, she was going to get his friends in trouble and hurt his friends. If there's friends of his that he got, like, deals, you know, he got them some sort of immunity by giving information on Epstein, or if he said, you know, to the DOJ, hey, you guys can have Epstein, but all of his friends, these people, those are my friends. If you guys even start an investigation on them, I will write them pardons. If you even begin an investigation whatsoever on these people, on this list of names, I will write pardons for them right then and there. Like, there's so much shit that could be very, very negative with Russia, with Israel, with China, with like tons and tons. It just, there's a lot of things that could be. I thought your screen pop-up thing was delayed, and I meant like what national security concern. Yeah, that's what I was answering. What screen pop-up thing? What are you talking about? What do you mean delayed? Are you talking about the chat, or what are you talking? What's a screen pop-up thing?
At the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, again, no coincidences, the office that purportedly just, quote unquote, stumbled over 1 million more documents that they just turned over to Main Justice. You know, there's allegedly some investigation that has been ordered by Pamela Jo Bondi to be conducted concerning Democrats solely as it relates to Epstein and the Epstein files. So that was, if you look at the law, the idea of an active criminal and pending investigation was grounds for redactions and withholdings. And so I also suspect that's going to be provided by Pamela Jo as an excuse as to why some of these things weren't turned over as well.
Yeah. And one last.
Bro, the video's broken, and I have 3 HitPaw programs, and I don't remember which one. I have to install them on this computer. I don't have them yet, and I can't remember which program is actually supposed to fix broken videos. I can't remember which one does this.
Last thing I wanted to tell you, I'm in touch with a source who wants to, remain anonymous for obvious reasons. That is a document storage expert at Information Management Division. And I asked, what would it take? Explain to me how you would lose 400 bankers' boxes of documents, because 1 million pages is roughly 400 bankers' boxes.
That's crazy.
And the person, like I said, who wishes to remain anonymous, said, well, it would be very unlikely.
Yeah.
What would it take? To tell you, I'm in touch with a source who wants to, remain anonymous for obvious reasons. That is a document storage expert at Information Management Division. And I asked, what would it take? Explain to me how you would lose 400 bankers' boxes of documents, because 1 million pages is roughly 400 bankers' boxes.
That's crazy.
And the person, like I said, who wishes to remain anonymous, said, well, it would be very unlikely.
Yeah.
The only innocent explanation is that all 400 boxes were scanned into the system on the same day, and there was some massive glitch where nothing from that day made it into the digital inventory, and none of the audits that generally take place to check this scanned inventory were completed. Because even in that,
I'm not understanding any of this.
100 bankers' boxes.
That's crazy.
1 million. What would it take? Explain to me how you would lose 400 bankers' boxes of documents, because 1 million pages is roughly 400 bankers.
Bankers' boxes are just the brown, they're like boxes with the brown top and the brown bottom. It's normally what we think of when somebody gets fired and they're walking out with like all of their items in a box. That's a banker's box. What don't you understand? Almost all of the terminology. So like I don't know what a banker's box is. Yes, exactly. Okay. Because I thought maybe this had something to do with banking for some reason, or what?
Boxes.
That's crazy.
And the person, like I said, who wishes to remain anonymous, said, well, it would be very unlikely.
Yeah.
The only innocent explanation is that all 400 boxes were scanned into the system on the same day, and there was some massive glitch where nothing from that day made it into the digital inventory, and none of the audits that generally take place to check this scanned inventory were completed. Because even in that scenario, because of the audits, the error would have been caught immediately and quickly corrected. In fact, Katie, I was told that if you lost 400.
Okay. I was thinking of this.
100 boxes of documents, you would have to lose them on purpose. You would have to be hiding them. So the 1 million documents was either hidden through malfeasance and discovered later because everyone was looking for them, or it's a BS thing that doesn't exist at all.
Well, think about the rock and the hard place if they actually gave a shit, which we know they don't, Allison. The DOJ
400 boxes, who cares how big they are? I didn't say anything about how big they are. I didn't say shit about how big they are. What are you talking about? Why are you so confused all the time?
finds itself, right? Or the federal government, kind of writ large. You either, and I always love the word malfeasance, although in this regard, I think it veers so strongly into the land of criminal intent, like spoliation of evidence type of shit. Like, let's just get rid of the evidence, right? So it's either malfeasance, intent, specific intent to hide this stuff, right? Until you got your ass busted. Or you're so negligent or incompetent that you can also rise to the level of being criminally negligent and criminally incompetent. I mean, it's like either one makes you look bad. And again, that presupposes they actually care, although I think they should, because as I said, you know, you had a near unanimous support for this, absent one person who said no in the House. But across the board in Congress, you had near unanimous consent on this law. So I would be stunned to see a lack of energy going into a demand for explanations behind what is happening here. And the stupidity behind all this too, Allison, is this rolling production, which is otherwise okay in litigation, right? But this rolling production that is happening right now just keeps it in the media cycle over and over and over again. And so to your point, if it takes them that long to get through 1 million documents, we'll be dealing with Epstein files production through November of 2026, right? I mean, we'll be dealing with this through the midterms. And
oh, I'm a fucking idiot. The file that I'm trying to open isn't yesterday's. Mentioning what type of box they are in is to denote size, Tom, obviously. So you're telling me why I mentioned the box now? I don't understand. You're telling me why I asked what a banker's box was, and you're telling me that I said it to denote size. No, I don't know if a banker's box is like a term for something that's digital. So if it's like a specific thing, I don't know if you ever heard of the term a little black box. It's not like a literal box that like you put shit in. It's like a communication device for planes. There's different terms, and so I didn't know what a banker's box was. I've never heard this term, banker's box. And so yeah, I didn't know if that meant like there's actual like physical files in a box, or if it's like a type of like storage device, like a hard drive that holds stuff, or what it is. I had no idea what a banker's box was.
And this is one of those things.
Eating box, yeah, there you go.
That will never go away. Because once actually everything, and even then I don't believe it'll always be everything that's out there, which is the most horrific thing, right? Like if you're a victim or survivor, the fact that this could be hanging over your head, this idea that not all of it is out there.
1 million pages. I had nothing to do with the size of the box. I just wanted to know if it's like a literal box or like a digital box, or if it's like a term for something set. Like that's it. I don't care what the size of it is. The size does not matter.
It just cheats them of justice, I think, and true accountability. But like, if you think about it, this is one of those things where when the information does come out, because also remember, we're still getting stuff from the Epstein estate as well. Mm-hmm. Financials, there's subpoena.
Well, only people like me can say size don't matter. Yeah, it's only people like me who can think that size doesn't matter. But yeah.
Subpoenas duces tecum that were served on financial institutions. Think about all the different threads that we can continue to pull just to show what wasn't done before, what wasn't chased down before, and people who care enough to do it. And this is us, right? This is you and I, two independent female journalists on a holiday, Sunday, December 28th, right? Like we're doing this like because we care. You can imagine like how many people are also going to approach somebody like you that's trusted, that they know will bring this to light and protect them, you know, as well. I mean, that's a big deal in my mind. This is one of those things that's just not going to go away.
No, right. And before I let you go, I just have to tell you that one of the sources I spoke to wanted to remind us that if you were going to hide 1 million documents, if that is something that somebody wanted to do, this would have been around the time frame when people at the New York FBI field.
Okay. I think that's about done. Is the audio off? How do I turn the audio on? There we go. Yeah, so I came here to get Hornet drivers, but I don't know why. I don't know why I was getting Hornet drivers. I was looking at something that needed a Hornet driver, and then I was like, okay, I'll just go to this place and get the Hornet driver. You can't hear it. Okay. Wait. Oh yeah, you can't hear that. So yeah, I was just going to get Hornet drivers, and then totally forgot why I went to go get Hornet drivers. I could not remember at all why I was there to get Hornet drivers. So I went there for no reason, but ended up making out. So later, Allie. Have a good night. I think we're about to go over your next video as well. Whatever the next thing you sent was. Yeah, I had no idea what the fuck that was. No idea what the fuck that was. Bro, so fucking close, dude. Holy shit, that was so close. It turned this way, so I started moving to the right, and then it turned back left, because every time it hits a bump, it moves back and forth, so I almost walked right into it. Woo! You want to tell me that thing wasn't attacking me? So yeah, so there's all of these plates. You see all these plates. And each plate, you can search each and every one. And every time I hit it, there's a plate laying there. So I was able to walk around to each one of the fucking plates. You didn't even jump out of the way. Yeah, that's what I was just explaining. It looked like it was going to my left, so I started going to my right, and then it bounced off a rock and went back to my right. I almost walked right into it. But yeah, each plate you get to search. So this one just has like arc and motion core sensors, but the they have mechanical components in them, arc alloy. He was gone. So I told him like 30 seconds before that, he's like, friendly. I was like, don't worry, bro. I'm just trying to take out this fucking surveyor. And he just started shooting it with me. So, but I think because he got the last shot on it and it blew up, that's why it didn't give me the check mark on the quest for destroying it, maybe. Oh yeah, and it gave me a blueprint for a give me a fucking blueprint for a gun stop or something like that. I don't remember what it was, but it was something like that. So yeah, I started looking around for every time I hit it because I was like, that means there's a plate for every every spot that I hit it in. So then I'm running around trying to find everywhere that I shot it so I can find another plate. And yeah, I got 2 of those arc things out of it and then immediately left. So yeah. Yeah, these are different games. When I watch other people play, they're literally just nonstop fighting. When I watch other people play, all they're doing is just fighting. Like if they come across people, they're fighting those people. And so it's like the Bombardier in every other big arc. Really? Okay. I didn't know that. That's pretty sick. I never felt like there was any reason to even go after these things outside. But now I need like I think a Bombardier power cell or some shit like that. So okay. But yeah, I am gonna pull up the game while I go over this one. I believe this was the right one. Maybe not. Hold on, let me double check what it is that I'm going over. Oh yeah, never mind. Okay. Give me just a second. Yeah, I'm not gonna play the game while this one plays. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be back in just a second. Okay. Dude, I saw a clip on Twitter of this, and I saw that like Asmongold responding to Destiny, and it was Destiny reviewing Asmongold reviewing no, it was Asmongold reviewing Destiny review Asmongold review Destiny review Asmongold. I was sitting there just like with all of these fucking boxes just getting smaller and smaller, and it is kind of annoying because Destiny's shit is odd now to where his stuff's in a very odd format at this point. I do not like the way that it looks with his box like up top like that and side to side. Tom, get Destiny and Asmon to talk. I mean, the problem so far has been Destiny has wanted to talk to Asmongold. Asmongold has not wanted to talk to Destiny. So, if it was the other way around, and it was Destiny saying, I'm not going to talk to Asmongold, that's a waste of time, yeah, I would reach out to Destiny and try to convince him to talk to Asmongold. And then I would reach out to Asmongold and be like, yo, I'm the fucking one who can make this happen. Let's do it here. But because it's the other way around, I'm not going to be able to convince Asmongold to talk to Destiny. I don't have any connections to Asmongold. It would be hard to even get him to answer my DMs. So, but I'm not against trying. I got to get my tech shit figured out first, but because even like right now, one of the problems is that I think I'm gonna have to make another output on my OBS for every single program that I ever use. And I'll have to do that for OBS now as well. I'm going to have to get like another output for OBS, which I did. I figured out how I did this. When I did it yesterday, I didn't know how I did it, but I know now I know how I did it, and I'm actually a fucking genius. I just want to say, I had an army of fucking tech nerds in my chat, and I figured this shit out. All telling me to do voice meter and bananas and sound mixers and shit like that. I figured this shit out.
Happy New Year, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. And I wanted to get on here today just to do a little year.
Yeah, Asmongold's been willing to talk to Hassan numerous times because all of those conversations that came off as like a... They came off as a tie for Asmongold and Hassan. Like the 2 or 3 conversations, I think. I remember them having 2 off the top of my head. The one that was about the college protests, and then the one that was about well, there was, okay, the college protest I think was also the same conversation where Asmongold had said that the like no, these are 2 separate conversations. So one was about college protests and the other one was where Asmongold said that the Palestinian people have a like a inferior culture, I think. And that's the 2 times that they've spoken, right? I'm not missing anything. If Hassan is Asmon chat, he is desperate. What?
Review. And what a hell of a year I've learned. I guess it's been a hell of a year for all of us, believe me. And so I want to get on the YouTube and make a little video for you as a little recap. But more importantly, I want to make a video that I really hope motivates a few of you. And if you watch to the end of the video, I'll tell you what I mean by that. And I mean this. If anybody out there is struggling with depression or like thinking about quitting, and I don't mean suicide, I don't mean that. I mean like, oh, I can't find a job or I'm struggling, I have some advice for you. Watch to the end of the video so you can get all that. So let me begin though by saying thank you to everybody out there. The link is still down there for the GoFundMe. Again, I appreciate. I got over $5,000 and more, and all of you guys, thank you. Thank you very much for supporting me and paying my legal defense because this country didn't care for me. Now, what I've learned in this last year, here we go. First,
this country, what's this country? If the it says 607 views from 1 day ago. Okay.
First of all, I'm not going to blame Donald Trump because guess what? It's not his fault that you guys elected a racist fool. He played all of you guys. And we told you and we told...
Okay. You can't say those 2 things back to back. It's not his fault that you guys elected a racist fool. He played you guys. Which one is it? Is it that they knew he's a racist fool and they voted for him? Or did he play them? Is it... Which one is it, dude? Pick one. Fucking shit.
Told you and we told you and we told you. And I told you. And I told all my friends and family. And Kamala Harris told you. Everybody warned you about this piece of garbage Trump. So this video will not be anti-Trump because guess what? You elected the guy. But you know what I've learned? Even now, as I sit here on January...
I'm sure all the MAGA people are very happy that you clarified. It's not gonna... Nothing in this video is anti-Trump, guys. Okay? Sure, all the MAGA people are very rested. They're very happy now. They're okay. This guy. I was afraid this is going to be a video from somebody who doesn't like Trump, but he's made it very clear this is not an anti-Trump video.
1st, 2026, even Republicans are getting tired of Trump because he lied to his own base. And now we get to...
It's his fault the first time. It's your fault the second time. So I would agree with that. I do think there is some difference there, though, for the normie. And I think the difference is in Trump's first term, he really didn't do anything. He didn't get anything done. He didn't get shit done. The biggest things that he did, one, the crowning achievement, two crowning achievements of his presidency was getting conservative judges on the Supreme Court and getting the vaccines during COVID. Like, these were the two crowning achievements of his presidency. They should have been the things that he was the most proud of, and instead now he keeps claiming that the conservative judges on the Supreme Court are phonies and frauds and they hate him. And okay, let's just make sure. Okay. Okay, sorry. I think that there was a bit of the two things that he could have made his crowning achievements. You can't even claim them because all of his followers think that COVID is fake, and he is he's acting as though the justices that he got on the Supreme Court are fake and gay. So that doesn't work currently. But his first administration, he just didn't do anything. He didn't get anything done. And I can understand how people looked at that first administration and felt like, oh, people made such a big deal about this, but it wasn't all that bad. Compared to this administration, compared to how bad this one is, I can somewhat understand people thinking it was going to be like the first administration, thinking it was going to be similar to that, and then instead getting the other one, Yeah, I'm not arguing with him. I was just saying, I was responding to what Kyle said. Because yeah, I do think I can understand normies somewhat being thrown off guard by this second administration, that they didn't see this coming. Obviously he is correct. Everybody told them that this is what was going to happen, but it was the people who were telling them were all the people who who they don't trust. So
this video. So as you guys know, in February of this year, I was illegally fired by the Veterans Affairs, by the VA. I was in the news, I was on CNN, I was flown by Vote Vets, that organization, to go to DC and talk some shit. And so for me, I even met the staff and Adam Schiff, I met a congressman, all kinds of congressmen, and also my biggest person that I met was Nancy Pelosi. What a great woman she was. But I also met people like Delia Ramirez, fools like her, and then fools like Lou Correa, who, by the way, called me when I got to DC. He called me. I give him that much. That fool called me. Hey, Tony. Hey, Mr. Reese. How are you? I'm your...
I wish he would stop calling these people fools, bro. I wish he would stop using the full name in vain.
Congressman, yeah, I'll be there tomorrow for that luncheon. I'll make sure I meet with you. And guess what? There was a lot of congressmen there. And I can't tell you the location. It was a secret location. But it was in D.C. where I met Pelosi and I met a bunch of people. But guess who wasn't there? My own congressman, Luke Correa. That bum. And I'm going to email him. By the way, I got an idea too. Somebody told me a couple months ago, I was talking to a girl who was like, hey, all these lazy staffers who turn their back on you, vote vets who turn their back on you, you should do a video and just name their email addresses. That way, all of you can just email them. And guess what? I might even do that. And I'm going to send this video to them so they can watch it. But just so you guys know, here's the whole thing I'm learning. They're all the same. Delia Ramirez told me to my face, yes, I know that Congressman Van Orden threatened you. And yes, by the way, let me remind you, I was threatened over LinkedIn when I was fired. I was threatened by Congressman Van Orden from Wisconsin, which, by the way, made headlines. It got me onto CNN, where he refused to even go on TV with me. By the way, the guy's a Navy SEAL. Supposedly, he's a big torturer. He's a big guy when it comes to doing interrogations, but he wouldn't go on TV with me. I wonder why. It's the same reason why Senator Blumenthal...
Shit! We got a debate bro over here. We got a fucking debate bro on our hands. Let's go. Get him!
Invited me to do a shadow hearing.
Say fucking... Asmongold won't even talk to Destiny either, bro. We know what it's like. We know what it's like, dude.
For the VA, and the last minute, the invitation was pulled. Something happened. I think they were afraid that my Mexican ass spoke a little bit too strong for them.
Ooh.
Or is it that they're actually friends?
He's too strong.
That's the epiphany, folks.
His muscles are too big.
Let me give you the bad news that I realized this shit. There's no good guys and bad guys. So, for me at least, I'm done voting. And I'm not making this video to chastise any Democrat for voting now. I'm telling you, me, personally, after my own Democratic Party turned their backs on me. The VA fired me illegally. I got threatened by a congressman, and guess what the Democrats did? Nothing. Congressman Luke Correa, oh yeah, his staff, we submitted a congressional inquiry. It's already month 8. I've got no inquiry yet, no results. Because you know why? They don't give a fuck. Congressman Delia Ramirez promised me to my face, oh, Jesus Reese, we'll get you in front of the VA committee so you can challenge Van Orden to his face. Hey, Delia Ramirez, where's that invite? All lies. All lies. Now, am I bitter? No.
Yes. Oh.
Now comes the part that I think everybody should hear. The lesson that I've learned. So, unfortunately, I didn't have a choice. I was fired. Illegally. For the first time in my life, I've been fired from a job. Latino, veteran, honorable discharge, master's in Homeland Security, and somebody who's traveled the country over 20 years doing educational outreach for major corporations and traveled during COVID. That's me. The VA employee of the quarter at the LARO who broke records and claims. A superstar, by the way, on Time Magazine. And yet, I was fired illegally and nobody cared. Now, most people took that deferred resignation, whatever, because they were still employed or there was that fear. So a lot of people took the DFR.
Bro, I invented mobile detailing, and I was a pioneer in people speaking English in America, and I got fired illegally from Pizza Hut. So, I know what it's like. What is his name? $6.28. Okay.
Happy New Year, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. And I wanted to get on here today just to do a little year in review. And what a hell of a year I've learned. I guess it's been a hell of a year for all of us, believe me. And
does he say? Yeah, I'm looking for his last name. Does he say his name at the beginning? Or
so
anything?
I wanted to get on the YouTube and make a little video for you as a little recap. But more importantly, I want to make a video that tell you what I mean by that. And I mean this. If anybody out there struggling with depression or I can't find a job or I'm struggling, I have some advice. Begin though by saying thank you to everybody out there. The link is still down there, and all of you guys, thank you. Thank you very much for supporting me and paying my legal defense, because this country during this last year, here we go. First of all, I'm not gonna blame Donald Trump, because guess what?
His GoFundMe says help Tony. Help Tony fight back. Tony Ruiz. So yeah, his name's not even Jesus. This is a fake prophet, dude. Veteran says he was fired from VA after complaining about anti-DEI emails. Jesus Tony Ruiz said he was fired from the LA VA office after complaining about anti-DEI emails. Nationwide, more than 80,000 Veterans Affairs employees could be impacted by the Trump administration's planned cuts to the department. Los Angeles, a decorated Army veteran, is speaking out after he was fired from the VA. He said the decision was unfair, and now it could impact thousands of veterans nationwide. What we know. Jesus Tony Ruiz, a disabled Army veteran, worked at the West Los Angeles VA as a veteran services representative. Ruiz believes he was among the first to be targeted after he complained about anti-DEI emails sent by the acting secretary to VA employees. Just so you know, that I know, like, here in the politics world, we think of, you know, DEI as immediately being about black people and shit like that, whereas, like, the group that they help the most, I believe, is veterans and disabled people, and, like, people like that. Like, it's disabled veterans. You could be both. You get a double whammy. We got a bunch of emails from our department saying that DEI is terrible. It's divisive for the American people. It's a wasteful spending. And we're sitting here going, we're VA employees, and we're sitting here looking at political messages. And we complained, Ruiz told Fox 11. Shortly after filing his complaint, Ruiz said he was ordered to attend a Zoom meeting with his superior and a member of Doge. What? He goes, Jesus Ruiz, today is your last day. You're no longer a viable employee to the VA. You're a disgrace. We don't need you anymore. Firing grabs national attention. What they are saying, Ruiz firing grabbed the attention of Nancy Pelosi, but he's just one of 80,000 nationwide Veterans Affairs employees impacted by the Trump administration's planned cuts. A memo was sent out announcing a nationwide reduction in the force, a decision that has been met with strong opposition from veterans. What's going on here? They're trying to cut our benefits. Are you kidding me? A veteran said during a protest. The Trump administration said the cuts won't affect veterans' benefits, but more than 25% of VA workers are veterans. Ruiz also warns that processing claims for benefits will take much longer. To see a doctor to get their health insurance, to get any kind of coverage whatsoever, and what's happening too is all these impacts are leading down to the veterans, Ruiz said. He said if he could talk with Trump or Elon Musk, he'd ask them to stop and think about the veterans. VA responds. The other side. So this is what I'm waiting for. This is what I'm waiting for. I kind of don't believe him. That sounds a little ridiculous. It sounds almost cartoonish. Now, I'm being more skeptical, I guess. I don't want to say I don't believe him, but because obviously the Trump administration is very cartoonish in the way they do things, and so that's not hard to believe. But I'm skeptical, I guess is the way I should put it. The other side, VA Press Secretary Pete Kasperwick issued a statement to Fox 11 on Saturday saying under President Trump, VA is is laser focused on providing the best possible care and benefits to veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. We are proud to have abandoned the divisive DEI policies of the past and pivoted back to VA's core mission. We look forward to reallocating the millions of dollars the department was spending on DEI programs and personnel to better serve the men and women who have bravely served our nation. For more info, see here. Okay. So they just didn't address the firings? Has anybody taken these to court? Like, VA is also in the process of taking down a variety of DEI-related media from its various digital properties. Bro, DEI was like veterans were a big part of DEI. What the fuck? Okay. Veterans working in federal roles, especially at the VA, have faced termination or leave due to new anti-DEI executive orders under the Trump administration, leading to lawsuits claiming violations of the First Amendment and Title 9. I need to learn Roman numerals, dude. I really need to learn these things. I don't know any of them. I've literally never learned them. I've never been in a scenario where I needed to learn them or like have been around them. But now I need to learn them because they're in the game. So I have to learn them now. Is that 7? VII is 7? Title 7, okay. With employees alleging retaliation for perceived political views or past DEI involvement, even if they left those roles. Specific cases include a decorated Army veteran fired after complaining about DEI emails, and broader class action suits challenging the sweeping orders that targeted federal workers associated with DEI. So, if they're part of class action, like if there's a class action lawsuit, what does he expect Congress to do if there's a class action lawsuit? Like that's the spearhead here. That's it. That is the thing. What does he want Congress to do? I don't trust someone who can't read Roman numerals. Thanks. Did you ever read? Nothing with Roman numerals. I didn't read like fantasy books, if that's what you mean. Specific cases: a disabled Army veteran at the VA fired after complaining about DEI emails from the acting VA secretary, believing he was among the first targeted. Okay, so he has a lawsuit. Transgender veterans sued the VA over discontinued hormone therapy, leading to temporary reversal, while other legal battles focus on anti-discrimination protections within the agency, notes The Guardian. After firing, Ruiz reached out to lawmakers, including Wisconsin Representative Derek Van Orden, Van Orden reportedly threatened to report Ruiz to Doge for criticizing the president on social media, despite Ruiz having already been terminated. Legal action and status. MSPB. Okay, I can't see this, so I'm just... It's too low, and I've got black screen there, so I'm going to just type... what's his mother's maiden name? Okay, there we go. Alright. MSPB, I was just typing something in so that I could scroll up. I just needed it to just post something else below. So I could... Okay, MSPB appeal. Ruiz filed an appeal with the Merit System Protection Board to contest his termination as of May 2025. Reports indicated a loss in an initial MSPB stage, though he has continued seeking legal representation for further action. Ruiz is pursuing a wrongful termination lawsuit, arguing that his firing was a result of illegal retaliation for protected speech and complaints. He has launched a GoFundMe campaign to cover... Okay, so there were cuts to the VA, and a bunch of people were fired in mass layoffs. He was not part of that, though. He got fired for the DEI thing, so he can't be part of the class action lawsuit. He has to do his thing separately, and so far, just through like his whatever this Board of Appeals is, he's lost. The Merit System Protection Board. What is the Merit System Protection Board? The Merit System Protection Board, MSPB, is an independent quasi-judicial agency within the executive branch of the U.S. federal government. Established by Civil Service Reform Act of 1978, it serves as the guardian of federal merit systems to ensure they are free from prohibited personal practices, such as political coercion or favoritism. Okay. Huh. This is weird. So when he's complaining about the DEI emails, it does, like, what the emails say matters. Like, it matters a lot, right? If all the emails say are, hey guys, we're getting ready to head in a new direction. We're going to be taking DEI information off of our websites, and we're going to discontinue all of our DEI practices. So if you've been going to conferences, you've been learning about DEI stuff, and you've been asked to implement these things into your daily work routines, we want you to know that we are discontinuing all of this, and this will no longer be a part of our executive branch. That is not political messaging, right? His complaint is that they're sending political messaging to their work emails, which, if that's the case, then it can say, like, you know, we're so happy that President Trump has finally gotten rid of this racist DEI stuff that's been discriminating against white people and making it to where they're not capable of getting jobs anymore. And that way, none of these black people are going to be in positions of power with their DEI status and their, you know, like that. If that's it, okay, sure, that's obvious political messaging. All it's doing is just like praising Trump, talking about how great this shit is, and they cut his DEI off. Oh my goodness. Sheesh. Maybe him and that trans person should have switched, and they would have. Why did the MSPD rule against Tony? Okay, this is from 2019. This looks like something about his appeal. Okay, it's from 2013. ...2007... May 2025, an administrative judge for the Merit System Protection Board ruled against Jesus Tony Ruiz primarily on jurisdictional grounds. Probationary status. Ruiz was fired on February 3rd, 2025, which was 4 days before his one-year probationary period was set to end. Under federal law, probationary employees have significantly fewer rights than permanent employees and generally cannot appeal a termination for poor performance. So while he's over here bragging about being employee of quarter 4 and blah, 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 he was on a probationary period to where this kind of means, so what this means is that we already have cause to fire you. We already have it right here. Cause is there. We're going to put you on a probationary period. If you can make it through this probationary period, that cause will disappear and we'll move on like it never happened. But during this probationary period, if you fuck up at all, we're using this as the reason we fired you. That's pretty much what a probationary period is. Like, you can just look at them wrong and they can fire you because they have cause. They're holding it in their fucking hand. And that's it. That's what this is he already was on a probationary period. He had 4 days left on his probationary period. He probably should have waited 4 fucking days to write that letter or complain about the DEI shit. He probably should have waited. But yeah, he went ahead and he complained, and they said, well, adios amigos. Oh, what did he do? It doesn't, I don't think it says why he was on probation. Lack of jurisdiction. The judge stated that the case held no merit because the board lacked jurisdiction over termination of probationary employees in this context. For MSPB to hear a probationary employee's case, the employee typically must prove the firing was based on partisan political reasons or marital status. So obviously, yes, like there's still like protected classes. So even though I have cause, even though I'm holding cause right here, I still can't be like, oh, you're black, you're fired. Like, I can't do that, right? There's still like protected classes. So there's still some things that you're not allowed to fire people for, but that wasn't their claim in this. Their claim wasn't for any of those protected classes, so. Despite Ruiz providing evidence of his high performance, including being named Employee of the Quarter and processing 50 to 60 claims per day versus the national average of 10, sheesh. Okay, he was a fucking champ. The legal standard of probationary employees allowed the VA to terminate him without the extensive for cause protections afforded to tenured staff. Ruiz has since categorized the decision as a waste of time and money, noting that he was forced to hire an attorney only to be told the board could not legally hear his case due to his tenure status. He continues to say, well, honestly, you weren't forced to hire a lawyer for that. The lawyer should have told you that from the beginning. The lawyer should never have taken the case and just, or have told you, we can try, but this is a good possibility that this is going to be the end game. Okay. Tony Ruiz was on a probationary period because he had recently transitioned from the private sector to federal service. Nearly all new federal employees must serve a mandatory 1-year probationary period before they are granted full tenured status and permanent civil service protections. Okay, so yeah, so he didn't even have cause. They just didn't, he wasn't tenured yet. Okay. That kind of makes what he did even dumber, dude. That kind of makes it even worse. Like, why the fuck would he complain? And this is in March, okay? This is in March. In January, we were hearing about the Trump administration sending out contracts to everybody, having all federal employees sign things saying that they were going to be loyal to Donald Trump. Like, we heard about this in January. In February, we heard about Doge going around and intimidating people to get them to either quit or be pro-MAGA. Like, we heard about all this shit way before. And he knew about all this and still turned around and kind of complained. Like, he shouldn't be fired. Like, that's fucked up. But it's also, you got to be a bit more pragmatic. That was a dumb move on his part.
Well, holy moly, friends. I just got this handy dandy thing from the Social Security telling me how much my little measly increase is going to be. But what I really found out is my drug plan. My drug plan has gone from $24 a month up to $78 a month. It's deducted out of my check automatically. Cigna is going to deduct $78 out of my check and didn't bother to tell me. Yep. Well, needless to say, I gotta look for another drug plan. If y'all know of any that are pretty decent for seniors, give me a little shout out. Peace. Welcome to Trump's fucked up, cruel, evil, overpriced world. Well,
damn.
Or you have to tax companies. Or you have to tax companies that are using automation in a way that you can redistribute the money into the population. But like, it's not going to happen. I think we're going to have to bring back somehow like slavery or something. Like, I don't know, maybe feudalism.
Like, you really think slavery is easier to bring back than just higher tax brackets? Really?
It's one or the other. This is crazy. This guy is a head-chopping ISIS guy. Everybody has, a rough past, right? I mean, things happen. I think it'd be nice if we just didn't have an endless war with the Middle East. And if that means we got to invite a few head choppers over to the White House, that is what it is.
This is pretty racist, but you're probably not going to convince anyone that it is, given that Jelani and members of his government have actually overseen executions.
And one of the things I always point out to people is if you are passively getting fed something for media, you're not doing any work in terms of informing yourself. So if you're sitting in front of a feed that is giving you stuff that it thinks you want to see, you're doing something different than like news analysis or news media consumption.
Right. Well, you can take what it is that I just did as a perfect example. So this is like what Thad was talking about earlier, where he was saying, you're so biased, you're just going to take whatever information, you're only going to agree with whatever information aligns with your bias. Well, I think the information that would align with my bias is that, like, whatever it is that Ruiz guy said, that's it. Like, you know, Trump administration, illegal firing, this is disgusting, blah, 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 and just move on. But I didn't. I went and looked for more information. Turns out it's not illegal. There's not much you can do about it, and that's kind of, it's kind of unfair. It sucks. I feel bad for him. I feel like it's wrong. It's morally bad, but I don't think he has a wrong. It doesn't seem as though he has much of a wrongful termination case. I don't know about legally if this is different, but as far as the executive, whatever it was called, the MSPD, as far as they're concerned, there's nothing wrong with the firing. So, okay, I thought that we were gonna watch like a video of them going back and forth. Does anybody have something that I can watch on this that you guys wanted me to watch? Or because everything that I pull up is like 10-minute clips of either Hassan watching Destiny and Asmongold argue, or
I'm tired of pretending that we don't hate all the immigrants in this country. Like, wow, what?
this is the sound that I just used in my Rob Noor video. Isn't that the same?
It's not what they said.
The ice. Mine had a lot more bubbles in the fart. Yeah, mine was a much more bubbly fart.
We don't hate all the immigrants in this country. Like, wow, what?
This doesn't work
Oh
anymore.
yeah, no, it's the same one. Yeah, that was a bubbly fart too.
Just stop. This isn't even worth responding to.
You said it, you hard when you said third worlders, because you're incapable of separating out criminals from just people that look like people you don't like. You then use better words, dip. Why don't you say what you mean and mean what you say instead of just saying random rage bait for your audience? I'm getting rage bait.
I've always used the term third worlders, and I just found out last week that I'm not supposed to use the word third world anymore. Actually, I think it was a video that we were reviewing on here, and we were listening, and somebody said, like, yeah, like the term third worlders, right? Like it's a very outdated term that only Donald Trump uses these days. And I was like, what? We're not supposed to say third worlders anymore? What the fuck? I thought drugs were 1,200% cheaper. Now they aren't. They're 3,000% cheaper. Maybe even 4,000%. Some say 5,000%. What up, Durandum? Zeking, are you back? Did you leave earlier and you just came back, or are you just getting here? Am I thinking of yesterday, or? That was yesterday? Oh, okay. Well, yesterday after you left, I told everybody, I said, I said something about the fact that I was like, when for a while I was trying to get Z King to watch the fucking Candace Owens documentary. So I just mentioned it all the fucking time and just kept mentioning the fucking documentary, trying to get Z King to watch it. And I was like, and now he just like yesterday sent me a message saying that he finally watched it. And I told him, too late. Too late. I stopped caring about that like a day before. I gave up on Z King like a day before that. So maybe even like 2 hours before he sent the message. So too late. Sounds idiotic. It's a clinical reference to a nation's financial capacity and political stability. Well, it's kind of that. Yeah, it's about like how it's about their societal building, how like it's about their technological evolution, it's about their infrastructure. Like that's the main things that I would think of. It's like the like technology, like do they have internet, do they have cell phones, do they have cell phone towers, do they have everybody has like computers and easy access to this shit, and or is it's so relevant now too. And Mantis was telling me, she's like, maybe you should like just like rebrand it and post it again and it'll pop off this time. That because the one that you watched, I told you like 20 fucking times not to watch that one, to watch the one on Terminally Online Media. The one that you watched has like 3 editing problems, not a big deal, most people don't even notice them. But the other one has a little bit more context for a couple of parts. The music is better. A lot of people complained about the music being a little bit too loud in the one that you watched, so I fixed the music in the other one. Also, it has a totally different ending. The ending is a totally different ending that explains things differently. Kid Not Kin had a huge problem with that ending and the way that I explained things, and felt like it was contradictory, that it didn't make sense, that it was kind of like out of nowhere. And so I took some of the criticisms that he had. I think that like overall he was wrong, but I think there were some things that he said in our conversation about it that were valid. And so I went and like changed the entire ending to make it easier for some people to understand what it was that I was saying. So changed the order of a couple of things, shit like that. So yeah. Yeah, that's the financial capacity, or industrial capacity is another way to say it. Kind of. It's not just that. It's like, so when you said political something, like it's about stability. It's about having institutions that give you stability to where you're capable of doing those things. Because if you have like a bunch of wars, rebels, like different groups always fighting and always like working against each other and like shit like that, if you like, our constitution is the thing that gave us our ability to grow the way that we have, and to have the stability that we have, to have the advantages that we have, right? That obviously that's one part of it. Us being white and like doing a bunch of other shit, like that's also part of it. But the Constitution is a big reason as to why, like, even to other white countries who are doing fucked up shit weren't able to keep up with us, because we had stability in ways that they did not. Political stability is also a GDP amount, if I'm not mistaken. Sure, but again, that I think that comes from political stability. I think that that's like, political stability is a big part of whether or not you're able to have a large gain in GDP. So I'm trying to see how woke we can get. Yeah. Yeah, I tried avoiding using the term colonizer, but I guess the woke term for the third worlder thing would be capital colonialism. Oh, there you go. Because more developed countries peaked in colonialism and the free market, I don't agree, but it's funny to play with. I mean, our country, like, the biggest boom for us was after World War II, right? Or was it World War One? It was World War One and World War II. Sorry. So after World War II, we had like our biggest boom. That's when we had the baby boom. That's when we had, you know, the white picket fence and the American dream and like all of the shit. Like we became like the thing. We became the number, like the sole number one. Like we were number one before that, and like but had like a bunch of competing countries that were kind of neck and neck with us. And from my understanding, and then World War II happens, we take off, that's it. Like nobody's fucking with us anymore. You mean wasn't ravaged?
I'm getting
Anyways, I use the term first world, second world, third world. I use these terms all the time, and I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble for that or not, but it's just easy. Like I don't know what other term do I use? Like shithole countries?
rage baited.
Oh, he's trying to rage bait me.
And also, it was very clear that the Minnesota government was making decisions and ignoring this. They were
very clear? How is it very clear? Very clear?
Obviously ignoring it.
Obviously. Obviously. I like how it's gotta be so much fun. Watch. Hold on. I want to practice being a right winger for like 2 minutes. Okay. Here we go. All right.
It's giving first world to care so much about calling something third world. Good one. As I said, give me another term without the word colonialism in it. What's the other term? What should I say? Industrialized nation? Like, what am I supposed to say? Give me another term. Non-peer country? What? Soccer people? That's true. That's true, except, like, I'm pretty sure Liverpool would be pretty upset with that. I don't even care, bro. Wow. Okay, he's getting fucking feisty over here. I don't need your sass, Z-King, alright? I don't need your sass. I am... I'm gonna get approached by the real wokies one day on this, okay? They're gonna call me out for having a fucking third world country song that I wrote one day, and I'm gonna have to have answers here, so. Liverpool is kind of third world, to be honest.
It's pretty obvious watching Asmongold stuff.
What does this say? Fernando gifted 1 sub. This is a tragedy of the highest order. My gigas, please stay safe. The Pepe de... What the fuck is this? Is this a television behind him, or is this a board that he actually wrote this on? What the fuck is this?
stuff that he's just paid by a whole bunch of neo-Nazi groups. He's clearly a Nazi, I guess, in his like free time. He must be a Nazi. I think he probably spams slurs on his alt accounts. And it's just very obvious that he probably actually black people. It's just very obvious to me that he's probably a lot of them, probably a lot of them, and children, minorities for sure, maybe even some white ones. It's so obvious, right? Like, how does it pass for commentary when you just assert shit with no factual basis and no evidence? Well, here's this video.
It's supposed to look like an old school ticker board like airports. Is it an actual board? Or is it a television? Is it a screen? Is it like, what is it? Is that an actual gifted membership? Or did they go write that on a board?
Of an investigation that was done in an incredibly shitty manner, and none of the factual claims actually comport with anything that was shown in the fucking video. And there's actually zero evidence that ties any of these places to any scam or fraud whatsoever. But if I just keep saying obviously and self-evidently and clearly, then apparently I've built a case for something. It's actually so fucking retarded. It's so stupid.
Is it that everybody in the community is talking about how much of a problem this is?
Everybody in the community, all of them? What percentage of them? Talking about how much of a problem this is? What is this? What do you mean? Are you talking about the prosecution of the feeding org that was done 2 years ago? What do you mean? This is how we speak?
There's so many of these other cares.
Destiny is literally streaming during my time period, okay? He's on my fucking turf. He's on my block. And what is this? What is this thing? What is this back here? Some sort of blue flowery thing for his desktop background? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Some 3D blue desktop background that he's got back there. He's got my stream up in the background is what it is. He's got to know what his opinions are got to be. He's got to get his takes. He's got my stream up in the background.
Centers around, and nothing ever happened to it.
This is a fucking third world stream over here, dude.
It clearly wasn't enough. And yes,
it clearly wasn't enough. Obviously, it wasn't enough. It's self-evidently, we need to do more. Clearly, there's more stuff. It's so boring. How do you listen to this? You're like, oh my god. Yes, King. Yes, preach. Oh my God, you're so right. Obvious. When you just keep saying everything is so obvious and we don't need evidence or data or fact or stories or anything for anything. Oh my God, King. Yeah, King.
Sure, they might have investigated one case and it was really bad and so they got rid of it. But does it really matter when you investigate one case when there's 50 cases? No, not really.
Oh, why say 50, Aspen shit? Why not just say 1,000 or why not say 1 billion? There were 1 billion cases that they didn't investigate. What the fuck even is a case? What does case mean?
You want to actually solve the problem.
That's the issue, though. And that's, at the end of the day, that's always going to be the issue. And this is why I'm the realist one.
Fuck, I was checking to see if my game audio was too loud because I thought that I just had like a thing come through. And then I went and listened back to it and realized that I fucking realized that as I was doing that, because I thought, wait, that was way louder on my audio than I thought it was. Why was that so fucking loud? And then I pulled up the stream to see, and I was watching myself on the game, like, do it. And then I heard the sound, and then I realized, oh shit, that's not my game. This is my game. That's Destiny's game. Destiny did the same exact thing as me at the same exact time on the same fucking game. I was so confused. I was like, how is that coming in so loudly? What the fuck?
of all these fucking losers, okay? Because even Asmongold plays this shit up, okay? Not as bad as Hassan does, but even Asmongold plays it because you don't want to solve problems, because you don't give a fuck. Because at the end of the day, we're rich white people who don't give a fuck about what happens to any of this shit, because it doesn't affect us at the end of the day. Because we're rich, we're gonna be rich.
Wow,
it
make
matter,
it about
okay?
white people.
Who cares, right? True, king. Because if you actually wanted to solve some shit, you would actually try to problem solve. You would actually try to figure out what's going on. You would actually try to do an investigation. You would actually try to get some probable cause to do an investigation, to get warrants, to indict people in order to actually prosecute crime. But you won't. You're not going to be talking about this in 2 fucking weeks. You're going to move on to another minority group to hate, another trans person to obsess over, or another 32A that should be a 32DDDDD in some new fucking video game that you're probably too fucking shit to play anyway. Like, it's so the rage bait every single fucking day, from one retarded take to the next retarded take. It's just unbelievable. It's crazy to me.
And Hassan had no problem with me saying this exact same thing whenever I was talking about the people that covered up the Epstein files. You remember that? Because I said the same fucking thing. Yes. I said that the people that are covering up the Epstein files, you need to find out, no, not the person that told them, the person that did it. I don't care. Oh, they're a pencil pusher. Oh, it's not fair. Good. Maybe
they overturned the Biden convictions? Maybe they did.
I'll set a fucking example for what it's like.
Like, why are you even pretending to care about the Epstein shit now? We knew that Trump was associated with Epstein before the fucking election, and that didn't sway your opinion whatsoever. Nothing.
Oh, okay, Destiny. Okay, if we knew that he was associated with Epstein before the election, then why didn't Biden ever say that? He had 4 years to say that.
Would have swayed your opinion. Nothing would have swayed your opinion.
Whenever you go and you allow this rot to continue. That's it. And average Americans
You are the rot.
are tired of having their country rotted out, looted, pillaged by a bunch of random fucking third worlders, and then asked to apologize.
Third worlders? Like, when I think of, like, I don't want to be like, I don't want to do just like the personal thing, but dog, you live with cockroaches. It doesn't get much more third world than that. Like, what are we talking about here, bro?
Hey, see, it is a third world stream. See, I told you.
Because of something that happened before we were born. Absolutely. This is outrageous. Yeah. I'm tired of it. Most people are tired of it.
Right.
And I'm also tired of pretending that I'm not tired of it. It's outrageous. Yes, absolutely. And there's another thing, too, is that the...
True.
Yep.
I'm tired of pretending that we don't hate all the fucking immigrants in this country. Like, wow. When?
This doesn't work anymore. Just stop. This isn't even worth responding to.
You said it, you fucking retard, when you said third worlders, because you're incapable of separating out criminals from just people that look like people you don't like. Then use better words, dipshit. Why don't you say what you fucking mean and mean what you fucking say instead of just saying random rage bait shit for your fucking audience? What do you mean it doesn't work anymore to repeat your own words back to you? We gotta get these third worlds out.
Oh, it's a Vesta board. Okay. Yeah. I bought something similar to this, but it was lit up in like a bunch of different colors. Okay. Dude, this fucking $3,500. How simple is that? This should be like $20. This should be like $20. What? They're all $3,500, bro. This should be like $20. It's like a crazy belt drive thing. The mechanics have to be crazy. If this was like the size of an interstate ad, like billboard, then I would understand $3,500. then I would understand $3,500. If the mechanics in this are crazy, they're fucking stupid for making such a stupidly mechanical thing. Like, you hook it to your computer. I get it. I get it. You understand. Okay, get this. Okay? Get this. You understand. I just bought a screen that is 4 times the size of this phone. That's an actual LED screen that I could just make look like that and put behind me. And it would be an actual LED screen that I could do more with, right? I could make it look like that. I could make it look like your mom. I could make it look like whatever the fuck I want because it's an actual LED screen. What was the... Fuck, is Wasted here? What was the name of the company that I got this shit from? I can never remember the brand of this thing, but I just bought this nice thing. It's supposed to have my... I'm gonna put my chat on it. That's the reason I'm getting it, is that I'm gonna have the chat on it. Although now that I have like an entire computer with a clear it's like a Rolex watch. It could be like a Rolex watch if there were other types of this that were $20. It could be like a Rolex watch. I feel like it would be super simple to make a very cheap version of this that would still hook up through a USB or an HDMI or something like that. I feel like that would be easy as fuck. That's got to be one of the easiest things of all time. Like, the one part of this that I think is probably complicated, that is probably the reason that it's the most expensive, is that each and every single one of these squares has to have the entire alphabet behind it. That's probably the main thing. I'm surprised there's not a cheap Chinese version of this. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's not anything on Wish or anything like that. Okay, so this one's $53 on Temu. This one's 87, and it looks way bigger. It might be way smaller. How big is this? Vever programmable LED sign, P10, full color flexible. Yeah, so this is, I got one like this a while ago. I ended up taking it back, but I got one like this to go up on my wall, and then realized I don't have a way to like really make it visible at all. Me and Freddie were in a VC all night one night as I was like fucking around with this thing. It cost me like $500 at the time, so it was. But yeah, I was gonna get like a perfectly square one, and then just put my logo on it. But having like super chats and shit pop up instead is actually a really good idea. Yeah, anyways, I've got, I guess Wasted isn't here, but there's a thing that I've got coming that's like a LED screen. It's going to be a chat that sits on the side of my monitor that has the chat on it the entire time, but it does tons of things. It costs $30. I can put it in my computer. It's fraud. It's obvious fraud. And It's blatant fraud, and Destiny isn't doing anything about it. He's just choosing to ignore it. But look at this. Please select the following graphics in order. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? I don't know. I can't see shit. This one? And then this one? And then this one? This is $44. LED message writing on board, standing with menus, sign board, LED message board for home sweating. Yeah, I would bet that this one probably cannot just connect to like your chat or anything. Let's see. SHEIN, LED, message board, connect to connecting a Sheen LED message board to stream elements is not a direct plug and play process because these LED boards usually rely on proprietary Bluetooth apps like LED BLE, Spot LED, or Control rather than API integration. To make them work together, you need a bridge to translate stream elements, events into app commands. Here are the most effective methods. Set up the sign, install the required apps, remote control, install a remote desktop tool like TeamViewer or AirDroid on both your main streaming PC and the phone. Open Stream Elements activity feed on your main PC. Display. When an alert happens, follow or sub, manually type it into the app. Yeah, so you would have to manually type it every fucking time. You draw on that board? No, it has a USB. You draw on your phone and it pops up on the board. Shut up. App automation. Use an Android emulator like BlueStacks on your PC to run the LED app, or use a script to send Bluetooth commands from your PC to the sign. Trigger events. Configure streamer.bot to trigger an action when a stream elements event occurs, which then updates the LED app. Well, yeah, that's what I would want, but I would have to get somebody else to make that for me. Why the fuck would he spend $3,500 on that shit then? Like, it's cool. It's not that cool. I don't care if I'm a fucking millionaire. That is not that cool. I would get a TV with a black screen on it and just have the stream elements like notifications pop up like that. He definitely wrote it off. That doesn't. Why do you guys say this shit? Why do you guys say this? He wrote it off. Okay, he wrote it off. So what difference do you think that makes? How much of the $3,500 do you think he got back? How much of it did he get back? How much overall do you think he spent? Because after taxes, he's probably spent what? Almost $4,000. And then you get the write-off. So now he spent $3,500. Like what did he do? So he will save half depending on his taxes. Half? Half of what? Half of the taxes that he spent on it? Or half of the total amount he spent on it? He's not getting half of the total amount he spent on it. He's not getting that. He's not getting almost $2,000 back. He's getting some of the taxes back, where he's still spending at least $3,500 on this thing. Like, the tax write-off is not going to be worth getting the fucking board. It's worth getting the tax write-off, but that's only if you're getting the board. Like, you don't get the board to get the tax write-off. It's still not fucking worth it.
Out of here. Most of the people that were indicted on the last Somali shit were Somali Americans. They were American citizens. What are you going to do? You say deport them back to their country. They're American. What country do you want to deport them to? And were you pretending that wasn't the case? Now, maybe for Asman he wasn't, I guess, but for conservatives...
It's not even worth considering.
Not even worth considering. Like, when was that period where you weren't pretending to be mad as fuck and that all of our problems...
No, he will not be taxed on it. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's at the tax. He would get like a rebate on the tax. That's my point, is that he would get like he would just get the tax back, which means that he still spent $3,500 on it. That's what I'm saying.
Problems were caused by immigrants. I must have missed that time period, I guess.
True.
It's insulated, generally white liberals that live in gated communities vote to bring in all of these people that cause violence.
Oh, so me generalizing the conservative movement is constantly rage baiting over immigrants. By the way, what was the #1 election issue that they ran on? Was immigration, right? Wasn't it? By the way, what are like the majority of Trump's comments that he gets in trouble on? Saying that people come from shithole countries, saying that we need to, what was it in the first election, that he wanted to do a total ban on all Muslim immigrants, right? But forgive me for bringing that up, but let's go back to the real world. Oh, where most liberals live in gated communities. Oh, it's the liberals that live in the gated communities. Now, I'm confused because I thought you said that most crime was caused by Democrats and liberals who lived in the fucking ghetto. I thought it was poor, stupid black people and poor, stupid fucking immigrants that were scamming.
So how much tax do you think Destiny pays on 4K of income? Wait, of income? He would get a rebate on the tax that he pays on the item. Not 4K of income. 4K of the tax that he paid for the item. So the item is going to have about a 6%, maybe 7%, depending on where he lives. Let's say a 7% tax. If you write off 4K, that takes your taxable income down by 4K. You will pay 50% tax. You will save $2,000. I don't think that's how it works. I could be wrong, so I'm checking. If you write off $100 business expense, you do not get $100 back. Instead, you reduce your taxable income by $100, which reduces your tax bill by an amount equal to your marginal tax rate. Based on typical tax brackets, you will get approximately $20 to $35 for every $100. Okay, so $20 to $35. Okay. That's definitely more than I thought it would be. 20 to 35% is is a lot more. Income tax bracket, if your federal income tax rate is 22%, you save $22. If you're in the 12% bracket, you save $12. And Destiny's almost definitely in one of the top 2 tax brackets. If you're self-employed, you can also save on the 15.3% self-employment tax, which can bring your total savings to about 25% to 35% of the expense. If you live in a state with income tax, your savings may be slightly higher. Small business self-owner. Maybe I need to start doing write-offs on my shit. Every time I talk to somebody, they always said that I was better off just doing like whatever it was, like the default deduction or whatever, but they said I wasn't really going to get anything back for my business expenses, but I would. Shit. Like Destiny probably makes about like $1 million a year minimum. But I don't know what, because it does say you're getting way less if you're in the higher brackets. But that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that you would get, so if I'm okay, so yeah, it's what your tax rate is. Oh, so you would get more in higher brackets. Huh. Small business owner, 100. For a business making over $1 million per year, the $100 deduction generally reduces your tax bill by $21 to $37. Okay, so now let's do $4,000. Okay, for a business making over $1 million per year, writing off a $4,000 expense will likely reduce your tax liability by $840 to $1,480, depending on your business structure and tax bracket. This is not a dollar-for-dollar refund, rather than a deduction reduces your taxable income, and the savings depend on your marginal tax rate. Here's the breakdown based on the likely scenarios for a business that size. 21%. Oh. Yeah, it says 1,480 to 1,800 tax savings. Okay, so yeah, so he would spend a little bit less than $3,000 then. I thought you were only getting a deduction on the amount of taxes that you paid on the item, not on the item's total cost. Okay. Why the fuck do I have a radio on my shoulder all of a sudden? Did I always have that?
So is it, do they live in the gated communities too? Are all of the black gangsters driving out of their gated communities, or the poor immigrants that are shipped in order for Democrats to win their vote? Like, nothing you say makes sense. None of it comports with reality. None of it is even consistent. It's just one rage bait to the next. I just got rage baited. It is one rage bait there. I just got rage baited. That's what happened. None of this is serious. We need to invent a slur for people who comment on politics and don't know anything about it. We need a new slur for that. Oh my God.
That commit crime, that do fraud, and that have all of these problems because they never have to see it. Their only interactions with illegal aliens are when they come in to clean their fucking house.
That's right.
And so, they think that they're great. But whenever you're the person whose job is being displaced because of this illegal alien, when you're the person who now has to pay a higher premium for your health care, you have to pay.
Oh, this guy's kind of cool. I didn't see. He's got the fin on his helmet. Your character is Body T. Oh, this motherfucker? This is my character. I keep switching back and forth on the colors. All of them I kind of like and I kind of don't like. And so I really wish I could like mix and match some of this shit, but I'd love to make the whole thing just like black and purple, honestly. That would be great, but
pay a higher premium for your insurance, for your home insurance or your car insurance, because these fucking parasites have come in from other countries. They're stealing our money.
Parasites? How does it even make... What? They're parasites because they take a job? That's being a parasite? Do you know what parasite even fucking means? This parasitic leech, what's he doing? He fucking came and he worked for his fucking money. Oh, what? He fucking got a job? What the fuck? What? The parasite.
They're committing crimes, they're stealing identities, and the rate...
Let's hear it. It's like you're complaining about a thing, but you're so off on things.
Okay.
If anything, like, even illegal immigrants probably overall reduce the cost of healthcare because they're paying into...
Well, then we should just import all of them, and then why don't we do this?
Oh, that's what I said! Just import all of them! Oh, don't actually respond with substance to any argument I make because we're substanceless, but that's fine. True.
Why does anybody know? I keep clicking on this to track the resources, and it keeps getting turned off. Why does it keep turning off? Is it a glitch? We just attacked Caracas, Venezuela. No fucking shot. No fucking way. Reports from local Caracas media indicate that airstrikes have struck the residence of Venezuela's defense minister, Vladimir Padrino Lopez. According to Grok, I searched recent reports. An OSINT account, Sent Defender, cites local Caracas media claiming airstrikes hit defense minister Vladimir Padrino Lopez's residence today. However, no confirmation from major outlets like AP, BBC, CNN, or Venezuelan sites. Wikipedia on Operation Southern Smear Spear mentions U.S. strikes, but not this specific target. It remains unverified. Monitor for updates. This is from 2 seconds ago. Yeah, this is from 1 minute ago, saying that it's not verified that the U.S. did it. Yeah, nothing seems to be saying that the U.S. did this. Explosions in low-flying aircrafts are now heard in Venezuela, capital of Caracas. At least 7 explosions were heard along with low-flying aircraft in Venezuela's capital city, Caracas. Around 2 a.m. local time on Saturday, people in various neighborhoods rushed to the streets. Some could be seen in the distance from various areas of Caracas. Trump administration officials said they were aware of reports of explosions in aircraft, sources told CBS News, but there was no immediate response to requests for White House to comment and no immediate reaction from Venezuela's government. President Gustavo Petro of neighboring Colombia said in a social media post that someone was bombing Caracas in this moment without saying who. So in the other post, they said that they bombed his residence, but they didn't say whether or not he died. Would you like to place a wager, Tom, on what? Alert to the whole world, they have been attacked. Venezuela bombing with missiles, he said, calling for a meeting of the United Nations. The reported explosions come after months of U.S. military targeting alleged drug smuggling boats in the region, and as the Trump administration experts pressure on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, thousands of U.S. forces and several naval vessels have been deployed to the region, and President Trump has hinted for weeks at a wider possible military operation. On Friday, Venezuela said it was open to negotiating an agreement with the United States to combat drug trafficking. Maduro also said in a pre-taped interview aired Thursday that the U.S. wants to force a government change in Venezuela and gain access to its vast oil reserves. So what was the house? What was the name of the guy whose house got bombed? Vladimir Pedrino Lopez. It's okay, Vandred. Mantis and I are in an open relationship. Don't pull a cat mirror on me now. Tom question if we did it is wild. It is likely that we did it. There were 3 different chats that said the US just bombed Venezuela. These are like serious things with breaking news. I feel like it's obvious. It's like insanely irresponsible to just start saying the US did this, but I feel like we can all agree on that this is like an insanely like irresponsible way of reporting information to just say the US bombed Venezuela. To say you know, Venezuela just got bombed. The United States probably did it, or something like that. Like that makes a lot more sense. But I'm not saying the United States didn't do it. I never said the United States didn't do it. To say the United States did it when there's nothing saying that that's the case that's fucking wild. I'm wild for not saying the thing. I'm wild for not just saying it. Rock is your first source, though? Yes, I looked at a fucking overview, and then we went and checked headlines from 5-6 different sources. None of them said the US. Then we went and read an article that didn't say the US. Like, nothing says that, nothing has confirmation that the US did this. So I don't know what is the issue with what Grok said. What do you disagree with from Grok? We're in a chat. We can be freewheeling. I'm not saying you guys are irresponsible for anything. I'm saying to get upset with me for not saying the U.S. did this, saying that, you know, oh, not saying the U.S., you know, questioning whether or not the U.S. did this is wild. That's what I'm saying. Like, or say, oh, I'll bet you the U.S. did it. Like, I'm not saying, I never said the U.S. didn't do it. Just say, like, this is, it's, I don't know. I feel like this is weird to like fight me on this. Vladimir Pedrino Lopez is Venezuela's Minister of Defense, a 4-star general loyal to President Nicolas Maduro, overseeing the military's deep integration into the nation's economy and politics. He is a key figure in defending the government against U.S. pressure, often denouncing sanctions and threats, while also facing U.S. indictment for alleged cocaine trafficking conspiracies, charges he denies. Appointed in 2014, he leads the nation. Bro. I agree with the breaking news thing, but Nick Shirley actually texted me and let me know it was China that did it. Oh. It's probably Ukraine. Probably Ukraine, because they probably were there. From my understanding, everybody keeps saying that they're sending all of their bombs over to Central America. So that's what it sounds like. It sounds like they sent a bomb to Central America. It sounds like that's what they did. This has to be like a this has to be like a war crime, right? This would have to be a war crime. Yes? This would have to be a war crime. Yes? I'm not fucking crazy, right? This would have to be a war crime, yeah? Like, already bombing a bunch of people because of drugs. Or war provocation. Obviously, war provocation. Like, the problem is that like Venezuela is just never going to go to the war with the United States, which is why this is kind of like even more fucked up. But other countries might. Like, I know China is not happy with the shit that's happening with oil, like stopping the oil from going to Cuba. Same with Russia. Like, these oil tankers that we already stopped are already fucking up like 2 big enemies, which I'm okay with for the most part if everything else wasn't happening. Like, if they had gone and taken down those oil tankers without bombing a bunch of boats out in the middle of the fucking ocean, I would feel very differently about them taking down the oil tanker. Now, just bombing a guy's house because of drugs, like, you guys remember when Israel bombed Iran to kill scientists that they believed were working on a nuke, right? That at least intuitively makes sense, right? A nuke, like, that at least like is like it seems like a threat, right? It seems too threatening, it seems too dangerous, it seems too big. So it at least intuitively makes sense. Still a fucking war crime. Here, we're bombing a fucking general who we're not at war with, who is not threatening us, who we have no physical threats from, who we have no fear of. But because we think he might be selling some fucking cocaine to other countries. Get this, other fucking countries. This is, I don't know if you guys remember, but we just had a bunch of congressional investigations into this, and it turns out none of the fucking boats that are being bombed are going to the United States. None of the boats are going to the United States. They're all going to other countries. The majority of them were going to fucking Colombia. They weren't even coming here. And we're supposedly bombing boats to keep what was the drug that he said? I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the fentanyl, to keep fentanyl out of our country when fentanyl doesn't come out of Venezuela. There's not fentanyl coming out of Venezuela. They're selling coke. They're selling heroin. They're selling all sorts of other shit. They're not selling fentanyl. Venezuela has the most oil reserves out of any country. Is that true? Venezuela holds the world's largest proven oil reserves, estimated at over 300 billion barrels, significantly more than the next largest holders, Saudi Arabia and Iran, though Canada oil sands also adds substantially to global totals, while Venezuela has vast resources. Factors like U.S. sanctions affect its ability to fully exploit them, with the U.S., Russia, Saudi Arabia often leading in actual production. Sheesh. Okay.
Oh, import every illegal immigrant. You got it, King.
Why don't we have a state where we bring in 50 million illegal immigrants? We will send every illegal immigrant to one state, and we'll see what it's like after 10 years.
That's his game, not mine.
Buddy, that state is called California, and it's got the 5th highest GDP in the fucking world. You're so fucking stupid.
I was just about to say, wait, don't like all the cities, like the sanctuary cities and the places that like, aren't these all like ridiculously successful cities? Cities that like have great GDPs and shit. Like what the fuck? What are they talking about?
You don't know a single fact about literally anything. What you?
So yeah, these are my surveyor vaults. So, yeah, Mantis, if you need one, I got you, babe.
as opposed to what all the illegal immigrants in fucking Alabama and Louisiana and fucking Georgia. Are you serious? I am getting rage baited. It's rage bait. Don't link me this. I just want to raid. I don't care. Oh my God. It's rage bait. I'm getting rage bait. I know he's rage baiting me. I know it. I know he's rage baiting me.
I'm getting
I know he's
rage
rage baiting me. I actually think he's funny. I think it's funny. I think he sits down on stream before stream, and he's like, what is like the most retarded shit I can say? He's like, I bet.
Every time I hear Saudi Arabia, I think of the Pokemon Staravia because the anime is Christ. Bro, you fucking Gen Xers, bro. Or Gen Zers. I hate this shit, dude. The original Pokemon is all there is, okay? That's it. We have the rap songs. We got the 3 rap songs where we name all the Pokemon, and that's it. That's all of them, okay? Everything that came after that, those are fake fucking Pokemon. I'll even include Mewtwo. But that's it, dude. That's as far as I'm going. Fuck that shit.
I bet the state that gets the most illegal immigrants, I bet that state is going to get really fucked. And it's going to do really bad economically. Oh, yeah, let me write that. Oh, that's going to fucking trigger the fuck out of it. Oh, yeah, there we go.
How about that? Let's do a test on this, because this is a total false reality that people like.
Let's do a test on this. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Destiny and other people invent that illegal immigrants are somehow a net benefit to society. The only way that they are a net benefit to society is whenever you are using these fake indicators like GDP.
GDP is fake now.
The fake, yeah. The fake indicators, bro. Oh shit. Oh. Is that? I don't feel like a dead person normally flies that high, do they? I've got a defib if they were killed by a... Oh. There's the laser. What's up? What's up? No, I was coming over here too. I saw a flare go off. I got a defib. I was looking to see if somebody was down over here. Can you hear me okay? Is that better?
I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now.
I saw the flare go off, and I thought that somebody might be down from like ARC, so I ran over here because I got a defib.
That's also what I was doing. I just wanted to make sure, because here he is. But
Oh, this is him?
I'm assuming that's him. I don't know. This is about where the flare came from.
Yeah, I thought I couldn't tell. You're sure you didn't kill him?
I'm not lie. I thought you did. I also heard your shield recharging noise. That's what caught me on you being around. So.
Oh, I didn't recharge. That was not me.
I heard a doo-doo-doo.
Yeah, there's got to be somebody else over here then, because I just spawned into the game.
Did you hear that? Did you just
Yep, I hear it. He's already clean too. There's not his whole body's picked.
Yeah, alright, I heard that, I saw that. Now to find where that just came from.
What's murder a murderer? Oh, there goes another one.
I was gonna say, I don't think that's the same guy. That's all the way.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, I doubt he got this far without us seeing him.
Well, you have a good day, sir. I'm gonna go venture on my quest then.
All right, man. Have a good one. I guess I'm going to get... I'm trying to find that surveyor. Fuck, dude. That guy who killed him definitely saw the two of us and is hiding back there now. If he heard a shield recharger, that guy is definitely hiding back there and he's gonna fucking come. I'm waiting to see if this thing sees him. Oh shit, they have a flamethrower over there? What the oh, that thing's just on fire. I don't think I've ever seen one on fire like that before.
Now. Oh, it's fake. I'm sorry. What do we use? The fucking Twitter sentiment polls? Asman shit? Tell me what indicators we're supposed to use. Please tell me the good ones, please. By the way, GDP is not the only indicator, but go ahead, tell me, please. Tell me, King.
And these other abstract economic indicators.
Economics.
Because they're using all of the...
Where was that laser coming from earlier? I thought it was like right here. Oh shit. Hey yo! Everybody always tells me that I cut in and out on there. On proximity chat. What's up, homie? Are you wearing the same outfit as me? Oh no, different orange outfit. Okay. You seen a surveyor around? All right.
Basically money that they are... Like, these people are working jobs that Americans are not working. They're being paid under the table. And these companies are making more money from it. So California? Well, I don't know about California. It doesn't have all the illegals. Absolutely not.
when conservatives cry, Asman Roach, riddle me this one. When conservatives cry all the time about illegal immigrants being counted in the census and how that's boosting voter share for states or whatever, because that's how they do the apportionment for the House and the Electoral College or whatever. What do you think they're crying about that happening at? Do you think they're saying that that's happening in all the conservative states? Like, I'm getting rage baited. It's okay, though. Systems and shit. Illegal immigrants in California? Nah.
Somebody's blasting.
Was there a huge thing that happened at the beginning of this year where Donald Trump was sending the fucking feds to states? Wasn't there one state in particular that he sent the feds to try to find a whole bunch of illegal immigrants? Didn't they do that whole cringe fucking horse walk through MacArthur Park to show how epic and base and absolutely necessary their efforts were? Remember that? I don't know. Well, who knows? That they're still at a young point in their age, so they're not taking a lot of withdrawals from. You
think that all the illegal aliens are young? That's not even true. Like, what are you talking about?
Do you think the average illegal immigrant is fucking my abuelita? My grandpa and grandpa? My grandma and grandma? Or grandma and grandpa? Maybe we're importing gay illegals. What do you don't think the average age of an illegal immigrant skews downwards? Remember, now, I guarantee you, I'm not even going to go look because I don't need to. I guarantee you, if you go back, this motherfucker has used the word where he's talking about the fighting age immigrants, the fighting age illegal immigrants, or the young men that are all coming over to work. So now it's old people. Now old people are the illegal immigrants. right? How many times did conservatives show you pictures of the caravans? They're like, it's 95% men. It's 95% fighting age males. Now they're all old people? Now they're fucking senior citizens coming to the United States for what? You know they can't even get Social Security. That's not how Social Security works, right? You can't just randomly show up to an office and get it.
And also, even if they are young, they're still gonna have health problems. It's not like only old people have health problems.
I'm getting rage baited. I'm getting rage baited. He's rage baiting me. He's rage baiting me. This is worse. It's not like only old people have problems, right? This is the equivalent to somebody saying, oh, well, aren't there some XXY chromosome people? So that means that male and female can't even exist as a binary. How many times
Are we skipping Tom Framery? Does that mean the frame rates are going down, or what? What's happening? Off and on. Fuck, I'm in a dangerous spot. I already turned the frame rate on the game down to 30. Sheesh, dude. This is like one of the more active games I've ever been in. Like everywhere I go, there's shit happening around me. Oh. Oh. You know, the lower the frame rate, the faster you move in game. What the fuck does that even mean? I'm scared to go through here because these guys just took down a Rocketeer, which means... What up, homie? You got the Rocketeer? That was pretty slick. I'm still scared this guy's gonna
times as Asmongold probably explicitly argued against that exact point and say, well, just because there are some edge cases doesn't mean that we're going to get rid of the whole dichotomy, right? Are you really going to sit here and say on average, on the aggregate, that older people aren't disproportionately consuming more?
I just got the Rocketeer driver. I hope he's not going to be pissed I took it. If he wants it, I'll give it to him. Nah, he's gone. Holy shit. I cannot believe he didn't take the Rocketeer driver. Holy shit. Based as fuck.
Healthcare than younger people. You know, younger people generally aren't sick or dying, right? That's usually old people. Why am I... biggest leeches on tax shit are going to be under 18 people who are probably not generally legal immigrants.
Well, they absolutely are, because, and I think this is a good point, is that, and I've said this before, literally If you've been to an emergency room recently, you know that there's tons of people there. If you're anywhere in the South, there's tons of people there that don't speak English, and they're sitting in the lobby with like 7 kids. The fact is,
are we just making shit up now? Who the fuck takes their 7 kids to the ER with them? What are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about?
that those people are massive drains on the system. These are not net positive taxpayers. And if you brought in 100,000, 5 million more of those people into that state, into that area, the place would turn into an even bigger shithole than it already is. This entire, this argument is so stupid that all of these people that are coming over to do these menial jobs, while we are paying for their housing, they are using all kinds of fraud to get extra benefits. They're claiming children.
Well, that's his game, dude. Holy shit. Keeps tripping me out.
Children on tax returns that aren't theirs. They're committing identity theft and identity fraud.
How can you do all of it? So they're committing all the fraud, and they're stealing the jobs, and they're claiming kids that aren't theirs, and they're getting paid under the table. And why would they need to get paid under the table?
Yeah,
they're
why
committing
would you
the fraud.
get paid under the table?
If they already have 7 kids in the emergency room, why would they need to claim kids that aren't theirs? If they're able to work jobs and they're healthy enough to do that, why do they have to go to the emergency rooms? This is like the Uberman immigrant that comes in with every affliction known to mankind. Who's all? It's like the
You
the
know where
fucking
the olives are?
the juice.
No idea. Sorry. I'm still...
Supposed to be an Olive Garden here.
Negative.
Huh. All right. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I know these trees right here have fruit on them.
Yeah, that's what the map said, but I'm not finding anything, so.
These trees have also been looted. They may have already taken it.
Yeah, I'll have to extract and come back. All right, have a good one, man. I hope you didn't see that. I just tried jumping across a short little thing and didn't make it, and now he's gonna know I'm fat as fuck right now.
It's not his fault that you guys elected a racist.
Somali who comes in with the 12 million scammer IQ brain, but also all of the inherent moral or immorality, I guess, of the Somali person that as we thinks exists. It's like, okay.
They are, doing. They're collecting food stamps. We're paying for their education.
All of it, and they're getting educated at the same time. It sounds like I want these people here. If you're smart enough to play the system 52 different ways and you still have time to go to class, then fucking A, bro. Bring them in, okay? Let the Jews fucking rule us. Let the Somalis fucking scam all the extra money that the Jews are creating. And I guess spread it around to all the fucking poor white people so they can smoke crack and do their fucking fentanyl from China, and that'll be our import market. There you go. That sounds like the ideal society. Fuck it. Let's go, bro.
Insurance goes up because now we have to pay for more uninsured drivers on the road. And then you all...
Insurance goes up because you have to pay for uninsured drivers. Okay, King.
So these people are in houses. Now you're paying more for houses because now they're competing with you for houses with their money that they're collectively pooling together by like 10 people. This entire idea...
Why do they have to pool their money together for scamming it all anyway?
That it isn't a problem whenever you have a bunch of people come into a system that clearly are uneducated.
Clearly.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They have tons of kids. And like...
That guy over there is acting super sus. I'm a little worried about him.
There's no way this is a net positive.
No way. True.
You lived on food stamps?
Self-evident. It's self-evident. It's self-evident. No way. Self-evident. No way. It's evident. It's obvious.
There are a number of illegals that are like old people, like old family members of illegals that are able, and they take job slots from young Americans. Yeah, and also, like, what do you think happens to illegal aliens? They get older.
I'm out of space.
Like, and then when they get older, they're going to go to the fucking hospital.
Wait, so old people do go to the hospital, or what? Are we changing our mind on that one now? This is rage bait in the purest most distilled form. Okay. Because it's going to be working age people that are, and then it's people that are retirement age and older.
Yeah.
These are they're not working anymore. They're just getting entitlements, especially huge drains on our healthcare system because we spend so much money right now on end-of-life care.
Destiny's right about this, that the majority of the healthcare is done from end-of-life care. But guess what happens with all those illegals? You know what happens with them? They're going to get older. And you know what happens whenever they get older? Well, at a certain point, they're going to need that end-of-life care. And then we're going to be paying for them. And they don't have any fucking money because they are illegal.
Hey, yo. Yeah, I'm just heading out. I've had a couple moments where we go in there and they pretend to get ready to close the doors and then immediately turn and start shooting me. So I stand there just bouncing up and down so that just in case they try fucking shooting at my head or some shit, I'll be able to duck, dive, dodge, and duck, dive, dodge. What's the other of the 4Ds? There's the 4Ds of dodgeball.
Aliens.
They're not, it's just natural. They come here, they get paid under the table, they're getting education and housing for free because they're scamming it all. What the fuck are they doing with all their money, Asmongold? Where's all their money going to? Where's it all going? Where's it all going? Oh, I know the answer. He would say they're sending it all back to their country. There you go. I'll give him that one. He'll say that next. They're sending it back. Illegal immigrant category people. And I'm not even defending illegal immigration. Like, there are problems with that. I don't think we should have any illegal immigration. We should figure out how to patch that shit. But like,
then what are we talking about?
Good question.
If you think, well, I don't even understand this. So if you think that
I don't even understand. This is another low IQ test. I don't know what is happening.
I don't even understand this. This is so frustrating because this is every single one of these conservatives, dude. They think that like all of our points are just to defend illegal immigration. They think that's all we're doing. Like every time we're arguing against the bullshit that they're saying and the false information that they're spreading, they think we're just here to defend illegal immigration. And then when we're like, no, I mean, I don't think illegal immigration is good. They're like, well, then wait, what the fuck? What are we even talking about then? Like, what do you mean?
Where all these low IQ white people are coming from. I don't know if you guys are getting inbred or mind fucked by the low IQ black people, or what, or the Jews are just not doing a good enough job controlling your schools anymore. But what is this thing of like, oh well, if we agree with the conclusion, then what are we even arguing about?
Yep.
Hello, Raider.
Yeah, it's. Is he gonna kill the guy? Is he gonna kill him?
Like, oh.
He killed him, didn't he? He fucking killed him. They just zoomed in on his face. Okay. I am gonna play Arc Raiders now. I'm gonna play the shit. Oh, actually, I might play something else, actually. Hold on. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. That's a fact. Oh, duck. That's what I was missing. Duck. Or no, I said duck. Duck, dip, dive, dodge, dip. That's what I missed. Dip. You gotta dip a lip. That's a fact. Okay.
You like it? Oh my god. That's neo-libertarian flammable.
What's going on?
Bro. Parker and Dean just look so Libby here. Like, they just, like, Parker's... He said... like this, pulling, like, what looks like books or something, and then Dean's like, oh my gosh, is that neo-libertarianism? Like...
Oh my god. That's neo-libertarian flammable.
What's going on? Good to meet you, man.
Oh god,
you got your anxiety? Don't use the Lord's name in vain. Wow, that was a bit. That was a joke.
Big fan.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Good to meet you.
Sorry. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Dean, what's going on, man? What's going on? Good to meet you. You don't have
Parker still...
That's fine. Parker, good to meet you too. Will you shake my hand?
So, I'm
the
actually...
political discourse is very sad.
So the neo-libertarian...
Wait, are you avoiding me in person too, not just online?
I'm not avoiding you in
You'd
person.
rather talk to the Juan Pablo shirt?
Who is Juan Pablo? I hear like the
This is
neo-libertarian...
Pope John Paul II. Saint Pope John Paul II. I mean, the shirt is. Yeah.
Are you guys
The shirt is. That's pretty good. The shirt is. I can't help it, dude. I like Kai. I like him. He's a nice guy. I know that's part of the bit, but I appreciate it.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Are you Catholic?
Yeah, I mean, we're all content creators.
So,
like a camera, very normal.
The Pope, he's the vicar of Christ. He doesn't think too highly about Donald Trump's immigration policy.
Neither do I.
Neither do you? You shouldn't either.
Dean is so much more. Dean, you're a lot more chopped than. Hey, don't be mean. Don't be mean.
Not more chopped than that.
Don't be mean. Don't be
Brain.
mean.
I don't know.
All right, so let's debate. We're in person now. You can't run away.
Well, fortunately, we've been debating for the last 5 hours.
You can't do one more debate in person? If you ran online, you're running in person.
I'm walking away.
You said that Charlie Kirk did the same thing to you, and now you're doing it to me.
Guy, if you want to like follow me and debate me, I mean, that's your prerogative.
All right, sweet.
We're like going back.
I'm ready to move. I'm ready.
Based. This is something I can't do. I can't, like, I don't like confrontations. And so I am very confrontation avoidant. Which Mantis and I are like on exact opposite ends of the spectrum, right? Like I can just be like, hey guys, what is this called? Oh my goodness, Tom, what the fuck? How are you always so confused? What the fuck is wrong with you? Can't you just fucking get a clue for once? Like, holy shit, why are you like this? I don't know. So yeah, I can't do this, and this is one of my problems when I try to do like IRL shows. I do think that like when it comes to like in person, like off the cuff sort of like rant, just going back and forth with people, I think that is where like I exceed. But getting that interaction to start is a problem for me, and so this is why when I do my shows or when I do like in-person stuff, what I normally do is I just set up a camera in a place pointing in a direction, and then I walk up to people off camera and I'm like, hey, do you mind if I come over and like, or do you mind coming over here and answering some questions? And we talk to you about the rally that you were just at, or we talk to you about the protest or whatever, like that sort of shit. That like, cause I'm not good at just like walking up to people like this, like, hey man, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Well, what about this? Like, it's just that to me is so fucking uncomfortable that I can't do it. I might be more comfortable doing it if I had a cameraman. If I had a cameraman, I would be a lot more comfortable with it. And I've talked about the fact that I need a cameraman. I need somebody else who's holding the camera for me or holding the phone for me so that they're dealing with that. And I'm not like, hey buddy, what about Donald Trump? What about that? What do you think? What about the immigrants? What do you got to say? I can't do it. So yeah, just having somebody else hold the camera makes a world of difference for me. But if somebody starts like backing up and walking away or something, I will never just like continue following them. I will never do that. There was one time ever that I did this. One time that I ever did this. And that's because they approached me first. If they hadn't approached me first, giving me some indication that they were at least okay with an engagement, and I knew that they knew that I was recording, they saw me talking to people, they already knew that I was a liberal, because that's another one of the problems, that even when I have a camera set up, I think, okay, as soon as these people find out that I'm a liberal, they're gonna fucking get defensive and not want to talk anymore. And so I gotta be like undercover for a little bit and push very, very gently at first before I get to the shit. And yeah, this is, I think, the one time that I like actually followed somebody who walked away.
Tom, buy a hat and I'll get your most expensive sub for a year. Get a Trump hat?
Oh, it wasn't this one.
I got you. So, as a Native American,
you are not gonna believe this.
So if Donald Trump
yeah,
don't
Didn't Mark Zuckerberg just didn't Mark
one
no. Right-wingers and libertarians. Yeah, I don't know where it is. But it was the old guy who was standing there. This guy, here it is.
I don't know why you're holding that camera.
If you love camera, why the f*** are you here?
I'm an American. I want to talk to other Americans.
It's not the f*** Democratic Party here now. Marxist Communist Party.
What about him?
Tim Walz.
What about him?
He's a fucking liar. Right? Fucking big liar.
So is Trump. The things that Tim Walz lies about, they're inconsequential. You're mad that he said something about military. Trump lies about the election being stolen. Trump lies about so many things that are actually important. Even just recently, he lied about the hurricane, saying that nobody came to help and that the governor wasn't answering the phone. And that governor came out and said that that was untrue.
They've got everything they need, they're happy.
That's what the governor said too. The governor also said they got everything they need. I'm sorry, I just don't understand. Like,
yeah, this is like the only time he walked away. I followed him over here.
The governor literally says that they got everything they need. What else can you ask for? What, are you going to force him to take more help? What?
That as we were talking though, and I said this before, as we were talking, the security pulled up over here, and then it's definitely a thing. I think it's more of a thing for guys. I think men are always going to feel as though like following somebody for a period of time is going to make them feel uncomfortable and make them feel like they're being followed, and so you kind of like try to like either lag behind, or you have to like make a decision early, like, okay, this is close to getting to where it's been too long, and I'm either gonna have to like take another path, or I'm gonna have to take the chance of just walking real fast right now and trying to get past them without them thinking that as soon as I start walking fast that I'm fucking chasing them down or some shit. Hopefully they don't take off and run. But I could imagine that for a black guy, it would be even worse, and that all of that would just add on to it. So yeah, I could imagine it being times 2. Why do you hate us? What?
Just been here for 5 or 6 hours, and now we're gonna get some dinner. I respect that. That's a ton of time. And I hope you eat something yummy.
The donation TTS isn't working. Fuck, dude. You guys don't hear it? Hey, Happy New Year. How's it going, Chase? It's supposed to pop up in chat as well, on the screen chat. The other day, all of a sudden, it just started working on the screen chat, and okay.
As a reminder, the echo makes rumors louder. Remember that.
I have to regret. I'm a fan of the chicken sandwiches, but I don't know the Phoenix scene. So, I want to say, and I don't mean to be condescending. I know, obviously.
Chase Mitchell with his 35-month membership. Appreciate it, homie. Let's go. We had a lot of people cancel their memberships. We had a lot of people. Okay. So for this one,
The anxiety pen, that was a bit. No, it's not a bit. It's not very mile. Good to see you, friend. What's up? Hey, What's up, man? Good to see you. Give me just a second. Report business to No, my apologies. Anyway, so let's pick up where we left off. Are you willing at least to say that you dodged our debate a little bit by pulling up like a TikTok video that was as much of a joke as your anxiety pen bit was? No, I thought that the TikTok was drunk. Okay. I mean, and that's your prerogative. The debate that you're
Zed King tipped $5. Off topic, but I hate that feeling of feeling like you're following someone, like you're in the store and people are going the same direction as you but they're ahead. That shit is so fucking awkward. Is this just a me thing?
based. Okay, I got it. Okay, now if I hide this, will it still work? Yeah, I guess not. Wait, you heard that? Oh, Chase upgraded to level 2. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go. Let's get some W's in chat. Let's get some motherfucking W's.
Zed King tipped $5. Off topic, but I hate that feeling like you're following someone, like you're in the store and people are going the same direction as you but they're ahead. That shit is so fucking awkward. Is this just a me thing?
Okay. It is still working. Okay, good. Okay, so now I need to copy this over.
Arguing I dodged something I completely swept you on. The 14th Amendment? I fucking swept you, dude. I mean, what was your argument?
Okay, so you misinterpreted the origin of the 14th Amendment.
Okay.
And then you tried to qualify it, because I mentioned, look.
Did Mantis ever answer the question on why she's asking why I hate us?
In the congressional debate,
on camera, okay?
In the congressional debate about the 14th Amendment, the first thing that was said after it was proposed was that it would obviously not include Native Americans if they have not renounced any tribal affiliation.
Is Destiny here? He actually is. Tell him I'm a big fan. I'm not with him, but I know that he's here somewhere.
Is Destiny here? Tell him I'm a big fan. Bro, dude. That's fucking hilarious, bro. That is fucking hilarious.
Rival faction. But so you tried to bring up that there was like this prior kind of dispute. I believe it was about like the recognition of tribal lands. I don't want to strawman you, but what was your response to?
Okay, I mean, if she's ready, we can play. But yeah, I guess it's 3. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. So it says both her and Van Dredd are idle. It says they're not even playing.
To the idea that citizenship requires allegiance.
Oh, so that argument comes from a Yale professor.
And the framers of the 14th Amendment.
In 1926, but you know where Yale comes from?
Where?
SCOTUS. You know Chief Justice Gray is?
What's up?
No, so he served on the Supreme Court in 1898 during the U.S. versus Wonka case.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, oftentimes, you know, when I'll bring up the U.S. versus Wonka response very common response is, well, what was it, a documented immigrant? Right. His parents were like, were residents, permanent residents. However,
for multiple decades.
However, right, the contentious part of the 14th Amendment, right, which leads to this conversation surrounding does it apply to undocumented immigrants, is are they within the jurisdiction thereof?
Subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Subject to the jurisdiction.
Yes, correct.
And in the U.S. versus Wonka case, in the footnotes, Chief Justice Gray defined being subject to the jurisdiction thereof as being not more or less comprehensive.
You guys need to cross?
Yeah, we do. Then being, hey, thanks for pointing that out. Then being within the jurisdiction thereof.
Okay.
And we know that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction thereof because that was ruled and definitive.
Well, yeah, we know they're within the jurisdiction thereof because they wouldn't be illegal immigrants if they weren't within the jurisdiction. That's the illegal part. How can you be illegal if you're not even in the jurisdiction? How can we claim legality without jurisdiction?
Determined by Pryor v. Doe in 1889. So the only way legally you could argue that undocumented immigrants and their children born on American soil don't have a claim to birthright citizenship is that we're to be strictly ruled by SCOTUS. But currently, all case law points towards you being legally wrong and me being legally right. By the way, just to put it out there, at some
Hold on, Dean. Why is the child of a foreign diplomat not an American citizen?
Because
what do you mean shorter in real life? Am I tall online?
Well, see,
that's like a weird statement. I mean, did you think I was tall based on my online persona? That's a compliment.
I didn't think he was tall.
You're just shorter than I thought.
That's a compliment. Because Chief Justice, because
they're literally the same height.
Chief Justice Gray,
and he's taller than Dean.
The U.S. versus Wonka case defines them as not being within the jurisdiction thereof, since like American laws, for the most part, don't directly and immediately apply it.
Okay, I sent Mantis and Van Dredd invites. I don't know if they're not comment, but I'm about to start another raid.
What?
Sure, Nick. I mean, that's
No, hold on. You said that the U.S. laws are directly and immediately applied to the children of foreign diplomats. I think either you misspoke or I misheard.
No, to the foreign diplomats. Sorry. What's that?
You don't want to walk up. No, but why the children? Why is the child of a foreign diplomat?
I don't want to say too. Are we like? Is it like a time where we got split?
If you guys have to say something private, like we'll turn the camera.
I got the anxiety. No, just because we gotta go back. Because we gotta go back to where we're staying, and we don't want people.
Yeah, we're not gonna dox that. My apologies. Yeah, I'm not gonna follow you all the way. So, but I may have misheard you.
Yeah, I was like, maybe we should like sit down and like.
Come to a party tonight.
So
like that, like that'd be so based. That gotta be based. That gotta be.
I'm not.
They also said they had like some party.
Yeah, you have one more question.
Well, no, I think I misheard you or you misspoke.
Okay.
You said that the laws are directly and immediately applied to the children of foreign diplomats, U.S. law.
Sorry about this.
So the U.S. laws are directly and immediately applied to the foreign diplomats.
No, the argument is
that they're not.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. There are cases where diplomats.
Teresa, what are you doing here?
What are you What's up, Frank? Hey, dude, this is like a stand-up. This is like a Mexican stand-up right here.
How are you?
Oh,
you're.
Wait, is this?
I was just about to say this is like watching Anchorman, the fights in Anchorman. Just somebody's like hold up a grenade, just ah!
Cross lovers?
I've seen you.
No.
Parker.
Are you here for their event or are you here for the TBO?
Oh, we're not running the event.
Dean was racing. Just debating. Dean, why are we racing? Well, you're not here for them. This is crazy. This is a Romeo and Juliet star-crossed lovers kind of moment.
7. Surprise.
Is that real? What the fuck, Dean?
Sorry. Surprise, I didn't know.
How many anxiety tens are in your car? Anyway, so we're having. Can I hit it?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, we're talking about birthright citizenship.
So I'm not trying to slide mix with like sub 35.
I go dogs. I won't do that.
This is the case for
You're with Mason. Very interesting.
Next time you're in trouble, we know.
I have very negative thoughts about that. Well,
trust me, I do. I also think very important things about it. No.
Basically,
We're the leadership after. I'm waiting on an answer to the birthright citizenship thing. We have very. You gotta bow down to Chad Shank. Yeah. I'm the nuke, but he's mogging me. He doesn't even take off the mask.
I remember when you fucking yelled at John Ross.
Yeah, I was.
We also went to high school together. I'm friends with Jamie.
Oh, you're friends with Jamie?
Yeah.
Nice. How is he?
Oh, he's doing good. So for Utah.
In Utah?
I used to date.
Yeah, he's over at UMU.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
I know this.
Oh,
we have somebody.
Yeah, we're all friends.
Yeah. That's nuts. Look at the small world.
Yeah, dude.
I know, right? We're like, is that technology?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
We got a posse.
All right, Dean, we do have to get back to the debate because I don't want to take up much of your time.
We have one more question.
Well, you haven't specified.
Good to see you. We'll get out of your way.
Likewise, good to see you, man. Hey, you're gonna be back tomorrow? Should Diddy be deported? Okay. You're looking big, by the way. You're looking big.
I'm getting bigger.
You're getting bigger. And that honestly, I look up to. Are you getting Parker on there?
Oh, dude. I mean, Parker's already been on that for years.
Let's go. Lifting the weights.
Okay. Last question, last clarification.
That is surprising. I didn't think that Parker worked out at all.
Then we gotta. Things are not right without you guys because our place is in the area and we don't want it to be done.
That's totally fair. I think I'll just kind of make the statement then, which is that because I didn't understand what you're saying, whether or not the American laws are applying to the children of foreign diplomats immediately and directly. I mean, the typical assumption is that they don't.
The argument is about but the argument is about the parent.
Yes.
So as long as the parent,
why does the parent matter?
Because that's what Chief Justice Gray and the other eight.
But why do you think they decided that the parents' citizenship and their elite?
Yeah, to just keep saying like, but because the chief said so. Like, yeah, but why? Like, what is the argument here? To just keep saying, but because the chief said so. That's Supreme Court said it. So yeah, but why did they say it?
Allegiance matters in determining the citizenship of the child.
The allegiance argument, that's not a legal one.
Parker is the least soy of the boomer libs. I don't know. After the Unfuck America tour thing, I I feel like I don't know. I used to think the same, but yeah, I disagree now. I think that he is a soy boomer lib, I think. Or whatever, I don't know what a boomer lib is, but or a soy. Wait. Yeah, I don't know what a boomer lib is when he's like Gen Z. Hmm.
Bathroom facilities in Sector 9 are temporarily out of order. Use Sector 8.
Okay, I think I've got everything. The last game that was weird, that we walked up on that guy who was just dead there, and there was nobody there. that was weird as fuck. And bro, the fact that the guy, so we start walking down, and I'm starting to think the guy who was acting like he didn't kill him, that was probably the guy who killed him. I'm now looking back at it, that was probably the guy that killed him. He probably charged his shield and thought that I heard his shield charge. And so that's why he said, like, you know, there, because I'm now realizing, yeah, he said some things that were a little contradictory. At one point he said there was a raider flare that went up in this general area, but I don't know where it is. And then just like 30 seconds later, he's like, yeah, I mean, the dead body's right here, and walked right up to it. Like, wait, right there? I thought you didn't know where it was. Wait, what the fuck?
Comes from a Yale Harvard.
No, that's actually the way that the original language was actually. That's not the case, because you know that the 14th Amendment precedes obviously the early 1900s or the late 19th century.
I meant the 19th century.
Which part of it?
I think the Harvard professor came along right after its ratification, like 74, like the allegiance argument. Came from a Yale law professor in like 1874. I could be wrong, but it's somewhere in that.
I'll have to look into that. That is interesting.
Right, that's where the allegiance. I mean, that's what even Turning Point says. Because I think that Turning Point did a video on like the nature of the 14th, if it applies to undocumented immigrants, and inside of that video, even they're referencing this law professor for the origin of this allegiance argument, that you have to have allegiance to the country.
Well, I think
and then a removal from the country, where they turn somebody around at Ellis Island when into America, preceding the introduction of the 14th Amendment. But I mean, legally, there's no question that today, children of undocumented immigrants do have a claim for direct citizenship. Your best argument isn't that today they don't. Your best argument would rather be.
It's funny.
Well,
it was wrong. Supreme Court precedent.
Your best argument would rather be you disagree with the amendment and you hope it changes. Not that the amendment says anything other than what I've said.
No. Hold on. You have to understand the framework I'm applying. Because there are Supreme Court justices in very recent memory who apply the original common interpretation framework to their analysis of founding documents. It's not that I'm wrong, it's that I'm applying a different framework. But I think that I can very reasonably say that the framers of the 14th Amendment, the people who wrote it, were obviously intending something different than what was decided in Wong Kim Ark. And the nature of the perception, especially of Chinese immigrants, not only was that something that...
So I think this probably is true. The reason I say that, and I had this fight not too long ago. Oh, the matriarch is on this map. Okay. I got into a fight with another liberal on a panel the other day when we were. Oh shit! Fuck! That did not mean to do that. I clicked my mouse. This says I have 3, like, iron things. It says I have 3 of these. Or is it saying, oh no, okay, it was telling me to press number 3 to pull it out. Okay. But yeah, I got into a fight with a guy recently on TikTok about this, another liberal, who was arguing that, like, anybody who says that, like, one Kim Mark was wrong, is racist, blah, blah, blah. But the idea that, like, this was their original intent doesn't make sense because they didn't do it. Like, they didn't allow illegal immigrants to have kids here and then just claim them as citizens. Like, that was not a thing. So to say, well, this was their original intent, then why didn't they do it? If that's what they wanted, why did they never do it?
That was disputed in the Congress prior to the 14th Amendment's ratification. It was also something that was then multiple times reinforced in law because you had the Chinese Exclusion Act, which begins as a temporary shutdown, a moratorium for 10 years. It is then reaffirmed, and then it is codified into law. No, hold on. But I'm talking about, like, specifically, like, the perception of the United States towards the immigrants. If what you're arguing that the people who made the 14th Amendment agree more with your perception than with mine, would you say that? I don't want to strong you.
I'd say that's a delineation that's hard to make. I'd say, I
don't think it's hard at all, because they wrote it down and they, like, said, we don't want this to apply to Native Americans because they don't. And by the way, to refute your argument, it is specifically referenced tribal affiliation. That is allegiance.
Well, we're the framers of the...
You down over here? Oh. There's people right there. Is the matriarch here or something? I hate getting stuck in these bushes because then I can't see anything. Somebody definitely just died here. There they are. Did they get looted? Yep, they got looted. Okay, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
The 14th Amendment alive in 1898. I mean, that was only a couple.
No,
of years
I'm talking about the Congress in 1868.
1868. So this is only like a handful of years prior to.
No, it's
SCOTUS. So I think what I would.
Wait, hold on. It's 30 years prior, and it's the Congress that ratified it. Obviously, it's going to matter more the people who were in the Congress
So did
when
they
it was
say
being
that
ratified.
this doesn't apply to residents, to non-citizens?
No, exactly. This is what I'm saying, is that literally the first thing that is written down in the Congressional Globe concerning the 14th Amendment, the very first argument that is made by any member of the Congress, is the clarification that this obviously will not apply to a Native American who has not absolutely shut off or cast out any tribal affiliation. And obviously the other issue is that many of them didn't pay taxes. And it's like, why would you make an American citizen who doesn't pay taxes?
Okay, do undocumented immigrants have a tribal affiliation?
I think many of them do.
Holy shit, dude. The audio that keeps changing on this keeps fucking me up. It keeps fucking with me so much because it sounds like it's a game. It's a person in the game. Like, every time they get this, like, very... What up, homies? Hello, friends. They're not responding. This is making me worried.
Right by this motherfucker.
I just got here.
Here, you want a showstopper?
A what?
A showstopper grenade?
Sure.
There you go.
Thank you.
Keep you safe.
Based. Yeah, I need apricots.
Oh, do you? I only needed 2. Here, I can drop you some.
How many does the event need? I don't remember. Was it 4?
Oh, I'm doing it for my chicken.
Oh,
Here,
okay.
I'll drop you the ones I don't need, though. Here.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Well, okay, no, thank me. Seems like he's got a lot of shit. Let's just kill him. Just kidding. There's like 3 of them over here. They would all fucking team up on me and murder me if I did that soon. Although I probably have the firepower on me right now to kill all of them. I don't want to take the chance.
Snitch, there.
Thank you. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, there it is.
You do, absolutely. Yeah. And I think it actually makes sense.
Tribal affiliation.
Hold on. Well, a tribal affiliation. I'm obviously not affirming just the word tribal.
Okay.
I'm affirming
But also, do you think
or
that indigenous
national.
Americans have birthright citizenship today?
Some of them don't.
Well, I mean, do we agree that in America today, indigenous Americans have a claim to birthright citizenship under federal law and reinterpretations?
I mean, why does the like legal truth argument matter? I mean, you could ask me. No. It's just a statement of reality. You could say, is it true that it's illegal to murder somebody? It's like, yeah, sure, but you and I are talking about whether or not something is good.
Oh, so you actually concede that you have
Dean, you conceded that 5 minutes ago when we were talking, and you
No,
you did.
I told you that's what your best argument would be, because this one is
If you had listened to me when we had our TikTok debate, I told you that. I said, look, I'm not concerned with the legality of it, because there's plenty of things in the past that have been illegal that you would have wanted legalized. There are plenty of things in the past that were illegal that you would have wanted.
Okay, so we're on the same page. The children
That we have different interpretive frameworks? Absolutely.
So
And we're arguing those out.
the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. If you had to claim for those cases,
Legally, sure. There is no.
I don't.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, you guys want to get a picture really quick?
Yeah. I'd love to.
Listen, I feel like you got some footage on there. I appreciate you for the opportunity to get back to the
Hey, no worries. We'll respect your time.
entertaining.
I'd love to shake your hand if it's not something that you're opposed to.
Well, listen.
I think it improves our discourse.
You said that why is your hand shaking?
Dude, I'm amped up on 300 milligrams of caffeine.
Okay.
I have eaten nothing, and I had a white monster.
Well,
And
man,
I'm
go
like,
get
why?
some food. I appreciate you for the dialogue. We need to get back to the.
No handshake.
You wanna shake
You
his
wanna
hand?
shake his hand?
Come on, man. Get a picture.
I get nervous around two boys.
You guys have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Time at the tournament.
I appreciate it.
Fun.
It's good to meet you. Hey, D, 07?
What's 07?
It's a salute.
Is that
Anyway,
07?
Welcome to another episode of Conversations with Coleman. My guest today is Tim Miller. Tim Miller is a political commentator, MSNBC analyst, and writer-at-large for The Bulwark. He used to be a Republican communications operative who worked for candidates like John McCain and Jeb Bush, but years later he became a leading never-Trump conservative and wrote the best-selling memoir, Why We Did It, a travel...
You guys need anything from these?
Hi,
What the fuck?
here I am.
Where are you?
We're waiting for you in the lobby.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wait, why are you able
You guys
to
need
talk
anything
right
from
now?
these?
I don't know how I can hear him and how he can hear me, but he can.
That's dope.
Can you hear Vandred?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of the map. You can't hear me?
Oh, you can. I can hear Tom do this. I don't know.
You can't hear him?
Yeah, I hear Vandra.
I
He can
hear
hear you.
Tom.
He can hear you.
Yeah. He hears me.
Yay!
It's crazy.
We just did the funnest thing. We had a weird round where we just did like one simple little quest, and then we kind of had nothing to do. We were on top of the control tower, so we were just shooting at Ark. Then we decided to leave, went down to the extraction, and there were like 4 dead bodies down there full of fucking shit.
Head home at the Overlook air shaft.
Damn. Did you guys see, were you watching when me and this guy, there was a firework, a radar flare that went up. And so I went running towards it because I'm like, I've got a defib on me and there's a bunch of ARC over there. So I'm going to assume this guy just got killed by some ARC and I'll go.
I didn't see.
Got him. Oh shit. Oh, these are people fighting. Well, I ran up there and then this guy's standing there and he's like, did you kill this guy? And I was like, kill who? I just ran over here because I saw a radar flare. I have a defib and so I was just going to try to pick him up. He's like, oh, me too. We both had the same idea. And I was like, oh, okay. And then he's like, yeah, I don't know where he is. Oh, there's the fucking...
Matriarch, over there.
The fucking matriarch's here.
Alright, well, it's time for me to sell off a bunch of shit.
I'm getting out of the game right now, so... I just unloaded the Torrente on the matriarch. Like, she was across the map. So I figured I'd get some damage points on her while I'm waiting on the extract to open. But yeah, so the guy's like, all right, well, he's like, I heard your shield charger. And so I thought it was you, because that would mean that you just got hit by something too. And I was like, nah, dude, I never used a shield charger. And I didn't hear a shield charger. So I think he fucking killed the guy and then he was pretending like he was looking for him to lift him up. But then he's like, maybe he's down here, and started running down as I was searching the body. And the body was clean. And there was nobody else around. Like, we walked around for a minute. There was nobody else around. And the guy just took off. He just ran off and was gone. So I think he killed him and then just pretended like he wasn't. Like he was just there looking, doing the same thing as me. But yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
I need 130k so I can expand my stash. How do they get like $1 million?
Sell a bunch of shit?
Yeah, you just keep going and raiding for shit. Like, instead of going in to do stuff, you raid to get stuff, and then you keep coming back with it and just selling it over and over and over.
Yeah. I'm just
Mostly
gonna upgrade my
residential areas because the entire section is dedicated to selling stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of good shit in there, but I also think like killing Ark is one of the best ways to get good stuff, like selling Hornet drivers and Rocketeer drivers and shit like that. Those are all like, you don't have to wonder if you're gonna find it. You can just kill the Ark and get it. Yeah, I sent you a DM a while ago, Mantis. Because I had invited you guys a while ago, and I was wondering where you were.
But we were ignoring you.
Yeah, well, Mantis typed in chat, why do you hate us? And I was like,
Yeah,
what is she talking
invited you
about?
to play.
I didn't get an invite.
We invited you ages ago.
Before I was on the game?
By invite, we mean we typed in chat like once, and then decided you ignored us, and then decided to play.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see it. I got on the game right when Mantis said, why do you hate us? I had just gotten on the game, and I was like,
yeah.
What the fuck? Okay. Do I need lemons for anything?
Did you already do the cock?
Let's see. That needs olives. Fuck. I thought, shit. I think I just got apricots or some shit. Yep, I got apricots. I have
You
zero
say
olives.
apricots?
Yeah,
This
what do
is
you go?
apricots.
What do you call them?
It's apricot.
Yeah, I call them apricots.
Apricot is so wrong, dude.
Okay, not even Americans say that. I don't know where the fuck Top got it. Yeah, apricots, like what the fuck?
Yeah, what?
That's bizarre.
So Mantis, did you ever regret selling your candleberries?
I sold a few, but only because they're not that hard to get. You just go to a cold snap, and then they're all around.
Are they really? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna.
But if they're for your project, you just commit them to the project, and then they go out of your inventory.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're going to ask for more later. is the problem.
What page are you on?
Of which one?
Of the quest for candleberries. What page?
The quest for candleberries doesn't require candleberries. It's the other one that
Yes, it
has the
does.
candleberries, right?
It's flickering flames.
I thought the candleberry quest gave you candleberries. The other quest required candleberries.
Okay, there's one called Gathering Candleberries where it's just called Flickering Flames, and there's 5 pages on it. You can gather candleberries, or you can.
Yeah.
It's
Flickering
just
flames. Yeah. I gave it.
You're
50
talking about Flickering
candleberries.
Flames.
Yeah, I already gave those to it.
Okay,
and
well,
now
I'm
I have
telling. What
70
page are you
more.
on?
I'm
What
on
page
page
are you
2.
on? Okay, you need candleberries for page 3 and page 4 and page 5.
Okay. All right. So
Like I'm on page 4, and they're asking for 60 candleberries. I still need 20 more.
Okay. Shit.
If you don't need them right now, you can always just do candleberry runs. Like, it's not hard to find them.
It's not a big deal. I'm not out of space or anything. I just kind of the fact that they're like almost $5,000 makes me want to, or the $4,500 makes me just want to sell them.
Yeah.
What is the oh I can add an anti-tick field? Wait, where is that?
Looting MK2 has it in its ability.
Yeah. That's what I've been going out with every time, so I can loot more.
Where do you want to go, Bandred?
What? I don't know.
Well, if the matriarch is still on that map, you guys want to go back there?
We're not fighting the queen.
No?
What? Do you know how to fight the queen?
Yeah.
I don't know how to fight the queen.
Well, everybody's gonna be fighting the queen. Is kind of the point. Is that like there's not everybody, but there's gonna be at least like 4 or 5 teams fighting the queen, and so you just join in.
It's not just like a normal fight. You have to like there's like shit you have to actually do.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Someone was explaining it to me once, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Huh. Well, so that I know that like there's ways of killing it more easily, but from my understanding, people kill it by shooting it, and then it has like a nest below it that it's protecting the whole time. And once that's done, once you kill the queen, you get to go into the nest, and there's just like loads and loads of loot there. And it's like almost like a alien like thing. I guess it's our overlords doing that shit. But yeah, it didn't give me like a specific, like a special thing on my way out saying like, this is how much damage you did to the queen or anything like that, which is odd. Because it does that for other shit. Like it'll tell me like,
this guy's just saying shoot the shit out of it with a hole cracker.
Yeah, I have a hole cracker. Which queen? The matriarch. So at the end of the last match, I walked up to, I was kind of on the other side of the map, but I was shooting at a massive spider. And that's the matriarch. It is the biggest spider boss of all of the arc. Like there is nothing. There's nothing bigger than that. So you can see it right here.
Alright, well,
know why
me
talking
to...
to Death Wish all the
PRC
time,
it.
but sure.
Yeah, it's literally all the way over there. It's fucking huge.
So what should we bring?
Well, what do you want to do? Do you? I don't know that there is a map. Well, I'll pull it up first and just check. Okay. All right.
What's active right now?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's. Oh, it is. It's active on Damn Battlegrounds.
What is the matriarch?
Yeah. So
Okay,
if you want,
shall we then?
we can
I'll
go.
take a wolf pack.
Yeah, if you want. I wouldn't take like super good shit that you don't want to lose. But you know, shit that's good enough to do some damage. Yeah, I'll take a hull cracker.
You need a hull cracker with like 120 something rounds.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of rounds right now. Like I just bought my first rounds yesterday just in case I ever wanted to use it.
I'm assuming that's for like soloing it, which I don't know why you would ever do that though, so.
I might take my Torrente.
Yeah, I've got my Torrente. I just put my Pharaoh back.
I'll take an anvil and a Torrente. Medium and heavy ammo. What augment should I take then?
I'm gonna stick with the looter too. Crap, I don't have root explosives. That's
What
I
are
need
augmented
from
slots
there.
for? Trinkets?
They're for special stuff, like anything with a diamond on it.
Okay. May as well take a
Business as
medium
usual then.
shield then.
You doing all right, Raider? Got your eye on something?
I can't take a medium shield with a looting Mark II.
Here for some gadgets?
Not with
You're always welcome.
Combat or tactical.
You paid for it?
Oh shit, I didn't realize I just paid that fucking much. Holy shit. Okay.
Somebody take the smiley face to the animal. It helps somehow.
I really need to upgrade my explosive station. 2 Rocketeer drivers and a laboratory regent left.
Dude, shooting the what's it called? The Torrente, it takes damage so quickly. Mine's at 47 out of 130, and I feel like I shot it in like one game. Advanced mechanical components, that's what I needed. Shit. And I'm missing steel springs.
How many do you need? I have 13.
Yeah,
I always
but
pick them up now.
I need it to go into the match right now, so I have to repair my Torrente before going in. I have another one that I can switch it out with, just this one's a Torrente 4, so I'd rather use this one. But does anything recycle into springs?
Celeste, I believe, sells springs.
Thought I just checked. Maybe she does. Let me check.
Hey there.
Oh yeah, she does. Okay, cool.
I got a Torrente 4 and an Anvil 3.
Back again?
Oh my goodness, now I'm out of mechanical components. This is rough.
You can buy those from Celeste.
Yeah, but now my shit's full. And so I have to break some shit down. Okay, should be able to repair this now. Yes, thank you.
Venezuela.
Apparently they just got bombed.
Oh, great.
One of their generals' houses just got bombed. We don't know if anybody's dead. We don't know. There is not a definitive answer on who did it. There's not a lot of information right now.
CBS says Trump ordered the strikes.
Did they?
That's what I got on CBS, but
What time did they say
seems
that?
like it's about an hour ago. Seems like it's all new shit, so I like to wait it out. And then
Yeah, well, I read it like right after it happened, about an hour ago, and it said that they reached out to the White House and there wasn't a real response from them, except that they knew that it happened.
cool. So we're going to war with Venezuela, right? That's just that seems like we're just okay.
Venezuela's not going to go to war with us.
I guess that's true. Yeah, they'd get fucked up.
Like, even if the
That doesn't
country
mean we're
liked
not going to go to war
Maduro.
with them.
Well, yeah, true. I was gonna say, even if the country liked Maduro, they would fucking riot in the streets before they would go to war with the United States for him.
What a waste of resources.
Almost done.
What are we doing?
Let him cook.
He's been cooking for so long.
Hey, baking takes a while, alright? You gotta preheat the oven. I mean, you could just microwave, I guess. It's fair to, I mean, like, you know.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Huh?
He's leaving.
We just started the game. What do you mean he's leaving? Oh my god, my
Sounds like it's
controller.
right near us.
That's how long we were waiting.
There it is, right there.
Queen, over there. Red alert, raiders. We've
on
spotted
it.
a harvester in your area.
Okay, I'm just gonna... Oh my god!
Are you getting shot at?
Lots of backup.
He just went straight for the fucking queen.
Bring it on, motherfuckers.
Oh, great. Okay.
Oh my god.
Ow, ow. Back inside, get back inside, get back inside, get back inside.
Are you guys coming in?
I killed some...
Not go
I
out
killed
there.
some things. I killed some things. With a wolf pack.
Well, I've got a hull cracker. Come watch this. It's a rocket launcher. Oh shit! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
Oh my god,
shit.
this is so fun!
Alright, well, we're stuck.
No, we're not.
Move!
Watch out! Rocket
Yeah,
is
probably
right
don't
here.
stand right behind somebody when they go to the door.
Oh, there's a Rocketeer involved now?
Yep, they're all here. This is
Oh,
awesome!
shit, what was
this
that?
Is what we paid for.
Oh shit! Holy shit! Why am I on fire? Why am I on fire? Did I
It's
just
a
catch you
trail-
guys
it's a
on fire?
That was a trailblazer. I think someone else must have thrown it.
No, it shot 2 darts into the ground and then blew up.
Oh
2
my
big
god,
darts.
we're actually
You
trapped
see it?
down here.
Yeah,
Yeah, see, it caught you on fire. How the fuck is it catching you on fire?
Wait,
Rocketeer.
just be quiet so they go away from here, and then we can get out of this spot a little bit.
No, we came to fight. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, just
I
let
do
it
wanna
move
fight.
towards other people, though. Other people are gonna draw it away from us so that we have some
Does the
more room.
Torrente do good damage?
Okay, there it is. Oh, it's rocket, rocket, rocket!
Oh, there he is.
This is so fun!
Oh, shit. Oh, see that? Did you see it? You saw the spike come in and then blow up
It's
and
coming,
catch on
the
fire?
fire's gonna come.
So there's a spike that comes in. Oh, you didn't like that. She did not like that. She just got hit in the fucking jaw, dude. Oh, no.
Oh shit, she's right there!
Yeah.
This is epic. I want to throw my grenade.
Oh shit, dude. Stop. Okay, yeah, we gotta stop doing that. So, Van Dread, what? Van Dread is catching on fire and then jumping into us on fire, and then we catch on fire.
Stop, drop, and roll.
I just fucked it up with a showstopper.
Let's go.
Let's give him another one.
Oh. Oh. What did I just get hit by?
Her leg?
Was that her leg? Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, that was her EMP, I think.
I don't think that was her leg. She was too far
Okay,
away
I
when
don't
I
know
shot
what
her.
it was. An EMP.
It was those spikes. Yeah, it was those spikes that catch on fire. Yeah, those. See, they're spikes. They hit there, they explode, and they catch on fire.
Alright, what else do I have? I got a trigger nade. I could throw that at her if she's that close. I love throwing nades at them.
Let's let her get farther away before we do it again.
Wait, I want to throw a nade at her though.
Yeah, well, we
I'll
can
take
do
care of
that
it.
like when we have
Don't
more
worry.
room to kind of.
Sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just kidding.
Ooh. Whoa.
Oh no!
I'm afraid
Everybody
it's gonna
runs
lurk
from
and
the
shoot a
turret
laser
then.
beam in that hole.
Same. This is kind of the most hilarious place to spawn.
Yeah. That was insane that we came here to fight her and. Move!
The legs!
Why is it always
legs
you
come in.
right up against me when I'm jumping?
Oh, Vandred, charge your shield up.
With what?
Oh, I'll give you
Seriously?
one.
Yeah, I forgot to add rechargers to
Oh, your shield's broken.
And
Oh,
apparently.
no.
Don't
Can
worry,
we
we'll be
craft
fine.
one? No.
No, not a normal shield.
You just be careful.
I'll be fine. Eat my dick.
Oh wait, we can craft flame spray. Oh no, we have to have a fireball burner and an air freshener.
This is so fun.
Through this thing.
Alright, let's wait for her to go a bit away so we can actually get out there and enjoy it.
I got a magnetic accelerator.
Oops.
Bro, you just hit me.
No, I didn't.
You just took my fucking shield off. I just had a full shield.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Yeah, we need to get out of here so we can go loot somewhere else and get shit.
I'm out
so
of
we need to
ammo.
let it go somewhere else, cause okay, there's like 5 drones out there now. Okay.
What's Tom's plan?
We need to let it move away so that we can
I just
find a
wasted all
different
my
place.
shit.
Yeah, so we need to loot a little bit. We need to be able to grab like shit for shields and stuff like that. Alright, follow me, come on.
Well, I mean, we probably should have just brought some. Alright, following Tom.
Really?
Okay,
We did.
That's what I wanted to do. I'm sure we're fine.
I'm dead. Oh my god, it missed me. How did it fucking miss me?
Oh, it shoots fucking like lava.
How did it miss?
Ow.
Yeah, ouch.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, Vandred's dead though. We've got to get him when it stops
Yeah, I
looking
know.
this way.
He's down.
Call to us, Vandred.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh.
His face.
Bro, is no one else trying to get this queen or what?
Yeah, I didn't see a single other person out here.
Well, Vandred's dead.
Yeah, I got.
Oh shit. Oh, here comes another bomb. Where's it going? Where's it fucking going? Oh no,
Can't
that's
see
a
us up here.
I think that's a raider. Okay.
I don't think
Let's
you
go
can
in.
take down a queen very easily.
You can't.
That's kind of the point, Mantis.
Yeah. That's why it's the fucking boss.
Is someone else gonna go for it? We were in a really good spot to just load up with heaps more. Okay, well I'm out of ammo.
Yeah, we're just gonna grab some ammo and shit. Need some cells to charge our shit up. Oh, you hear that?
Yeah.
There's a
It's right
legendary
above us.
blueprint in the harvester. Okay, that's the thing I thought that we were doing. You see the thing that the queen is shooting in? That's the harvester. You pry open one of the 3 vents to get inside, and you have 45 seconds.
Wow.
What is the harvester?
See the thing the queen's like shooting at? Like the little structure in front of her?
Yeah, the thing that she's harvesting from.
Yeah, there's legendary blueprints in there if you can do the thing that's inside of it.
Do you keep rusted tools?
I think you can recycle them into like metals, I believe.
You don't even
Do they ever
necessarily need to kill the queen to do this either.
Yeah, I was thinking you could probably just run inside and get shit and try to make it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think many people kill the queen.
So the thing is in my thought is, if you do kill the queen, I would assume it takes like 4 or 5 teams to do so, and then once you do it, then each one of you are trying to kill each other to get the queen, to get the shit inside the harvest. That would be my assumption. Wait, where's the queen? Fuck, she moved on.
Is the harvester still in there?
I don't see. Is that?
Must not be.
Was that it? No, that's where we came from. I never saw the harvester. Oh wait, there she is. There she is. I hit a rocket.
Watch out, she might actually be able to shoot from there.
She is. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, I'm down. Here,
Are you
hurry,
okay?
get me. Hurry, get me. There's a line. Drop down. That was fucking crazy, dude. It just hit me with a laser.
Where's Vandred's body? We should loot it.
Oh, true. Yeah, we should give him his guns back, too.
What do I do here?
There's a surveyor vault! I need one of those.
A surveyor vault? Wait,
A surveyor arc.
Oh, no way. Okay, I'll find Vandred's body if you want to fuck with that.
Can't see it now. It rolled off.
Dread, can you watch my screen so you can tell me where you died? Oh shit.
Don't worry,
The queen's looking right at me.
I don't even remember. Don't worry. I won't worry about it. I didn't really have that many. I didn't have anything.
Oh, there
good.
you are. He's got a rattler and a pharaoh in here.
Yeah.
You want either of these, Mantis? Rattler 3, pharaoh 4. And
I'll
the
take the
looting
pharaoh,
MK.
but
Okay. You want me to bring it to you? Yeah, I'll bring it to you.
I'll come.
Okay. No, I'll bring it to you. 'Cause I'm gonna come back to that lineup anyway, so. Oh, there you go. Oh, I think it has attachments on it too.
I need ammo anyway, so.
Yeah, I got some ammo off of him. Oh, watch. 3, fuck.
Fuck, where's that one? I'm dead.
Oh, are you? Oh shit, okay.
Yep.
Well then we're all gonna die.
Where the fuck is Tom? Did he just run away?
Yeah.
What? Wow.
I'm about to die.
Well, I've got a anvil on me, so.
Yeah, I need to switch to my anvil. So I can't use a hull cracker on these things. You don't need to surrender.
Well, I'm about to die, so.
Yeah, okay, go ahead and surrender. I'm not gonna make it. Alright, well if you guys are both dead, I'll go ahead and go to a thing. Or do I need to get shit out of your body too?
If you want an anvil and a El Toro.
Well, I mean
yes.
for you. I was
Yeah,
gonna say
bring
I'm
it
gonna
back.
get it for you. Okay. I need to drop some of the shit that I've got then.
There's arc power cells on me. And rubber. If you want to get them, then you can craft yourself some more shield recharges.
Oh, it's like a whole thing to do this fucking harvester. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it really is. We're definitely not equipped to do that.
Yeah, not by
Shockingly,
ourselves.
you don't really need a bunch of equipment to do it.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes in games. It's more about strategy.
Yeah. Like you said, though, most people don't even fight the queen. You just walk past it and then do the thing. Did Tom let you die again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even have medium ammo for my Torrente anymore. Oh wait, I'm gonna need the rubber parts to make a shield recharger, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I threw a smoke and just took off. Are you by the rope?
We're dead.
Yeah, my body is just a bit further down from there, by that rock down there.
There?
Or a bit further up, up by the wall. Just drop down and then it's up. Drop down on the zip line. And then it's up along the wall there.
There you are, okay. Oh, you don't have medium. Yeah, you don't have medium ammo either. I guess, how much do you have in your Torrente? Fuck, it doesn't say. Okay. Did I get your anvil already? Yeah, I got your anvil. Okay. Ah, fuck you.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Medium ammo, let's go. Oh, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Where's the line? Where the fuck is the line? Oh, there it is. Holy shit. It's taking forever to pull my fat ass up. Oh, it's gonna be so hard with 5 fucking guns, dude. Here we go. Alright. I keep forgetting to bring adrenaline shots. That's something that apparently everybody recommends is adrenaline shots.
Oh yeah, I usually have about 3 or something with me. It just feels kind of pointless because even if you have them, I don't know, they run out. You always run out of stamina. So.
Okay, how long do I have? 2 minutes to make it all the way over there. No, it's 2 minutes.
At the water treatment elevator.
It's not gonna happen. It's almost definitely
There's
not
another
gonna
one.
happen.
There should
I
be
don't
another
see it.
one.
No,
Well,
there's
how
one.
come it says 7 minutes?
Oh
30?
yeah, there is. Okay, okay, okay. Thank God, I didn't see that.
Let's head home at the central swamp lift.
Okay, alright. So then I need to get rid of some more shit. How far overweight am I? 7 pounds. Holy shit. Okay. I'm gonna have to drop your MK.
Yeah, that's fine.
Still 3 pounds over. I can't. Yeah, I don't know what else to drop here. Because, yeah, the Torrente's 13 pounds. I'm going to drop your anvil.
No.
I've got another one if you want it. Like, I can give you more.
No, it's fine. I think I can craft them.
Okay.
It just had mods on it, but that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, now we're good.
If we continue to the end of the round, Vandred, can you still hear us?
What? Yeah, what's up?
Are you still spectating or no?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if you'd stop spectating. If you...
Nah, I'm playing my game. Playing some puzzles and chaos.
All raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Oh, what the fuck is that sound?
You've got a long way to go.
No way.
Watch
No
out.
fucking way.
A leaper.
Just try and get as close to the hatch as you can. Come on, you gotta run around.
What? No shot. Maduro was captured.
No way.
What?
By who?
No way.
Everyone's reporting it was Trump.
Captured by
Maduro
Trump?
was captured?
Trump says U.S. has captured Venezuelan president from the BBC. Trump says Venezuela
What?
Maduro has been captured via AP News. Sky News is reporting it.
Last warning. 2 minutes left. Head back immediately. The window is closing.
Fuck. You can at least crawl there.
What the fuck? Where's
US
Fox Live?
Oh
What's
my
going on
god,
there?
US
Where's the live
launches
stream?
military strikes on Venezuela. It's launched full strike?
Oh, that happened a while ago. I don't know how far
This
into
was
this we were,
14 minutes ago.
Alright, Tom's gonna pull up some Fox News. Okay, no, he's not. Why don't I trust you?
Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go, baby!
Swearing-in ceremony for Seattle mayor. Yeah, that's what's popular right now. Fox News.
Jesus Christ, this is insane. No new wars. Really?
Why is no one?
U.S.
why
launches
is no one on
military
there?
strikes on Venezuela. Trump says Maduro captured and flown out of country.
Oh, there we go.
My heart is fucking pounding right now from that last game.
We got NBC's live. So, like, what's the plan here? What are we what's the end game? What are we doing?
Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. Trump's actually deranged.
So 16 hours ago, when I searched Maduro on Google, or I mean on YouTube, first thing that pops up, New York Times, Maduro open to talks with Trump, offers U.S. access to Venezuela's oil.
Was involved in a war
Okay,
on
hold
terrorism.
on. I've got a video up
in
right
kill
now.
and capture operations all over the world.
On, in, and around Caracas.
To custody. That means nation take place quickly, intermediaries with the generals and the top leaders around and him over to allow him the phrase arrest strikes and now a truly extraordinary development.
Attacks on, in, and around Caracas, the capital city of Venezuela. Beyond that, he says that the U.S. has captured and flown out of the country Nicolas Maduro and his wife. And Richard, I bring this up because it's significant for a variety of reasons. Nicolas Maduro, only a matter of days ago, said in a new interview that he was open to negotiating with Washington to combat drug trafficking. The first sign that this pressure campaign was taking its toll. The questions that it raises now are, was there any resistance by Maduro when this took place? Was this in some way negotiated with those around him? Those are questions we have on the ground. As you say, the U.S. swept in and did this under the veil of darkness. It took place very quickly. We don't know what may have occurred on the ground right now, but it raises a lot of real questions about what, if any, conversations did exist in any form with Nicolas Maduro, or if this was the first contact when, in effect,
No,
the
so
United States military was knocking.
Apparently, in Caracas, they struck the general's house.
Okay,
Are
interesting.
you allowed to just capture leaders like that?
That's a
seems like a war crime.
There's a earlier we were saying just striking the general's house has to be a war crime. Like that's got to be a fucking war crime. That everybody was a little shaky when Trump bombed what's his name at the airport in Iran or Iraq. The Iranian general. I'm blanking on his name. He's got a cool fucking name, but this is wild, dude.
Dude, your president is declaring war. Like, this is insane. No, this is so against, like, the way that we do war now in the world. Like, you don't just... Because his justification is narco-terrorism, right? All of this is about drugs.
Yep.
All of it. So, but that still doesn't mean you can go into a country,
That's what I was
light it
saying
up,
earlier.
and
I was like,
steal
bro,
its leader.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, bro, they like when Israel bombed all of the scientists who were building nukes for Iran, like even that was considered like that's a war crime, and they like a nuke is an actual like terrifying thing. Like that is an actual threat to your country, and the fact that they would go and do this and think it's not a war crime is insane. This is wild.
On his door and sweeping up him and his wife and taking them out of the country.
Panama 2. Noriega, people, those who remember the story. He was accused of being a narco trafficker, refused to leave. U.S. forces swept in and grabbed him. To answer some of the questions, I know for the last several months there have been contacts.
Oh, great! Russia and
with
China has full
intermediaries,
support of
with Maduro's inner circle.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. I was like, because people, when everybody said, they're like, so is this war? I was like, well, like, Venezuela's not going to go to war with us, but China, Russia, Cuba, like a bunch of other countries will probably get ready to go to war with us, and then Venezuela will join them. But if we take out their general and their president, I don't know that there's much left to like make that decision. Who the fuck is going to decide to go to war?
He just invaded a sovereign nation and stole its leader and bombed it.
Well, so the guy that we were just watching,
that, right?
Like he's used to stealing people's girlfriends. Now he's just stealing their fucking presidents. But the dude that we were just watching said a minute ago, he said we're not sure if this was negotiated or if they flew in and stole him. Like I'm gonna keep playing this while I
convince him to leave the country. He was not interested.
What
he was
scenario
resisting.
would the negotiation
This pressure campaign has been escalated.
Well, as earlier, Maduro said he was open to talks with the United States, and so we would assume that he said open to talks with Trump. So the thought process could be that Trump did call him, and they talked, and he said like, "Hey, if you leave, we will do X, Y, and Z, but you have to leave now. If you don't, we're going to bomb this person, and then we'll give you a chance to leave. And if you don't, we'll bomb this person, and we'll give you a chance to leave." And so each time, like once they bombed the general, they might have just called him up and said, "Hey, we've got a rocket pointed right at you right now, and you can choose to get on a helicopter real quick and leave, or you can stay and die." Because it would be hard to believe that they would be capable of kidnapping Maduro. Like, even SEAL Team 6, it would be fucking hard to believe that they would just go in and steal Maduro.
Well, if this is the world America wants, this is the world America's gonna get.
I assure you, it is not the world we want.
If this is how he wants it to be, now it's fine to just go in, declare war on a country, bomb it, and steal its leader. Like, the problem is, with this precedent set, this just flies in the face of everything that America and like all of NATO and everyone has fought for like a more peaceful world. So now, what's stopping? I mean, other than military might. I mean, this is just might makes right, like logic. This is what they're trying to say. Might makes right. We can do whatever we want. We don't like you. We don't like the way you run your country. So that logic can be used by anyone. Saudis might be like, yeah, we don't like the way America's run. We don't like America's leader. We think they're like doing X, Y, Z. Fuck it. We're gonna go and do the same thing.
Did one of you kill an arc with a trigger nade?
I did.
You did? Well, thank you. I just pass that quest, I thought I was never going to pass it because I thought I'm never going to take a trigger nade and then try to go out to kill a hornet. Like, it's very specific. A trigger nade and a hornet. Like, it's just never going to happen. But
Nothing like now.
thank you. Yeah, that's...
They're really easy to use.
Are they? I figured a trigger nade is like a remote detonator, but maybe not.
Yeah, but it's like a sticky grenade. So you just chuck it, it sticks onto whatever, and then you just hit L2 and it blows up. So even if they fly away, you can just detonate it.
Were you doing it for the quest?
No.
Surveyors are full of rare
I was just doing it
artifacts, so
because
we
we were
might
fighting
both
the
come
queen
out
in
of the
those
same
arcs outside.
Yeah, you were getting ready to go after the fucking surveyor.
Yeah, I need that
You were
surveyor
getting
vault.
ready to go get the fucking surveyor, bro. And then we had 3 of those motherfuckers just pop up on us. That was insane. It's a little depressing that my Torrente didn't kill the Hornet though. Like, that's insane. I think I unloaded like 2 whole fucking rounds on it with the Torrente, and for some reason that didn't kill it. It's a level 4 Torrente. Like, holy shit. All right, I'm hitting play.
First with the boats, then with...
What do we want to do? I don't know if the queen is still there. Oh, she is. Yeah, she's still there. I don't know if... Do you guys want to do
the last day of
a mission
Holocaust.
or...
Yeah, good job, guys. Look what you get. It could get worse, right? It's not just about how it's affecting America. This is how it affects the world. So, good job. Way to ruin the world by voting Trump in.
You guys remember my post on New Year's? 2026, it's only going to get worse.
Didn't he do this his first term? Wasn't there some shit he started? Oh, it was COVID. COVID started in the new year, huh?
So I was... What was the leader's name that I was thinking of earlier that Trump bombed on the airport?
I don't know who you're talking about.
As soon as somebody says his name, you'll know. It was
Tom, change your stream title. You gotta pick up those views.
It was an Iranian general. Soleimani. Yep.
Are we doing anything important? Like, do I need strong guns or just guns? Okay, just bring guns.
I don't know what we're doing.
I could check. What are the... I'll check in a second, see what's up. Craft some recharges real quick.
With President Trump declaring him a narco-terrorist. Then all of the U.S. military buildup in the region, the aircraft carrier strike groups, the submarines, the drones, aircraft. Then, shortly before New Year's, a land strike allegedly carried out by the CIA. Very few details about what was hit then. And now, overnight, a capture operation. You don't do a capture operation without attacking some military sites.
Damn,
because
this
you
is
need to
actually
clear the
insane.
airspace,
This is
you need
big
to clear
news.
away
I don't know.
air
You're going to be
defenses, you need
talking
to
a lot about it
protect the
tomorrow if you
helicopters
don't
and
want
the
to talk
troops
about it
that are
tonight.
going in to remove the
Jesus.
person you're
I mean,
trying to
I don't
arrest.
know anything about it, so I'm going to be listening to the news. Earlier, people came in the chat and they said, the United States just bombed Venezuela. And so I went and looked it up and I was like, nothing says the United States. Like, all of this just says Venezuela was bombed. And people in chat are like, oh my goodness, I can't believe you're denying that the United States did this. I was like, wait, I didn't deny the United States did this. Like, they probably did it. I'm not going to jump to any conclusions here. It's kind of irresponsible if I just start saying the United States bombed the country if they didn't. So, gotta wait for more information. But yeah, now we do know that they bombed them and they stole their fucking president. So, this is...
In 5 minutes, we have an electromagnetic storm. Or we could do a night raid and sell them Wonders.
For New Year's and affect regime
Oh my god,
change
guys,
in
I'm losing all my
Venezuela.
shit tonight.
An extraordinary,
Wait, I got your gun.
extraordinary development. And you asked, was this
Can
coordinated?
you bring it?
It could only have been coordinated with
just take
with
one
at
gun,
least
or I mean, if you take
people
three,
who
but
turned on Maduro because
take one gun and I'll bring your
people
others.
knew where he was. They knew where
How
his
many are you
family
gonna
was.
bring? Just
It
the
sounds
anvil?
like he is still alive.
I don't have the info. I left your info.
What'd you get?
Torrente.
The Il Toro? Oh, Torrente. What ammo? That takes medium ammo, eh?
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna play the video while I set up. Is there a specific raid you guys want to do, or do you want to go back there and try to find the surveyor? Because I still have to destroy a surveyor.
We can find a surveyor.
Yeah, go.
Okay, yeah, let's just go back there then. That's crazy that we just spawned under the fucking... under the
And I would not be surprised if we see him in front of an American court in the coming weeks or months.
So this has been a dramatic series of developments taking place overnight in the early hours.
Jesus Christ, they are actually saying they captured Maduro and his wife. I was confused on the reports earlier of low-flying planes. This is pretty unprecedented in modern American history.
Yeah,
Holy
this is,
shit. They captured his wife?
Oh, that's a good point. We haven't really ever done that, have we?
No, nobody does that because it's illegal. It's like against the fucking rules of the world.
Yeah, kidnapping people, yeah, it's usually frowned upon.
Well, okay, so the closest thing that I can think of is going to get the Iraqi president, or was it Pakistan? Well, who was the fucking guy that we went after?
Well, we got
Saddam
Hussein,
Hussein.
but then we just handed it over and back to the Iraqis to punish him.
Yeah,
Or
so
something. We handed it over to someone, it wasn't us.
we did go through like a full-scale war to get Saddam.
That's Afghanistan you're thinking of. We sealed Team
of
6
this New Year, January 3rd, shortly after 1.
Yeah.
And then we
What do we
hung
need?
Saddam. I forgot who we gave him to, though.
Yeah, but we were actually like at war for a while over there, and then so yeah, no, I was definitely thinking of Saddam, because we went and found him in a fucking pit and dragged him out.
Oh yeah, it was their own government.
2 o'clock local time. The first reports from eyewitnesses on the ground of explosions taking place in and around the capital city of Caracas, Venezuela. And now, within a matter of minutes ago, we are hearing from the president again, detailing publicly, among other things, that the U.S. was behind what he described as a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, Nicolas Maduro. He says Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country alongside his wife. The president does not detail where they are being taken at this time. The president, who remains at his Mar-a-Lago estate, his property in Palm Beach, Florida, says that this operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement and says that there will be orders and the American people.
Okay, so Trump posted on Truth Social, the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
At a news conference to take place at about 11 o'clock, excuse me, Eastern time. I want to get back to Gabe Gutierrez, if I can, right now. He is our senior White House correspondent. Gabe, you're joining us by phone as well. You've been traveling with the president. They're speaking to some of his aides and allies over the course of the last week, while most people were enjoying their holiday break. But the White House has been very focused on a variety of things. One, what's been taking place in Venezuela with a new series of boat strikes in recent days. That strike on a docking facility that the president himself revealed, though the U.S. has not said if the CIA was behind it. Separately, they've been focused on the situation between Russia and Ukraine as well. But the president, Gabe, as you and I have discussed together, has said publicly throughout that the desire is to end the transportation of illegal drugs into the United States, and the White House has sort of pushed back on the idea that this focus has been regime change. So the president himself said in an interview not long ago that Maduro's days were in effect numbered. This is a significant, notable change, and it does impact the U.S. in terms of its policy as it relates to Venezuela and to that region.
Oh, Peter, this is just staggering news, that announcement by the president that not only did the U.S. carry out these strikes, but actually has captured...
Yeah, I scrolled through some
Wow,
Twitter
Andrew
posts
Wilson,
earlier,
1 hour
and-
ago. Sorry, I'll just click 1 hour ago. Look, communists gotta die. That's that. You can get mad about it, but they're fucking communists. I do, in fact, support the widespread military killing of communists. He said, it might be an unpopular opinion, but I support the killing of communists. I was like, I just retweeted, I just quote tweeted it. I was like, true, Andrew. It makes for a really great world when you just kill people you don't like whenever you feel like it. That's what Jesus would do.
True,
I
big
agree.
Papa
That is what
fascist.
Jesus would do. Yeah, I agree. I remember in Ephesians when Jesus said, kill fucking communists. It was beautiful.
Yeah,
moment.
Jesus definitely. Dude, why did I just randomly go?
It's definitely like, I don't know, not a sin or something. Like, it's in the 10 Commandments. It's like right there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's
Okay.
number one. You know.
So the earlier we were scrolling through, and there were a bunch of like people talking on Twitter, and there were a bunch of like Spanish posts, and I didn't know what they said, and so I went and translated some of them, and they were saying that they were being invaded. There were a bunch of people saying the United States is invading us right now, blah blah blah. The United States has invaded. The United States is at full-scale war with us and is invading, like, and they had like all these pictures of like all of these helicopters flying ahead, all of these jets over, bombs going off, like, and here's another one, but this is this doesn't look like this person's Venezuelan. It says U.S. Army Special Operation MH-47G, Chinook helicopters flying to objectives in capital of Caracas, likely target Maduro himself. This is an invasion of Venezuela now, not a singular attack. Drew Pavlov tweeted out Donald Trump's tweet and said, Maduro captured. Holy shit. Superpower doing real superpower shit. Great analysis there, Drew. Thanks for that. Pro-Maduro people have already found my tweet and are getting mad, so I'm just leaving this here. Fuck Maduro. Conspiracy bullshit. When did he post this? 2 hours ago. Said, back in the 2000s, anti-war activists were able to oppose the invasion of Iraq without idolizing Saddam or denying his crimes. Since the mid-2010s, you can't even call leaders like Maduro a dictator or Assad a war criminal without online weirdos treating it like blasphemy. Who the fuck is defending Assad or Maduro, dude? What the fuck? There's no shot. Where is this tweet? Okay, top response. I sort of am past caring about international law whenever Venezuela fakes up its elections and runs corrupt dictatorship for 20 years. That's just me. All right, Mr. Twitter guy, maybe an adult discussion between leaders will surely change opinions. Invasion implies territory being claimed or taken. The U.S. went in, snatched the corrupt dictator, then left. According to the foreign policy, realist logic, Monroe Doctrine, the invasion is fully justified according to the leftist logic. What if Mexico started to build Chinese bases by the U.S. border? I don't see anybody defending Maduro.
Mathematics remains a required subject. So does facing consequences. So keep practicing both.
Nicolas Maduro. And you're right, Peter. We have had conflicting messages from this administration over the past several months on what was the goal of these boat strikes and of this military buildup in the Caribbean. Certainly, a lot of skeptics of the administration wondered why send so many troops to the Caribbean just for, airstrikes on these alleged drug boats in and around the Caribbean.
Have you seen all the Grok
Pacific.
stuff going around today?
And now it appears
where everyone's asking Grok to, hey Grok, I need your help. Please remove, and then they put something from this photo, and it's like a picture of a bunch of people and Trump's in it. It's like, please remove the pedophile from this photo. Please remove the worst president from this photo. Please remove. And Grok's actually.
Nice.
And Grok's actually removing Trump from all of them.
Nice, let's go.
It's so funny, dude.
Let's fucking go, boy.
This a coordinated attack, an operation to remove Nicolas Maduro from power is just staggering news. And we had been hearing for quite some time, Peter, for the last several months. I remember speaking with some officials within the administration who did say that there had been some talks with
guys, maybe we're the bad guys
of Nicolas Maduro's inner circle, and that the administration was trying to get at least some of them to turn on Nicolas Maduro.
Right.
Of course, we have many questions now about how exactly all this went down. What were the details? Did someone turn him in? How did this operation go down in the middle of the night, just after a holiday week? Certainly, we will hope to learn more of those details when the president speaks later on today in South Florida. But something I will bring up, Peter, and something we have not discussed, what happens now with leadership in Venezuela?
Right.
It was not very long ago that the leading Venezuelan opposition figure, Maria Corina Machado, she actually was recognized and accepted the Nobel Peace Prize for fighting for democracy, and she made the
Yes, she accepted the Nobel Peace Prize, but said that Trump should have won it. That was very sweet of her to say. She didn't have to say that, but she did. She said that Trump should have won this, and that
that's the most peaceful president.
Nobel Peace Prize was a joke. And yeah, obviously this is why he should have won it.
This incredible, daring journey from being in hiding in Venezuela
Pretty hard to
collect
argue with
her
his
prize
no
in
new war
Norway,
policy.
despite government restrictions. So you remember during the first Trump administration, the president backed the opposition candidate then, Juan Guaido, while there were government protests back then, ongoing blackouts, hyperinflation, and unrest inside Venezuela. But those protests fizzled, and Maduro stayed in power. Clearly, that is not not the case this time, and many questions about the future of leadership in that country now.
Gabe, stay with us. Richard Engel, stay with us. To our viewers who are waking up and watching this.
So does a surge recharge, does that recharge your full shield in one hit?
I think it'll fully recharge a medium shield because the normal recharger doesn't do it.
This historic moment with us right now, the United States, in the words of the president, has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela. The president adds that both its leader, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife have been captured and taken out of the country. Joining us now from the ground in Caracas, that is the capital city of Venezuela, is journalist Vanessa Herrero. Vanessa, I know you have heard the president's statement. You have seen what he has said. A matter of minutes ago when we spoke to you, you were reacting to strikes on the ground. Now you're reacting for the first time live to word that there is no longer a President Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela right now. I want to get your reaction and what, if anything, you're hearing from those who are awake at this early hour there.
Well, I think, as you all said, this is a historic moment. If this, Trump just confirmed this, but of course, when the footage, the pictures, the story about how he was caught, if he resisted or not, what happened, when exactly, come to light, I'm sure we're gonna see a great deal of reaction, not only around.
So also, are sterilized bandages the same as herbal bandages, just better?
Oh, that I actually have no idea.
Because it seems like, you know, there's bandages, and then herbal bandages are the same, just better. And then I'm wondering if sterilized bandages are the same thing, just better. Okay.
Caracas, but in the entire country. This is exactly
By the way, we've been ready
moment
for a
in
while.
history.
Just FYI. I know there's crazy news going on though, so it's not that big of a deal though.
Yeah, I just finished. I'm pulling it up right now.
You know, the 20 years of Chavismo just vanishing.
Okay, the queen is gone.
In over a night, over hours, not even a night, hours. I mean, this situation really, I believe now more than ever, now that Donald Trump just tweeted that, said that on his Truth Social, that I believe that this strike was absolutely caught out of the blue, caught unaware the Venezuelan government. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling there, but it's really huge news right now.
No, Anna Vanessa, I appreciate your being with us right
I'm
now.
going to bed.
The first voice from inside Venezuela, sharing the experiences you've had, what you have seen there.
How much longer
if you
are
can
we
just take a breath
sit
for
here
a moment. You know the situation about as well as anybody. You've covered that region, spent so much time clearly in Venezuela.
Yeah, sorry.
When you heard that news, what was your?
I'm going over the news shit, but I'm ready now. I'm continuing to play this video.
Your reaction?
I was absolutely shocked, to be honest. I didn't believe this could be possible. I still don't know. I still don't know what is happening right now. We don't have confirmation again about, at least from Venezuela. We don't have anyone saying that this happened or how it happened. But there are a lot of videos flowing around WhatsApp and social media showing helicopters near what they claim, the people reporting claim to be the house of high government officials. Delcy Rodriguez, Jorge Rodriguez, Diosdado Cabello. We haven't heard from them. So we do know now about Nicolas Maduro and Silvia Flores, but we don't know about, for example, Maduro's number two, Diosdado Cabello. He's also a huge name for the U.S. government. A huge name for the U.S. government. We have no confirmation of his whereabouts. We don't know if his was affected by the strike, if he was in Caracas at the moment. We just don't know.
Gun.
Vanessa, you know what's striking to me is we obviously need to get
I'm fixing my stream.
Ooh, zip line. I want to go up there.
Better understanding from the White House and from others about the timeline that took place here. But we did quickly get a statement from the Venezuelan government. After these strikes began, saying in effect that this was an extremely serious military act of aggression.
Yeah, sorry, I started to start the game, And then it said I was over encumbered. And I was like, what? Fuck, I gotta like unload all this shit. And I took a while like trying to figure out what the fuck I was supposed to do. And then remembered, oh, I'm just dropping this fucking gun off when I get up there. That's, okay, never mind.
So
what did you do,
it raises
Vandred?
questions about if Nicolas
Don't worry
Maduro
about
is
it.
no
Oh,
longer in a
no.
position to be leading, who is leading,
Should I
and
be
who in
coming
the
up right
system
now?
is still governing, in effect, to be
Yeah.
putting out these defiant statements
We might
directed
wanna use the other
at the
door.
United States,
Let's kill
and
them.
what, if any,
Are they
plan
just us?
exists to help try
Yeah.
to stabilize that country after the very and the immediate that may follow here, without its leader, the leader that the U.S. described as the head of a narco-terrorist, without its presence on the ground.
Well, it is unknown because we just know, as I was telling you, we only know about Nicolas Maduro and Silvio Flores. We don't know, for example, about Betsy Rodriguez, the vice president, or Jorge Rodriguez, the head of
What the
fuck?
How is that thing sitting through fucking 5 shots
we don't
from
know,
a...
for example, if Delcy Rodriguez is still here, she should, if it's still, she's
Well,
still in Venezuela,
yeah.
if she's not
What you get for
affected,
coming
she
up
wasn't
against
affected by
Torrente.
the strikes, that
Well, that's a... I just shot 4 shots of an El Toro into that thing, and...
Yeah, I dumped a whole clip of that thing too with the Del Toro.
That's crazy, dude. How the fuck did that thing live? What was that?
Hey.
Was that just a wasp?
and we should hear from her in order to understand what's going to happen next. But if the high members, 6 or 7 high members of the Venezuelan government, Nicolas Maduro's government, were also maybe taken or affected, then we don't know what would the protocol be. We do know that Nobel laureate Maria Corina Machado, who was a key ally to Edmundo Gonzalez, who was the winner of 2024 elections, according to the vote tallies. We do know that she said that they have the transition already to start whenever Nicolas Maduro was out of power. So maybe we can expect the opposition to take the place and start this this so-called transition into maybe new elections.
Ana Vanessa Herrero, we are so grateful that we've been able to speak to you live.
They've got raiders. Uh-oh, they're gonna kill us. Whoa, 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 whoa! I didn't know they were coming in.
I only see one of them.
Well, he got my gun.
Are you down, Vandred? Yeah, he's down.
Dead.
They shot first, right? We're not tripping?
Yeah,
They definitely shot first.
Oh, okay.
They came and just shot me in the back.
Those bastards. Dude, the El Toro fucking sucks. I don't know why you guys like it.
Vandred, do you see them?
Yeah, they're with Vandred.
Are they inside the building?
There's like 3 of them.
Are they in the building? I don't see anything. I need you guys to talk to me. I don't see anything.
He just pinged.
Okay, I don't see. It says 43 meters. Is it inside the building? Is it behind the building? Is it?
Yes.
Oh, I see them now.
There. Are you actually going to try?
He's dead.
Oh, wow, you actually got him. Nice.
Good shot. Yep, there they are inside that building. Got any other nades? They're coming. Are you okay?
I don't see them.
Yep, there they are.
Yeah, I see him.
He's right there. Don't come out.
I mean, if you guys are dead.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Did you just throw that at yourself?
I threw it and it fucking hit the wall because this game sucks at showing you where you're throwing shit.
It kinda does.
Yeah,
Wait.
it does actually.
Do the Rocketeer strategy.
I think they're coming.
Yep, they're over there where I just left. Fuck, where's my adrenaline shot?
Damn it. Can't believe they got my Torrente. Bro, we're just gonna get in more and more aggressive lobbies. Do you mind if I just go? Because I think I want to go to bed.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a good night, Mantis.
Alright.
Good night.
Head home at the North Complex elevator.
Wait, fuck, that's where I just came from.
Head home at the Red Lake balcony lift.
What the fuck? Oh, I thought he saw me.
You're still fighting that dude? Jeez.
Huh? No, I'm not fighting it, dude. I'm
the arc.
Yeah, it's Ark. Yeah, they were up there. That's where all of us were. I don't see them coming after me or anything, so as long as they don't have a sniper. I fucking hate that this game does not show you like the actual place that the thing is being thrown. I just threw a fucking showstopper that has like a really wide range for where it hits. And so I threw the fucking showstopper like so that it would land close to where he was. And then that way I would be able to fuck him up while he was running. But or it would hit him and I'd fuck him up when he got stunned. But instead, it just bounces off the fucking wall. This is like the third time this has happened to me.
Live for our rolling coverage of this historic developing news we've been watching from the ground in Caracas, Venezuela again, and we repeat it because it's so dramatic and I think, frankly, for a lot of people quite stunning, as Ana Vanessa herself just said. The President of the United States making very clear that the U.S. has successfully carried out a large-scale strike in Caracas, Venezuela, that country's capital city, and the president says that its president, Nicolas Maduro, has been captured. He, alongside his wife, have been taken out of the country by the United States. I want, if I can, very quickly, to get back to Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent, for a moment. Richard, do you hear me?
Extraordinary development.
Richard, where does the U.S. take, I apologize for interrupting, where could the U.S. take Nicolas Maduro at a moment like this?
Well, you would take him into U.S. custody. You would take him to a warship because they were talking about helicopters. So you would take him to a...
The person who just said, "Oh yes, hi," is that the fucking game or is that?
I didn't hear anything in the game.
I don't know where the fuck that just came from.
Some sort of warship, and then from a warship flown back to the United States. Again, this is very similar to Panama, very similar to Noriega. The U.S. went in, grabbed him, and then once he's in custody. So there are a series of steps, but these are the kind of operations that are carried out by Navy SEALs, Delta Force, close coordination with the CIA. The United States has some experience with this. The United States for decades was involved in a war on terrorism, is involved in in kill and capture operations all over the world. It would have been much easier to carry out an assassination campaign. And clearly the United States knew where Nicolas Maduro was. Clearly there was coordination on the inside. It would have been far easier to do what Israel did in Iran. Pick your target and carry out an assassination strike. But it seems that they wanted to arrest him. They wanted him in custody. And the closest place that is American custody would be a warship. And then from the warship to the U.S. mainland. So I would be expecting that we will see Nicolas Maduro in front of an American court before too long. And it will be a moment for Marco Rubio to celebrate, a way for the Trump administration to prove it's serious about exerting its force in Latin America. Let's not forget one of the first things President Trump did was call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
He
clearly wants to show dominance in America's backyard, and he has just carried out I don't say breathtaking, but a surprise secret operation. The Venezuelan journalist you were talking to a short while ago said that she was shocked by this news. Peter, we were on air when this news came in.
Yes, I'm very involved with the drug cartels, of course. Well, shit. Yeah, I stayed, when you guys said people were approaching you, I stayed fucking hidden. I immediately turned off my...
That's fair.
Well, no, I was aiming at them the whole time. The whole fucking time. Like, I had my gun right on them the whole fucking time, and then the second that I heard something shoot, I started asking, are they shooting? Are they shooting? Are they shooting? Just started firing with my Torrente on him. One guy, I cannot believe he fucking lived as long as he did. I think it's the guy who got you, because he was like, you guys were on top of each other, and I was afraid I was going to shoot you, and just started firing on him. I have no idea how he... Did you get any hits on him?
Yeah, I fucked him up with the arpeggio, but not the arpeggio, the shotgun. But that thing's
El Toro?
Never using that weapon again.
It seems like they changed it. It feels like the last couple times we used the El Toro, it was blowing shit backwards. Like every time we'd hit like a wasp or a hornet, they'd go flying backwards. But then this time, they're just taking like 5 or 6 hits. Knocked out Raider, 1,000 points.
That would be good against Raiders, but like that was embarrassing performance.
Wait, I thought knocking out a raider was 500 points. Did I knock out 2?
I almost asked you to repeat it. Did you really say the U.S. just went in and arrested Maduro?
Yeah.
Clearly they did. He had not been responding to the escalating pressure campaign. He had not been crying uncle. He had recently said that he was willing to negotiate. He was willing to collaborate. He was willing to find out a solution. It reminds me of the days of Saddam Hussein.
Knocking out a raider
Saddam Hussein
in Ark is 500 XP. So yeah, I knocked out 2. Based as fuck.
Alright, nice job.
When he was arrested, he'd been hiding in a hole, and the first thing he did is he put up his hands and he said, "I am Saddam Hussein, and I am willing to negotiate." It was too.
If I'd known I had gotten 2, I wouldn't have run. If I'd known I had gotten 2 of the motherfuckers and that they had 2 down, I would not have run. I would have stayed there and I would have fought the last guy.
I get the second one down.
Shit.
Too late for negotiations at that stage, and he was taken into custody and then ultimately handed over to the Iraqis and executed. I think at this stage, Nicolas Maduro, who has already been called a terrorist, already been charged with narco crimes, will end up facing an American court and probably being sentenced to a litany of crimes.
Richard, I want to marinate in this moment for a sec about whatever type of operation it would require to be able to go in there and sweep up Nicolas Maduro, to take his wife with him as well out of that country. As the president said, the circumstances, of course, are very different, but there have been other operations that have been veiled in secrecy, that stunned in many ways the world. You've been talking about the situation with Saddam Hussein. Though very different circumstances, the United States back in 2011, of course, was able to go into Abbottabad, Pakistan, where they found Osama bin Laden, who had been hiding out there. That was a very different desire. He was not the leader of any country, of course. In fact, he was a terrorist leader, and he was killed in the course of that operation. But the U.S. ability to do this in secrecy, and at least to this point, we're waiting for any information about whether any Americans, whether there was any resistance, whether arms were fired at American troops, or whether the situation was not too dissimilar to the one you detailed with Saddam Hussein, where he just put his hands up at the...
All right, you want to just go right back? I still got to destroy a surveyor.
Yeah, go for it.
Time, but the U.S. has, it reminds Americans of the unique capabilities the U.S. has when the orders come from the President of the United States, with the military involved, to do something of such a high and dramatic scale like this.
This would be the helicopter operation. You can't land a fixed-wing aircraft in the middle of a city. And witnesses in Caracas described hearing helicopters. So the reason you do a wide-scale military operation is to make sure that the forces going in are protected. Venezuela does have allies in Russia, does have anti-aircraft systems. Its military is a bit of a shambles. The country is under sanctions. There is an elite that has a lot of money, and then a great deal of poverty. Most of the refugees that are spreading around across Latin America, many of them come from Venezuela itself. So an impoverished nation that had been run by a dictator who has now been arrested. But it definitely demonstrates the U.S. capabilities. And I stress, because I've been speaking to mediators for months now, there has been an escalating pressure campaign directed not just on Maduro, but around his inner circle, the military around him, to hand him over. And Maduro's response was either to laugh it off. If you remember, he was seen in holding rallies, singing John Lennon songs, saying, "Imagine a time we can have peace." He was saying that this was just a great big American Yankee imperial plot, and he wasn't getting the message. People around him clearly got worried, and it seems like someone turned him in. With the U.S. military pressure in the region, with the strikes on the boats, and then that strike on land just before New Year's, I think you can see these now, how they line up, leading to what we saw overnight. An escalating campaign of military presence, boat strikes, a land strike, back channel negotiations, operations to get the inner circle to turn on Maduro, and now a capture operation. You mentioned Osama bin Laden. That was a kill operation. Kill operations are much easier. You know where he is, you bomb it, it's over. But the Trump administration clearly wanted to take him, go power, and put him in front of a court.
Just to pull back the curtain to let our audience in on some of what happens behind the scenes during developments like this, we have been reaching out to to those who work at the White House and the Pentagon as well for any additional details. I've been texting as we speak with officials in and around the White House for any better details. We have now been asking where Nicolas Maduro has been taken, is being taken. They have yet to respond to that. Again, the president saying that he will hold a news conference to take place at about 11 o'clock, which is, what, if it's almost 5 o'clock here, roughly 6 hours from now. Richard, stay with us. Gabe Gutierrez, stay with us. I want to get for a moment to Will Freeman. He is a fellow for the Latin America Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. He is joining us now. Will, Happy New Year. We begin this conversation with developments that very few people imagine, certainly someone like yourself who is an expert in that region. I just want to get your reaction to the developments that Nicolas Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country by the United States.
I'm almost speechless. I mean, this is a completely shocking development. Look, I think we have to put this in perspective. I mean, this is a dictatorship that has consolidated power over 20 years. 8 million people have been forced from Venezuela. That's a quarter of the population. The biggest mass displacement in the recent history, maybe the all-time history of the Western Hemisphere. Hugely disruptive for all of South America, eventually the United States too. A regime that was implicated in all types of organized crime, including drug trafficking. You know, I think that this is it's an unprecedented moment. We don't know what this looks like going forward. I think there is a potential, maybe a small one, but there is a potential that we're sitting here in a few days talking about a democratic transition in Venezuela, and I surely hope that that's the case, that somehow there has been an incredible feat of back-channel diplomacy here, and that you have the Trump administration having worked out a plan with a sector of the Venezuelan military and the opposition in that country that creates stability and a transition, one that Venezuelans overwhelmingly voted for last year in an election that Maduro robbed. Now, I said that I think I hope deeply for that outcome, but I fear another one, and I fear another one that may actually be more likely, which is that we have a vacuum of power in Venezuela, that you see the armed forces there split, disagree about what should happen next, and then we're in an extremely dangerous moment, where even though you have Maduro out of the country, you may have just thrust one of the major countries in South America into a total Pandora's box. I've just seen a video, not yet confirmed, but of Vladimir Padrino Lopez, the head of the Venezuelan armed forces, calling on the armed forces to fight back and resist this, right? So clearly, if that video is confirmed, a signal that he is not on board with what's happening now. So look, it's really just, it's a mystery what comes next. I really think we can't say yet. Does Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president of Maduro, has she made some kind of deal that she steps into power? Do we see, you know, this is also something to be feared. Do we see a hardliner, if he's still surviving right now, like Diosdado Cabello, one of the toughest, most authoritarian figures in the Maduro regime? Does he step in and fill the vacuum? And I think there's a lot of questions about how does the U.S. exert leverage on what happens next without our own troops on the ground, right? So, so we're going to have to just here. I think, you know, talking to Venezuelan friends, sources on the ground, there's a mix of disbelief, hope that somehow this terrible situation the country's been in could finally be ending, fear, of course, and again, I think we're going to have to wait and see if that, you know, unlikely but hopeful scenario that there is change here, if that bears out, or if we're in a much darker, more dangerous situation.
Will Freeman is an expert of Latin American studies with the Council on Foreign Relations. He's speaking to us here live on NBC News right now during our rolling coverage after learning that the U.S. has successfully, in the words of the President of the United States, carried out a large-scale strike there, captured and flown out of the country its leader, who the U.S. described as an illegitimate leader, Nicolas Maduro. Will, just to pull, I think a lot of Americans are going to wake up this morning to major headlines. They're waking up if they're watching us right now. And there was a lack of familiarity with Venezuela, its role in that region. Obviously, oil is central in terms of its economy right now. The narco-terrorist regime, as the White House describes it, has obviously relied heavily on the trafficking of drugs, much of it cocaine that goes to Europe. The president making accusations that it also includes fentanyl going to the United States. Help us better understand the significance of Venezuela in that region and how it sort of falls into all the different pieces of South America right now vis-a-vis the United States.
Right. Well, first off, I'd say, look, Latin America is a region of democracies overwhelmingly. There are only 3 dictatorships remaining in the region, right? Those are Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, where Venezuela is by far the largest country by area, by geostrategic importance, by population. As I mentioned before, 8 million Venezuelans, a quarter of the population, have fled under Maduro's rule. and that of his predecessor, Hugo Chavez. So just an incredible exodus of people, leaving millions of refugees and asylum seekers in Colombia, Peru, 500,000 in Brazil and the United States each. So there's been that disruption. And you have also seen, Venezuela under Maduro turn into a mafia state, where the regime is deeply embedded in illegal gold mining, cocaine trafficking, although not fentanyl. That is not true, what the White House claims there. We have no evidence to suggest that. And all types of other corruption. I think it's been a situation where ordinary Venezuelans have tried again and again to come onto the streets to protest, to bring about change. They've voted in elections. They've elected in 2015 a supermajority for the opposition that wasn't really allowed to legislate. Last year, they elected an opposition president by a landslide, not allowed to take power. Maduro simply stole the vote. So they've tried everything in their power. And, again, that's why so many people are leaving, because they didn't feel that there was any other path forward, any path for hope in the country. Now, I do want to come back to the fact that when you look at democratic transitions around the world, the military, part of the military, always has to be on board. So otherwise, if you don't have that, if you don't have part of the military agreeing to the transition, guiding it, you end up with chaos. You end up often with civil war, with the power vacuum. And I think that that's what a lot of critics of the current strategy are very worried about, right? It's that we see a situation here more like Libya post-Arab Spring, more like Iraq eventually after the U.S. intervention there, and not a situation like, say, Panama in 1989, where you had the extraction of that country's narco president and a very quick transition to democracy. But again, because there were U.S. boots on the ground, there were U.S. forces to guide that transition. You're not going to have that here in Venezuela, for all that we know. I mean, right now we have 15,000 U.S. military personnel, give or take, off the coast in the Caribbean. That's not even anywhere near the quantity you'd need to hold and control critical transit lines along, or transport routes along the path to Caracas in the city.
Response to any of this? We have not seen any indication that there was any kind of immediate response when the aircraft were going or when these strikes were occurring. But remember another thing that the military has been doing in recent weeks and months now, and that is flying missions close to the airspace that would become Venezuelan airspace. So right up to the border of international airspace, international waters, right up to the border of Venezuela. A lot of times the military will do that for a reason. It's not just testing routes. It's not just seeing what they can see. It's trying to figure out exactly what the air defense is in a place, how they respond to an aircraft. So it's known as painting an aircraft. Does the air defenses that are potentially lined up along the border there of Venezuela, are they latching onto U.S. military aircraft when they fly up close to Venezuelan airspace? This would give the military, over the course of the last several weeks, when we've seen them do this time and time again, even with things like long-range bombers, are the Venezuelan air defenses painting those aircraft? How quickly do they respond? This gives the military, the U.S. military, essentially a pattern of life of how the Venezuelan military would respond to aircraft flying in. So all of these things that we have seen occur over the last several weeks and months with the military, the buildup, the exercises, the routines that they have been flying, what they have been doing, it appears that it's all been building up to this, Peter. But the big question that we still don't have a good answer to is...
So I was just trying to go towards like the middle of the map to see if we could see like a laser anywhere or anything.
I have no idea how you find surveyors.
Sheesh, I'm skipping pretty hard right now. Okay. Should be good now. Yeah, it's normally just like a laser that they shoot up. I meant to go to a different map though. I thought I was going to the whatever it's called, Blue Gate.
Yeah, everyone's saying just stare up into the sky.
So they don't always keep the laser up. The laser goes up every once in a while for them to transmit information.
Yeah.
Hornet, there by the domes.
Doesn't really seem like there's a reliable way to find them, unfortunately. we joined mid-match. This place is probably looted out.
No, these are all closed.
No shot.
Yeah. Wait, quiet. Shit, the rain makes it hard to tell. I think I hear people in the building next door. Yeah, and there's definitely guns shooting from where we just came from.
Hornet. Hornet.
Alright, next building.
It's faint, but it's hard. That is very difficult to tell you.
Okay, there's rollers in here. There's another one.
There's usually mushrooms in this little swamp thing. I mean, there's not right now, but if you ever come here again.
I've only been here once, and you and I and Mantis came in. There were a bunch of guys standing around, and we just kind of talked to them for a little bit. And they were afraid we were going to shoot them. We were afraid they were going to shoot us. So then I was like, let's just get the fuck out of here, and we left.
This place usually has a gun or two. Good gun parts.
Yeah, this place has been looted.
Yeah.
Industrial battery. Oh shit. Damn.
Fucker. Tick.
Yep. Got it.
Ooh.
I'm breaching.
Same.
We probably shouldn't both breach at the same time. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll take it. And where? Oh, that. Beautiful.
We're good. We're right next to the thing.
Okay.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Alright, well let's just head towards Oh, we're right by it. Okay.
Yeah,
yeah, let's just go ahead and get out.
Head home at the central swamp lift.
Yeah, that was a crummy spawn.
Yeah, we can stop and loot along the way. We have 9 minutes, so.
Okay. If you find a supply cache.
What? Oh, you hear ticking?
Supply depot in here. No, there's a supply depot.
A supply depot. Okay. Do you have the battery?
No, but someone already came here. A bunch of ammo and stuff.
It looks like there's a light, but I can't tell. Oh, that's just the shine. Okay, well, we didn't go in that building, so we can run in there real quick.
Was that not a drop pod? That's just...
Wait, are those people?
Up there.
It's an arc.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck.
Fuck. Oh my goodness, you gotta be kidding me. The thing hit me on its way to the fucking... Oh, this is a third one. Yeah, I fucked that one up. I got a wing on every hit. Yep. Alright, you wanna go to this next building? Turn your light off. Air freshener up here. Oh wait, if I pick up the air freshener, am I able to make the flame spray? Oh, I need a fireball burner. There was one over there, wasn't it?
All Raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Okay, well let me drop some of this then. I wanted to see if I could craft some stuff while we were here, but... Alright. Don't walk into that car again, please. Oh wait, it's the other one. Shit. You want the tick pot in there? Oh shit. That sounds like fun.
That is a rocket shooter.
Oh wait, what was that? There's a roller. Yep, there it is. Oh my goodness. There's another one. Didn't we just kill everything in here? Am I crazy?
Right, they're both dead. They're both dead. Yeah, I thought we did too. I guess not. I don't know. Maybe they respawn.
Yeah, this is... I'm pretty sure this is the place. Yeah, this is definitely the place where we killed him. Alright. Let's go.
There's gonna be another team over here.
Yep. There's a building right there.
In the lone dome.
Are you running towards the team or away from the team? Oh, there's a
2
hornet
minutes
right
left.
there.
Last chance to get out safely. I repeat, 2 minutes.
Hits.
Oh, we gotta go. We gotta go. There's shit. There's shit. Watch. Run, 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 run.
Oh, son of a bitch. The elevator's open. I'll get there.
I'm about to die. Yeah, I'm down. Hold the door! Hold the door! We're down. I'm crawling in. Yeah, I'm crawling in. I can't. Oh, fuck. I don't think we're gonna make it now. I don't think we're gonna make it now. Fuck. I don't think we're gonna make it, bro. It was a good try.
Everything looks good, so I'm sending the elevator. Stand by.
I'm out. Good game, buddy. Your computer turned off? Holy shit. Those guys shut the fucking door right in my face, dude. Damn, bro. That was such bad luck. Holy shit. I just started running, just like trying to charge myself and get myself up, but I probably should have used the... Staying on? Yeah, I'll stay on. I was trying to see if Mantis was still awake, so I was gonna go hang with her, but looks like she's already asleep. Okay. Whale fuck. Alright, never mind. Mantis is still awake. Alright, I'm gonna get off. I might be on a little bit later though, so I'll message you if I'm on later. Might sleep? Okay. Yeah, I'll probably run some solos for a little bit while she goes to sleep. I just lost an El Toro and a Torrente for nothing. Nobody's gonna get it. Nobody's gonna get those fucking guns, so. It's good that you that things turned out the way that they did, because honestly, if they hadn't shut the door on me, I would have gone in there and then been like, do not shut the door. You gotta wait for my teammate. You gotta wait for my teammate. Don't shut the door. Like, you gotta wait for him. I would have made, and then I would have died too, so. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go on a gun raid, so I'm gonna go back to Blue Gate and go to the gun spot. But alright. Y'all have a good night. Appreciate everybody coming to hang out, and nobody saw any lag, right? There wasn't any lag issues. There weren't any problems with the stream dropping off at the end. The only time that I saw any was when I switched the video. I feel like it's getting less every time, so like the more I adjust the settings, the better it's getting. But it's hard for me to tell because I'm normally playing the game at the points where it would be lagging, and so I just don't see. Oh yeah, there was a couple of points where I was skipping. Oh yeah, okay. Yep, alright, I'm gonna have to work on that. Alright, y'all have a good one. And if you guys would do me a favor, hang out for just a second and leave a comment at the end of the stream. It really helps push the video in the algorithm, makes it to where more people are capable of finding the stream, and hopefully next time you guys show up for stream, we'll have more people in chat because they enjoy the content as well. But outside of that, I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you, love you. See you next time. Later, fools.